Morning. I'm gonna try to get a Dom flea medication right now. I don't know. He just went into the house. He was there when I first came out, or when I first got on. You could see him at the door, and he's been out there for a while. Hopefully, he comes back out and another cat doesn't eat it. Damn it, Tom went for the back food. Goddamn never goes for that fucking food! Fuck! I put the fucking flea medication on the front food. Tried it normally eats, it's on the bag. I have to go out there real fast when he's done. Up the fucking what the fuck? See the medication. Oh, felt like it was like divine divine intervention putting Dom here first thing in the morning like this, like telling me, hey, this is the time. Get the medication in the kitty. If it works or not, because Fluffy's right down the alley, but Fluffy won't push the plate with Dom there. Mark, what is oh, that medication's gone when Dom leaves the plate. Not really fixing them though, because I'm not getting the actual spay and neutering. But I don't know. I'm trying to help them somewhat be healthier. And like with Dom specifically, he hangs out under the house more than any other cat. I feel like him being like fully medicated with flea medication helps to keep the hopefully helps to keep the population down underneath the house because they bite him and then they get poisoned. See, he always leaves a little bit on the plate, so I'll have to go out there and check it. These two fed. Simon, eat a little. I got a plate today, man. I don't know. I think I stayed up extra late last night, didn't I? 12 or something. I don't remember actually. 35. Did you get a lot accomplished so far? You showered in coffee? Damn, girl, it's been 4 hours. I'm gonna go check the food. He'll eat a little bit more. Sometimes he turns around and has a couple more bites, but like, I'm gonna go look at it. All right, we got it in him. We did it. Cooks has been, the hum has been medicated. Another full month for fleas and ticks, I think, maybe. Credelio is the name of the medication. Credelio. Credelio. You're telling my kitties the best when it comes to flea medication. Use Credelio. It's made in the Swiss Alps. They use yak semen. Special ingredient. It's probably the best for my kitty. Yaks are endangered now, too. They only have 2 yaks in the whole country that they milk with a special semen sauce. But I'm willing to pay the price. I spare no expense for my babies. One of the best yaks will do for my little kitties. Silly little guy just ran off on me. Did you see that? Oops. Be right back. Never can't seem to manage that gate. It's me every time. Maybe I should save some of my Credelio money and get a better gate. I don't have to do that anymore. About it. How are you doing? My little cat people. Are your lips moistened? Be sure to moisten your lips. Oh, that's way better. nice and tight. See what we got on today for the news. Oh, she was trying to hide from me. Nothing's happening. Breaking news, there is no news. Did I just burn myself? The heat was unbearable. I'll be right back. Duty calls. I'm back. Sorry it took so long. Am I dying? What was that? Think there's anybody out there? We're all alone. Alone now. Do, 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 do. Alone now. Sorry, I had to go over there for a second. As I jammed out. Here, kitty, kitty. What the fuck was that? What's wrong with me? I need to take a shit. Hold on. I mean, blow my nose. I guess I'm taking a shit out of my nose. Sorry about that. I'll be right back. I have an emergency. Ah, perfect. Perfect docking. Look at that. Look. Oh, you can see that, that, that placement. The coaster, the cup, circle. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's to find beauty in the simple things. American beauty. Look at that. Look at that bag floating through the air. This simple beauty of not knowing what it's going to do. It's like this coffee cup. I smack it. No, I'm not going to do that though. That's too beautiful. I might break myself with the sheer magnificence of it. Put that away. Kitty's being a little meower out there. Silly little boy. Look what I got here. Because you're a little unruly, Blue. Just because of you. It's your fault. And only you could change it, Lou. He dials Sassoon. Ain't got shit on Lou Sassoon. Be proud of, boy. Proud. Maybe you're too proud. Get okay with it there. I put milk in this time. I did not use the half and half as usual. I decided I wanted it a little less creamy. Oh, yeah. A little more protein. You know, I got a little protein in my coffee. Not coffee, though. But if I do, I will. How will I do? Every now and then. Not always. There's a will, there's a way. Glass is much cleaner anyway. You know what I'm saying? Why don't we use that instead? I get it. Shipping costs. Shift more towards glass, though. Look at Europe. Look at Europe. And why is it that Europe has an industry with recycling the bottles, but we don't do that? Is it because we have an abundance of sand? And if that's the case, then why don't we just use sand? Shipping. If we can get shipping costs down, it won't matter the tariffs on aluminum. Not nearly as much, because we'll just use glass instead. Eventually, these breweries that use aluminum will transition over to glass, possibly. Glass is better anyway. But, I mean, first he's got to get transportation prices down, or fuel prices down. Good word. Like, shipping costs went up so much, Costco doesn't even carry the glass Pellegrino anymore. I used to always get that years ago, a couple years ago. Know what? Know what, Lou? Are you naysaying my wisdom? You're looking at me in the eyes, boy. You. Right. They want to get stepped on, apparently. Damn. Oh my god. Yeah, hey. Hi, man. Hey. Oh, dude, I think I made this tea a little too strong. Like, it's like a cup of coffee. So there was supposed to be a protest today, maybe multiple protests. Maybe not. We need less no's and more yeses, Lou. Okay?
and the solidarity,
What did
particularly with the
Miskiff
expat
do?
community in Asia, Philippines, Japan,
Miskiff has
Korea,
done some
down here in
stupid shit in
Thailand,
Asia
Southeast
now
Asia,
too.
Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam. You guys have come up strong on this, and frankly,
Everybody
that's the
done
only way
lost
we
their
can fight
damn
back against this, is
minds.
saying, hey, we don't stand for this. We Westerners, Americans, Brits, Canadians, Australians that are living here don't
There's a
support this.
Miskiff
We don't think this is cool.
Japan
We don't think
mishap.
this is content. We don't think you should be coming over here and disrespecting people's countries
Is
anywhere, not
Miskiff
just
gay,
Asia, but
dude?
Europe, Africa,
It
South
seems
America,
very
anywhere. You shouldn't be
feminine.
coming and openly disrespecting them in a way that is, in many
But
cases,
like, he
criminal.
could be a ladies'
And in
man at the
Vitaly's
same
case, he's
time.
locked up. He's in the deportation lockup, and like I talked about, he'll probably be stuck there for months before he's deported. That would be the best thing for him. But he's currently behind bars. He's locked up.
Who?
So that
Somali?
I can say, from a legal perspective, that is the absolute best thing for these people. They need to be behind bars as soon as
Where's
possible, as
Miskiff?
quickly as possible. And boom, we had that there in the Philippines. So a little bit of love there, and also big love to all my Filipinos and
Oh, he's
Filipinas who
talking
reached out to
about
me. You guys were amazing. You guys are on it. We may have some more information about the cameraman. Some people have sent me his information. I need to vet that, and I've been working on Somali a lot this weekend. You'll understand why tomorrow. But we may have an update on that and see if any charges are pressed there. I do know the Office of the President in the Philippines is engaged in this, so they're really paying attention to the Vitaly case and what was going on. And I know there's kind of the you might call it, but
they're lined in plastic
for the people involved
dude.
there. So yeah, that's great.
You're
so
not actually
shout out to all those over there in the Philippines. It's a great country.
You're
Lovely
drinking
country.
it from plastic.
Mr. Falank says, I have lived in Thailand for 7 years. This is really bad. Yeah. Yeah. And once again, there's also people, once again, people go to all these countries and do disrespectful things. Here in Thailand, I've seen videos. I'm not going to play them today, but I've seen a lot of fighting going on. It's like in Phuket and other places.
It's a solvent fighting in the inside streets. Of plastic.
We don't need that stuff over here. When you come over here, there's a Thai saying, like sabai sabai, like chill out, have fun, enjoy yourself. Like, don't come over here and be disrespectful. Come over here and enjoy it for what it is. The Philippines is a beautiful country.
Water's a solvent too, but
Vietnam,
it's
Korea, Japan, they have so much to absorb if you appreciate those cultures and you love them and you are somebody who's coming there with respect. And if you are someone who's coming with that, the locals will love you. Eric is a great example of that in the Philippines. He reached out in a positive way and they reciprocated positively. If you reach out to people and you are honest and you say, listen, I want to make good content, I want to show the awesome things about the country,
better, man.
They're going to do that for you. They're going to
keep your bottles in a box.
You don't have to go out there and just be a nasty, horrible,
don't have them out and about.
American as a
shove them up your ass if you have to. Do what you were taught in the what would they say? Do as you were taught in the Corps, boy. Get your purple crayon. Shove it up your ass. Get your beer. Put it where it's necessary. You're going to need that when you're out there in the field. You can't just grab a beer out of the ground, but you can grab a beer out of your ass. Huh? If you can get a beer in your ass, you can get a beer into the battle zone, boy. Common sense. This is Infantry Training 101. getting first weeks. You don't get out of boot without basic information. Matter of fact, I got one in my ass right now, just in case. I gotta go in. You never know. Once you get used to it, it's nothing. The human body is very adaptable. Oh, you don't believe me? I'm about to go get it. I might have to go get it. Sometimes it gets a little stuck up in there. It's okay though. It's meant to be in there all day. It's not like I normally don't pull it right out. But it's not. It seems like. Don't worry about it. I get it. Miskiff. Yeah, I thought somebody else was going to tell me what the hell happened with Miskiff, but I don't know. Nothing's happening in the world today except for these cats not eating. But we did get that medication in Dom right now, which is agenda number 1 on the description. And that is all right. That was also the last one of those that I had, and it had been in that pill pocket since at least yesterday, maybe the day before. I knew it needed to be used. I had a barbecue in our backyard today. I'll post the footage in Discord. Well, all right. What is 311? Have you seen 311 before? Amber is the color of my energy. I saw him front row, Red Rocks, with people that were some of the most hardcore 311 fans I could have ever met. They had actually been on the 311 cruise with 311 where you meet them and get to take pictures with it. And because they're like hanging out on the cruise ship with them. I sold them tickets to the show and they were blown away. Dude, they wanted to be like lifelong friends. They kind of tripped me out because they were so friendly. Like they'd come over, hang out, and we were gonna be safe that night. They were like blown away by the experience of being that close because they were. Dude, it was like, dude, when I was able to get the tickets in the hands of people like that and then get to see them at the show, it was really filling. That was a cool night. Memory. It was the best. It was probably the best I could have seen the show next to some hardcore fans like that. The buddies for life. RIP to losing my buddies for life. There was a lot going on. Like a couple and another dude or something. It was more than, there might have been 2 couples. I didn't even know they had a cruise. I met those people. Might not do it anymore though. My stuff stopped after COVID. Wake up with an erection. Oh, did I have today National Awake or National Morning Wood Day? I broken? Oh. So wait, he uploaded something today though? Acted like he uploaded something. Hey, what's going on? I did act like that. I thought it said the base singer just uploaded something to YouTube, but no. Oh, weird question is that anyway, Lou? Oftentimes think of the answer. I definitely didn't drink the tea or the caffeine. See, they didn't know what caffeine was, did they, at the time? Or did they? The caffeine's got a Latin name, doesn't it? When they invented Earl Grey tea, did they know what caffeine was? That was amateur, don't even. England likely first encountered caffeine through coffee. It became available in the mid 17th century, with the first coffee house opening in Oxford in 1650. Really? That before tea? Coffee became available in England no later than the 16th century. Why is tea more popular there? While tea and chocolate were drunk widely in East Asia and the Americas, respectively, for centuries, coffee was not even known until the 15th century when people in the Red Sea Basin area, now Yemen and Ethiopia, began drinking it. Over the 16th century, coffee spread throughout the Ottoman Empire. The first Englishman to document coffee was probably William Biddulph, who described it in a letter he sent from Aleppo in 1600. Over the course of the 17th century, coffee slowly made its way into the English diet, and with history, it was a central component of public life in England. Coffee houses sprang up in the great numbers. But so this says chocolate made it there. What? This is interesting. Okay, England was introduced to chocolate by James Wadsworth, who in 1640 translated a popular Spanish text, a curious treatise of the nature and quality of chocolate. In 17th century Spain, chocolate was served as a drink that was foamy, spicy, bitter, and often mixed with additional spices such as cinnamon and lots of sugar. This is the recipe that Wadsworth prescribes for the readers of his text. Although chocolate eventually became incredibly popular, it was not immediately appreciated. In fact, at least one contemporary reports that before Wadsworth's text, English pirates even threw away the incredibly expensive cacao pods they stole from a Spanish ship because they mistook them for sheep dung. Of the three new caffeinated drinks, Europeans were the most ambivalent about chocolate because it was so mysterious. It was unclear whether chocolate was a food or a drug, and if it wasn't a drug, whether it was a food or a drink, a distinction that would determine whether it was acceptable to consume during periods of religious fasting. It was also unclear how chocolate fit into humoral theory, which was a dominant theory of health and diet. Was chocolate meant to be drunk after being heated and therefore hot and wet? Was it meant to contain spices and be eaten solid and therefore hot and dry? Ambiguous nature made its suspect, and it was hotly debated in pamphlets. Wow. Interesting little thing, man. There's more, though. A women's petition against coffee, representing to public consideration the grand inconveniences accruing to their sex from the excessive use of that drying, enfeebling liquor, presented to the right honorable the keepers of the liberty of Venus. What? 1674, man. Women were petitioning against coffee, apparently. What the fuck? Look at this thing. It's like a newspaper clipping. Anonymous pamphlet. Rather than arguing that alcohol is superior to coffee, the pamphlet argues that both drinks are consumed in excess and mutually encourage poor behavior. The women authors refer to the coffee house as a pimp to the tavern, claiming that after a morning draught of more ale than a brewer's horse can carry, hither men come for pennyworth of settled brain, i.e. coffee, where they are sure to meet now lazy pragmatical companions that resort here to prattle of news that they neither understand nor are concerned in, and after hours impertinent chat began to consider a bottle of claret would do excellent well before dinner, whereupon to the bush they all march together, till every one of them is as drunk as a drum, and then back to the coffee house to drink themselves sober, where there are 4 dishes at peace and smoking, making their throats as dry as Mount Etna, inflamed with brimstone, so that they must away to the next red lattice tavern to quench them with a dozen or 2 of ale. What? Man, they were really doing too much about trying to get rid of coffee in the 1600s in England, London. That's wild. This is what I'm reading from right now. This was the excerpt underneath it. I guess talking about it was this article, maybe, I don't know. They got it from a pamphlet. I don't know if this is from the same pamphlet or not. It looks to be, though. Get 67. A dozen or two, like 24 ales. I wonder if they were super weak, though. Like breakfast beer. Did you find your glasses, man? Man, why, dude? What is your issue with silicone at the moment? Broke your bong. Glasses are missing. I think you need to align yourself. Yeah. Have you tried sticking it up your ass? That's how I get aligned. So, that's where I had this actually. I try to take advantage of any space I got. So, there's a very nice looking little bottle here. The metal jar here. It's pretty sweet. These are probably expensive. If I do a giveaway on it, if somebody donate $100, I'll give you this. Good deal, man. I'll do something to it if you want. I'll put it in my ass again. Oh, that's authentic. You can't get that in, like, I'm pretty sure that'll be a 101 too. I can write that on there on it. White Sharpie. Same pen. Hey, I was noticing that on my stream that I was showing yesterday, I used to put, look, I'll show what I used to put. A picture's worth 1,000 words, bro. You know, don't say. You see, at the bottom of the description, I used to put 150 sound commands. Now there's like 300 and something, because this was like 5 years ago. But 150 different sound commands available. Play on stream for 100 each. So there's a lot of them were 100 each in the beginning. And then I listed, like, I don't know, this is probably like 40 or 50 of them. Not really sure. So people, if, you know, they could do like a random command and get a sound to play. They wouldn't know what the heck it was going to be. But maybe I could find all the ones that are really cheap and like a list of them. All the 100 dough ones at the bottom, maybe. I used to have it like this too. Instead of having the link tree, I used to have all the links out. I wonder if that helped with, like, maybe people don't like having to go to a link tree and go like, clicking more shit. Think. Good talk, good talk, good talk, good talk, good talk, good talk. I'm glad we had this talk, you know. So, coffee. The high cost of tea, though. What's this, though? I already read this about the coffee thing, but then it goes on to say, high cost of tea. Although England is now seen as a tea drinking nation, coffee was initially more popular than tea. Not until the 18th century did tea become popular in England. Green tea was the only kind of tea initially available, and it was extremely expensive, about 10 times the cost of high quality coffee at the time. Tea's exorbitant cost was one reason why only urban elites drank it at first. Although tea, and the sugar people put in their tea, did become cheaper over time, people across the social spectrum still spent a high proportion of income on these two commodities in the 18th century. By the 19th century, tea had taken over as the preferred drink, supplanting not only coffee, but also chocolate. Interesting. I had no idea that green tea was ever a thing in England. Like, ever a thing. I thought England was, like, always about the darker teas, because of their teeth. And the green tea was always an Asian thing. I guess it was always an Asian thing, right? They would get their tea leaves from Asia, because they didn't grow coffee either. What's phenomenal is that a large proportion of their income would go towards tea. Is it because of the caffeine, or because the water was so nasty? They didn't have filtration. A little bit of both, huh? Yeah. Hey, it tastes better than the water, and it's giving me a little zoom, 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 zoom. Or if it was even stronger back then, they probably made that shit like syrup. They were out there getting high off tea back in the day, probably. They were like inmates in Men's Central, LA County Jail, fucking out there making espressos with instant coffee. I fucking you put like enough scoops of instant coffee there, it is like espresso. So that's news to me. I always thought that tea was cheaper in England, and what makes it so incredibly interesting also is that coffee was actually like produced way closer to America. When we did the whole Boston Tea Party thing, we could have always been drinking coffee instead of dealing with their taxed ass tea. I wonder, dude, was coffee it probably was. Was coffee in America by the time they did that, the Boston Tea Party? Maybe they're like, fuck y'all, we don't need this shit. Yes, coffee was available and gaining popularity in the American colonies, including Boston, during the Boston Tea Party in 1773, and it became a symbol of resistance against British rule after the event. That's why America drinks so much more coffee here. And they're partially because, Colombia is much closer. Juan Valdez. And we were like, fuck you, England. Well, we need to buy this shit from you. You're buying it from China anyway. Like, weren't they? I get double taxed. So we actually started drinking coffee in excess over tea, partially because the Boston Tea Party and a middle finger to Europe or to England. We don't need your tea. We got this other shit, dog. And now look at what we did with it. There ain't a tea company in the world that's larger than Starbucks. Eat your heart out, England. We still own Starbucks, right? I know it's starting in Seattle. Look at Japan probably owns it now like they do 7-Eleven. Like we took coffee and took it to the next level because Starbucks is in almost, you can probably go to the Amazon jungle. There will be a tribe that has never had human contact, but right around the corner from them will be a Starbucks tent. Pop up. For the tourists that are going to see the tribe. I don't know of a tea company that's done anything like that. America won that race. But it did really help the tea is it produced in England. I mean, the coffee isn't really produced here, but it's produced much closer to here than the tea is to Europe, right? Or do our Earl Grey. Let me check that real fast. Yeah. While Earl Grey tea is popular British blend, the black tea leaves used in it are not traditionally produced in Europe, but rather in regions like China, India, and Sri Lanka, with the bergamot flavoring originating from Calabria, Italy. So, I don't know. I feel like, though, is Colombia closer than India is to? Shipping cargo from India to UK typically takes 20 to 41 days, depending on the origin destination. Imports can cost. Okay, so this looks like it's takes around 5 to 6 weeks. Is this to Colombia to USA? Oh, yow, yow, yow. 6 to 7 business days. How long does it take to ship? Oh no, wait, that's fucking flight something. It doesn't fucking tell me. Why is the other one so much easier to get information on? Columbia to USA by water. Wait, bruh. Columbia country. Oh, okay. It's not okay. I get it. It's not fucking. It's landlocked. All right. Water. Sailing across the Atlantic could take 6 to 8 weeks or even longer. Oh, there's that too. There's that fucking too. I wasn't even considering that part of it. Oh, because so then yeah, it would take way more time. 6 to 8 weeks plus 5 to 6 weeks, because England would have to get it from India, and then they would have to ship it to us, or we'd have to go get it, which that would take twice as long. So, and the amount of like people die traveling across the Atlantic Ocean back then. Sailing wasn't as forgiving. Shit was made out of wood. Even they were at the mercy of the different wind gods. I mean, yeah. So definitely can see why we drink more coffee in America than we do tea. I wonder if we're overcharged for one or the other though. We pay fair prices for both, because tea is about to go up. I bet, right? Any tea that comes from China is about to go up. Which is like all tea. But coffee won't. Well, coffee won't go up as much probably. They're still gonna. It's still gonna go up a little maybe. See, depending, we might have already had decent trade relations with Colombia, Mexico. Some coffee. Well, I bet even Folgers will go up because I bet they get their stock from. Well, they have to because we're not growing it here. We're not getting Hawaiian stock, that's for sure, because they try to charge a definite pretty penny for that shit. Owning coffee. We got fields of that. Dude, it's right near, if you're going to North Shore in Oahu, near the Dole Plantation, there's a ton of coffee fields. I've tried one. I got out of my car, like, not really supposed to. I was a young idiot. I went out in the field and grabbed some, and I took a little bite of it and tried it. Fresh coffee bean. I figured I might not ever get a chance again. It wasn't. It didn't taste anything like coffee. And it wasn't even the bean. It was like the fruit around it. You know. I just remember it being kind of bitter. I wonder where they get theirs from. Probably look into that. Where's folders? Because that's what I'm. The coffee that I have right now. Folder sources coffee use from various regions worldwide, including Colombia. Oh, well, at least they have affiliations with multiple, so maybe that'll help to stabilize their price. The countries that have the higher tariffs, they can the ones that don't, because it looks to. The green coffee market. What is that? It says here the company's New Orleans plant was built in 1960 due to wartime changes. and shipping routes, making New Orleans a hub for the green coffee market. The green coffee market. The green coffee market is the global trade and distribution of unroasted coffee beans, serving as the raw material for the coffee industry before the roasting process, and includes various products like green coffee beans, extracts, and powders. To be boofed. It's your discretion. Get crazy with it. Interesting. So, tell me more. I'm a Folgers person because they're America. Well, they're partially American. At least the freeze-dried one is. They make regular coffee too, though, don't they? They have to make a... Dude, I bet my parents drank Folgers when I was a kid. I can't remember now, though. At one point, maybe they did. Because the best part of waking up. The story of Folgers coffee. You're drinking it too? Really? Which one? In 1850, James Folger was a 14-year-old boy when he traveled with his two brothers from Nantucket to San Francisco. Their quest was one of gold after their family lost everything in a fire. Oh, I could his full blast behind me, dog. His brothers went on to the mines as they planned. James, however, stayed behind and took a job with Pioneer Steam Coffee and Spice Mills. It was not long before James became a full partner at Pioneer, only to watch the company fall into bankruptcy after the Civil War. Instead of giving up his dreams of great coffee, James convinced creditors to help pay off the company's debts, and J.A. Folger & Co. was born. Wow. Homie had a mission. In 14 years old, and they were ready to work already. Are you kidding? He didn't have his family. He was him and his two brothers. That's all it says. How old were his brothers? I don't know. But he's 14 years old. He's deciding what he wants to do with his life already. In the 1850s, boys were men. Look at this shit. I'm not making this shit up. This is crazy as hell. This is the story of James Folger. Dude was a man, 14 years old. The family lost everything by his heart. So here we go. Here. James Folger didn't want to buy beans based on their appearance as other coffee companies did. Instead, he started cup testing so he could use great tasting beans and ensure his customers were drinking only the best. After his passing, it was his son and salesman named Frank Atha who helped Folgers find its way onto store shelves. From there, the reputation only grew. The company itself changed hands a few times, as many do. In the end, the company joined forces with J.M. Smucker, and with a name like Smucker, it's got to be good. Where it remains today. Folgers in New Orleans. In 1960, wartime changed shipping routes for coffee. In hopes of staying on top of the game, Folgers Coffee packed up and left San Francisco after all those years. Their new home would be New Orleans, Louisiana. In Islands, the Folgers Company focuses on family connections. According to their website, generations of family have worked at their plant, making a livelihood for children and providing us with the best, most affordable coffee possible. What? Is this an advertisement? That's not in quotes. Folgers coffee beans. Now that you know where Folgers beans are roasted, let's talk about the type of beans they use and where they get them. Folgers has never denied the fact that they use a mixture of both the better tasting. This my great grandpa got on his pile to work when he was up in what? He get off the ship. What the heck? What do you he got off every now and then. Talk about sea legs. That motherfucker be walking retarded for like a month after that one. If he hadn't gotten off actually after 9 years, you have to get off every now and then to go to like touch grass, right? Folgers has never denied the fact that they use a mixture of both the better tasting Arabica beans and the cheaper Robustas. Robustas. Oh, he's a slave. Oh, wow, that's neat. Crazy. I mean, do you have like historical documents or some shit of it on a roster? Or while some of their competition made the switch and began boasting that only Arabica beans are in their ground coffees, Folgers stood by their use of Robusta beans. Pronouncing this right?
Robusta.
Robusta. And claimed it was their best option for keeping their coffees affordable. Interesting. I like the flavor though. They had some cheap. I wonder if they still use that. That's cool, says she. Black silk. That one. I'll get out myself. When it comes to where the beans come from, that's where the mystery remains. Folgers works with World Coffee Research, and it's committed to only using sustainable coffee beans. Sustainable beans practices ensures the farmers, processors, and environment, and even the coffee trees are cared for and treated justly. This commitment to coffee is amazing and one every company should abide by, but Folgers has kept the exact location their beans come from under wraps. What gives, bro? In conclusion, unfortunately, we can't tell you the exact location where the beans found in your cup of Folgers come from. What we can tell you is that they support prayers, roasted beans, and fix of both. I don't know. Boom, 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 boom. What? I was about to say, produced and sold in the United States and then distributed to Asia, Canada, and Mexico. Smuckers Raspberry Jam. With a name like Smuckers, gotta be good. Right? Dude, Simon, why? She's laying up there first. Why are you doing that? Why? Who wants to stop it? Now she gets down anyway. I was trying to help her. Oh. checking that out. Dude, what's up with the camera? Fluffy's finishing the plate up, I think. Oh, it looks like Fluffy, but maybe Dom. Yep. That's our face.
And I'm hopeful, for example, with the tariffs, that at the end of the day, I hope it is agreed that both Europe and the United States should move, ideally, in my view, to a zero tariff situation, effectively creating a free trade zone between Europe and North America. And that would be that's what I hope occurs. And also more freedom of people to move between Europe and North America, if they wish. If they wish to work in Europe or wish to work in America, they should be allowed to do so, in my view. So that has certainly been my advice to the president.
Perfetto, lo raccogliamo con
Interesting. Have better visas. Why don't we? Dude, we should definitely have better passports. If you look at, I'll show you something right now. I've showed this before on stream. This is pretty interesting though. Passport ranking. So there's a list here of ranking passports. Which passports give you the most access? You can tell I've been here before. So Singapore, Japan, South Korea, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Ireland, Italy, Spain, Austria, Belgium, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, Sweden, Greece, New Zealand, Switzerland, Australia, United Kingdom, Canada, Czechia, Hungary, Malta, Poland, Estonia, United Arab Emirates. Wait, what's going on here? Okay, no, that's right. They're ties. They're ties. Croatia, Latvia, Slovakia, Slovenia, United States. Tied for 9th best passport in terms of freedom of movement. So you get 103 visa-free destinations as of 2025. That can change. There are certain European countries that require a visa. One thing that, like, countries could loosen up their visa regulations on America in exchange for tariff. Like, there's all kinds of stuff they can put on the table for these tariffs. And I think Elon Musk is trying to say that's one of those things, is making this go from like 9th to 7th or something, at least above the United Arab Emirates, or other, like Chechnya. Chechnya can go to more places visa free than we can. That, well, like, some of these, it doesn't even make sense. United Arab Emirates are. Bong to you too, Andrew. Buggle. And the last one, who do you think it is? I'm pretty sure it's Gaza or Palestine. Oh, it's Afghanistan. Afghanistan's 97th. Afghanistan has the worst passport in the world. But the thing is, they can still go to Venezuela. Looked into all this weird time, like what country Afghanistan go to passport free or without visa free. This is interesting how they change like this. So what? I know that Palestinians can go to Venezuela, or they could last year, visa free. With a few countries, even though it's low on the list. Here's the this is how you get the list. I just click on it. So if I click on Afghanistan, looks like these are the places they can go without a visa. Argentina? Wait, no, visa required. They can go, but they need a visa. If it's got a check mark, they don't need a visa. Bangladesh, Cambodia, Burundi, Cape Verde Islands. I don't know what BOA means though. Visa on arrival, maybe they'll issue one on arrival. Cameroon Island, Cook Islands. They let you go some islands. Djibouti, Dominica. Guinea, Haiti. They'll let them go to Haiti. See, that's concerning. See that right there. If an Afghani national can get to Haiti, then he can get to America. He can fly to Haiti with a visa and somehow make it into America on a boat or something. Mixing with the Haitians, try to. Another one. Oh, look at this stuff, dude. Another country that's close to us that they can go to visa free or with the visa. The thing is, I don't even think they need a visa for Palestinians to go to Venezuela. I'm about to check that next. Looking for mainly South American countries that they can go to. So the Afghanistani nationals can't go to many, but they can. Was that Argentina? Can't get a visa to Argentina. Was it? Haiti. No, it's Haiti. Haiti. Not quite as close, but still not that far away. And if you go to Palestine, I gotta go to Venezuela. Boom. Visa free. They could travel. They could just travel directly to Venezuela without needing to get any other kind of paperwork. Straight from Palestine. I don't know how the hell that's even possible. How would they do that? They would still have to get out of Palestine though, because they don't have an airport in Palestine. So how would they fly? How would they? We got them pretty locked off from getting to us, don't we? I don't think they'd be able to fly out of anywhere. Unless they had fake documents. Which hopefully they're really good at detecting out there. I think that was the only South American country that they could go to. Visa free. Well, they can go to Haiti also. No wonder Haiti's such an awesome place. All the terrorist countries can just fly right on in. Well, as long as they can get somewhere that lets them fly. Ecuador. I didn't realize Ecuador was on there, dude. Those two countries they can get into visa free from Palestine. Or with a Palestine visa, you should. But they have to get permission to get out of Palestine first. Bolivia is another one. Yeah, we probably don't have to worry about any terrorists being here. Who's that? Oh, that was trying. I think. Damn it, I gotta go. Hey. Oh, come here. Simon's licking his balls a lot. His hair's starting to come off of him again. I don't know. Ow! Ow! Hey. Oh. Gotta go goodness, what is this so weird getting on your chin though? Heck, it's getting worse. Ulcer? Dude, doesn't it look like an ulcer? What's going on, man? I washed her bowl. Got clean litter. The hair's off right there a little bit. Bump right there. Bottom of it. I'm getting in a fight. Yeah, it definitely looks a little worse because it's the other day. Got an appointment coming up this month. I believe it's this month. Oh, look at this weird substance I found outside. It's either... Yeah, you can really see the bump here. Not focusing very well. So it's like whiter right there at the bottom. Well, this substance is that was outside next to my trash can. I know you're like, "Ooh, that's shit." Hey, wait till you see it though. This is more close up. That's on that same exact picture. Okay, like this is like a closer shot of it. Fucking orange. Like a damn Cheeto. It had the consistency of poop though. The fuck? Got something shitting out Cheetos in the backyard. Got Simon, sick as always. Now she's got this thing going on her chin. Picked it up and rinsed it off. That fuck. But dude, this is new though with her lip here. I don't know. biting or gnawing on something causing it to get flame. I don't know. It's not life threatening yet. Oh, I wanted to look up something. I just used tea bags that were a tea bag that was like 2 days old but pretty steep, and I used one that was from last night that was pretty steep. I gotta look if that's okay. Go dry. I might. Maybe I can taste the bacteria. Nasty. Oh, the cat. Mold. I didn't see any mold. I think that green tea mold deterrent. Yes, green tea, particularly its polyphenols like epiglycetinin 3 gallate, or EGCG, has been shown to exhibit antimicrobial and antifungal properties, suggesting it can inhibit mold growth. So I'm thinking the green tea, particularly, is less likely to mold. I know like coffee can mold really easily, but it probably doesn't have these specific uh, polyphenols. But it's green tea particularly that has them, so I don't even think that black tea has them. They're probably oxidized out. So that I felt a little weirder doing it with the black tea. I don't know why. I just instinctively thought that green tea would be okay to do this with. Tea is not prone to growth of microorganisms except fungus when proper storage handling. So yeah, it wasn't really properly stored, but it's green tea, so it actually has inhibiting properties, but not maybe not fungus. Oh wait, no, it said antifungal. Antifungal activity of green tea was found to be time dependent. Its inhibitory actions increased over time. Within 15 minutes of exposure, bacteria to green tea or fungus to green tea, the average number of colonies induced to 1/3 of the initial mean value, while this reduction in slave hydro was, I don't know. I mean, dude, apparently it's pretty good at it though. Inside, yeah, I know the inside. I looked inside though. It's whole tea leaf too. It's not powdered tea leaf. A little different. It's kind of like ground beef. I think like ground beef is much more likely to like have bacterial growth than a steak will. That's why you can't age. You can't dry age ground beef. It's full of fucking bacteria already. Um, like, Meow. Meow. You got a little meow in you, boy. Yeah. What happened? What happened? Gay meow. Do we have gay meow? What was it? Did they take that away from me? No, what did I call
Meow.
it? Morning meow. Thanks. Yeah. I'll give you your dough back. Terrorist attacks. I can tell you one thing. I got a lot of tannins in this green tea. Doing what I did. Paying for it. Hopefully those are all antioxidants coating my tongue. "52nd Annual Twin City Auto Show coming to Minneapolis this Sunday at the auditorium. Free for kids under 12 years old and pregnant black women, because this is DEI month here in Minneapolis. We need more pregnant black women." Manuel Banaka, I've had that before. I have a Costco every now and then. I don't put sugar in it though. Sometimes I do have some carrot cake though. I get a little crazy with the cake. Yeah. I want some for breakfast. Do whatever I want. I believe in miracles. Came along. Everything you. Where is all the news? Oh shit. What? It's time for Simon's medicine. Time to go. Beep, beep, beep. Don't fall off the chair, sweet girl. Everybody got their kava kava. 100 times extract. Everybody ready to poof? Get your cups. Unless you do it on your own time. I'll be right back. Go ahead and shake it up, me. It was already in. You guys got yours in too, right? Of course you do. Welcome to my world. Now that we're linked in, connected by the asshole, we can begin the journey. Well, how was it? Are you back? Wait a second. I need to know more about this. Whatever it is.
Dan Colson's job is to break in new footballs for quarterbacks on NFL and college teams.
What?
He uses conditioners, heat guns, and mud from New Jersey riverbanks.
Getting the leather the way you want it to is an art form in itself.
What?
But just a few decades ago, pro players couldn't always use these customized footballs in games. Then, in 2006, Tom Brady and Peyton Manning helped convince the NFL to change the rules. That inspired teams across America to start testing new ways to customize footballs too. But getting one ball ready can take days, so some teams hire outside specialists like Dan. Today, he and his wife Emily work out of their home in Bayonne, New Jersey, slathering thousands of balls per season, even for the Super Bowl.
It smells like a swamp down here. It's terrible.
So why do some teams spend tens of thousands of dollars a year on mudded footballs? And what does it take to get them all to the field?
Wow.
Dan started Gridiron Football Prep in 2021 after losing his job at Wilson Sporting Goods. He's in the middle of 48 balls for Ohio State, the country's most valuable college football program, worth roughly $2 billion.
They've really championed this process of really making a ball that is conducive to their quarterback. So what we do is we'll get the ball,
Crazy.
come over here, we'll get our brush that we use.
Yo, all this time I thought that whenever they were playing football games that they had like a sanctioned ball that the referee was like, yep, this is a brand new ball. Kind of like how they authenticated my slides. They're like, yep, this is the right shit. This is regulation. The thread's right. Everything's right. This is the same ball that everybody uses. I get it though. I get how they had the argument. Somewhat. Because the other team isn't the one that's going to be catching it usually. But when they do catch it, it's not going to be the same as their ball, though. The one that they've been practicing with. Why? So it's like, why did they allow that? This thing.
So you want to brush in circles because the grain of the leather might be slightly different per panel. What you're doing is you're kind of opening the pores of the actual leather itself.
Dan applies his own custom leather conditioner, which adds moisture and grip.
Bro, this is some bullshit that they get to do this to their balls.
Then he uses an infrared thermometer to check when it's dried back to room temperature. Leather balm loosens and softens the leather even more.
Leather balm is kind of our secret sauce, if you will. So as we compare brand new ball out of the box, conditioned, now balmed, ready to be heat gunned.
NFL and college footballs are made from real leather. One of the reasons they're up to 10 times more expensive than the average ball at a sporting goods store.
What? They're $150? I didn't know that.
Horween Leather in Chicago has made leather for nearly every NFL and college football for the last 70 years.
People ask me who I'm rooting for in the Super Bowl, and it's always the ball.
Skip Horween's family opened the business in 1905. It's grown from a small shop to a company with roughly $25 million in annual sales.
It's ripped.
Horween's leather comes from the hides of steers,
apparently.
which are male cattle raised for beef. These hides are stronger and more flexible than the ones from other cattle, so they can withstand tough conditions on a football field.
Wait, what?
We pay a premium for them, and it's worth it.
Roughly 2,500 other cattle for beef. Horween's leather
Hold on.
Super Bowl, and it's always the ball.
It's grown.
This dude's got to be doing more than just pulling it. He's got to there must be some process that it work. Where he's pressing this. Dude, look at this fucking guy.
From a small shop to a company with roughly
This guy looks
$25
like a
million
professional
in annual
bodybuilder
sales.
doing some leather work.
Horween's leather comes from the hides of steers, which are male cattle raised for beef. These hides are stronger and more flexible than the ones from other cattle, so they can withstand tough conditions on a football field.
We pay a premium for them, and it's worth it.
Roughly 2,500 hides arrive every day from Iowa and Canada. Employees grade each one on a scale of 1 to 10. The lower the number, the better the quality. Only grades 1, 2, and 3 are used for footballs.
This particular skin has a bunch of fairly heavy scratches in it,
all blue.
and that would not be suitable for top grade football skin.
Then they throw the hides into drums filled with tree bark extract, oil, and waxes. This transforms them into leather.
Yeah, I'm missing all the good
Next,
stuff.
a machine squeezes oil and wax. Then they throw the hides into drums filled with tree bark extract, oil, and waxes. This transforms them into leather. Next, a machine squeezes out excess moisture.
Man, isn't that fucking crazy that that's the skin of another animal that we're just like, what if aliens wanted to come here and use our skin for something? They use it for. What if they liked it from it? It was like alien sushi. I mean, it's our largest organ, so they have plenty of it. They like to make smoothies out of it. Got a special flavor, you know. Epidermis. It's the dermis. It's that middle layer of skin that they're going after. They don't even like the epidermis. They scrape it off. They go for that inner skin. That's what the good stuff is. More juicy in there. Yeah, because it's right. You know, it flakes off at the outside. That's like eating the rind of a pineapple. Comparison.
Then workers throw the hides onto glass panels for 4 hours to dry.
That dude's fat.
So
no,
this whole thing is
guy's
a
going to the
giant
gym,
hot air
man.
dryer.
Oh wait, no. Maybe it's harder to pull it off than it is to put it on. He's the puller offerer.
Next is the embossing phase, which gives the football its texture. A metal press stamps each hide with up to 1,000 tons of pressure, so the pebbles don't fade over time.
Oh,
Horween makes 8 kinds of football leather and another for NBA
amazing.
basketballs.
Football is the grippier of the two, again, because you've got your skilled players that need to be able to
bumpy.
handle the ball, whether it's catching, throwing,
cow
snapping,
or
or kicking.
something.
Workers spray each hide with
remember
up to
if I-
5 coats of dye to give it a slick finish.
All of the football companies we
I
work
might
with
have thought those
have
were
slightly different
cores
pattern
of the
and
cow's
slightly different
hair.
finishes.
Horween
remember.
ships about 250,000 sheets of finished leather a year, also called sides. Skip says sales are strong now, but he lost some clients over the years as cheaper synthetic leather became more popular. Fake leather is a $39 billion industry and expected to nearly double in the next decade.
A lot of those retail balls were leather at one time, almost entirely synthetic now.
That's synthetic.
Skip says making leather for different industries helps Horween survive tough times.
This might be football leather today and shoe leather tomorrow and jacket leather the next day.
High quality leather right there, boy.
Not an easy business. None of them really are. But the idea that I can turn on a game and see something that I had a small part in making, I just get a kick out of it to this day.
Skip delivers leather once a week to Big Game, a company in Texas that makes nearly all the footballs for America's best college programs and 3,000 high schools.
They dimple it up for them.
Football Wonderland.
Chris
People
Calandro
sew it all
founded the
together.
company in 1993.
I'm a nutty professor type, and the things that we can change with a football is really limited your imagination.
Really? What do you mean?
Very few teams in college football and high school football use exactly the same spec that we build.
Really?
Even the best cuts of Horween leather have small defects,
Well, they had
so
to use
Big
the
Game
same
starts
ball.
by cutting around them.
We don't want to build
Dude, is that cutting that she's
football
doing that?
and get to the end of the line and
No,
realize
no,
it's got
she's programming it
imperfection
where
on
to
it, then we
cut
pretty
it.
much kill the football.
Then workers cut it into 4 panels, which will form the outer layer of the ball.
That's neat, though. She's programming that.
These are
man
now
like
married
that.
together forever.
Actually kind of-
Unlike NFL teams, colleges are allowed to use different sized footballs.
What?
Big Game makes them in 3 different dimensions, depending on the player they're for.
So we build things on the larger side if you're a 6'5" pocket passer, or if you're a 5'10" dual threat player, we might have a smaller ball for you. Even at this early stage, there's already been 2 major customizations from the quarterback to what size the ball's going to be and the leather that the quarterback chose.
Then they add
Oh.
team logos, usually by stamping a
Quarterback
metal
gets to
press on a
choose.
heated piece of metal foil.
All size. That's a pretty big deal.
After some extra fabric and stitching, the panels are done. But right now, the football is inside out, and it has to be flipped around by hand.
If you do it the wrong way, you damage the ball. Rodney's doing an outstanding job. It is as much about technique as it is about strength.
Whatever. They're gonna have a
I recently
fucking
beat
robot
Rodney in an
no
arm
time.
wrestling contest.
Laces come in multiple textures
Rodney,
and have to be added by hand too.
Some are kind of have this rubbery feel. Some are sort of have a suede leathery feel. It is, I think, probably the one thing that quarterbacks are most passionate about is the way the laces feel.
Eventually,
Well, they
workers
all the
stick the
same
football into a wooden
laces.
mold, where a computerized pump inflates it.
And we're using more pressure than is
Each
allowed
quarterback
so
uses
that
a
we
little
can
bit different
push out
pressure?
all those seams and rough spots.
some quarterbacks like to use
Big
nitrogen.
Game makes about 1,000 balls a day, even during the football off-season.
Some quarterbacks like
For
to use
$10,
helium.
an employee will spend a few hours conditioning a ball to make it feel
Quarterbacks
broken
like to
in.
use hydrogen.
Little things to help get it to lower the field rate, like a nice pair of shoes or a bag or something.
But Dan charges up to $70 per ball because they're customized for specific players.
It would go
How do
further
you
though,
grip the
wouldn't
ball?
it?
What do you like on the ball? Do you want it
No.
tackier? Do you want it softer? Do you want a combination?
Ohio State, his biggest client, flies him in each season to meet with coaches and quarterbacks.
Ultimately, it comes down to the quarterback, but there are a lot of people that are going to have say in it because they want to be educated. They want to be on top of it.
I'll look into it. With a football field.
After Dan's done softening the leather, he applies heat. This causes the leather conditioner and balm to bake into the ball.
Too hot, you're going to burn the ball and dry it out. Not enough, it's going to be a little gummy. We found that sweet spot around 650, 700 degrees of a heat gun itself.
Then he coats the ball in mud, which blends all the layers and helps protect the grip from rain or sweat.
and again, bring out that richness color that so many people like. I like doing it by hand, making sure that it's completely being more or less massaged into the ball and spread evenly throughout.
Ohio State specifically will ask to try to keep the stripes as clean as possible so we don't mud over those stripes. That's not for everybody.
Dan himself collects this mud from New Jersey riverbanks.
You really want that milkshake, thick milkshake-like consistency.
This is also the smelliest part of the process.
It's an awful smell, specifically if it's raining outside and it's more humid.
It's an acquired smell. I wouldn't invite people off the street to come smell it who aren't used to it. Sometimes it makes you question why you are working from home, but at the end of the day, it's a sign that we have a lot of business and it's thriving.
He lets the mud dry for at least 12 hours, then brushes it clean. An electric brush wheel gets deep into the ball's crevices.
You can just run the ball on the wheel itself, get that dust off.
Then one final layer of conditioner.
There's always those little frustrating dust spots. This helps just get that off so that it gives it a really clean, finished look.
Now, the 36-hour process is done.
You can feel that tack, but it doesn't have any residue on your hands.
Then they box the balls up and ship them.
Shout out to Ruben and UPS and Keith, my guys.
Summer is Gridiron's busiest season, but demand stays high throughout the year.
The amount of footballs depends on the weather. Rain will kill a football. Usually a good equipment manager will have 24 to 48 footballs ready to go, and then they'll always send me 24 more so that they're always replenishing.
Back in 2005, NFL quarterbacks couldn't use their own footballs in every game. The home team supplied all the balls, so visiting quarterbacks were stuck with whatever they were given.
If I have a ball and I have my hand on the ball and it, maybe that index finger is slipping a little bit or that thumb is not secure, right? That's what you're going to be thinking about.
Then in 2006, Tom Brady and Peyton Manning helped convince the league to change the rules, allowing all quarterbacks to use their own footballs on offense. This eventually inspired college programs like Arizona State to take football prep seriously too. The team needs 80 footballs for just one practice, and it's essential that every single one is broken in. For official games, the team's equipment manager, Arthur Huzard, selects 12 of the quarterback's favorites.
We give those 12 footballs to the referees, and the referees check them, mark them, and make sure we can play with those.
But do these mudded footballs really make a difference? Dan thinks they can help keep players focused on the game itself.
You put on a pair of shoes, you know they're comfortable because you're not worried about them. So our goal is to have them never think about the security of the football. When it's in their hands, it's to what they want it to be.
But he says he can't substitute for game preparation.
Guy throws a perfect spiral in the corner of the end zone. He probably threw that ball well before he had a ball prepared. But if there's a comfortability to him, hey, maybe I had something to do with it. The strangest preference I've ever gotten is somebody who literally told me that the ball smelled funny and that it bothered him when he had it up on his, ready to throw, and that he was wondering if I could do anything to help him with that. So we got creative and we literally put essential oil in the mud, and we're mixing it in so that it had a nicer aroma to it.
You just always do that. Why would you want stinky balls, bro? Weirdo. What does he think? People want stinky balls? His wife's like, oh no, sweetie, I like them like this. You don't have to wash them. Let's have sex again. Where's this freaking protest this was happening? Rubbing each other with is Outlaws on. Good Outlaws.
Fear not, can you see? Faith without works is dead.
I've already missed 20 minutes of awesome. Crying? 3 minutes of this, actually. What? 3 minutes of this.
Tomorrow is not yet here. Yesterday
Making up music
is dead and gone. But today is a brand new day. Receive my grace.
Dom? Do you say the Dom came out of the hole and left? Hopefully he's feeling alright, man. He's got the flea meds now. I really hope it's not good. If he gets diarrhea this time, I'm never giving it to him again. If he shows up, I see poop anywhere out there today, I'll know for sure. Can't do the Credelio. I hope it's not. I was trying to help him. He ate a decent amount though. There was like a can and a half of food there. It was Simon's leftovers from last night. A full can of fancy. Ryan's having a can of beef right now, fancy. I got lucky. Dom was waiting this morning. He actually was waiting, then he left, and he came back and waited some more. I got the stream up, and he left again. Right as I got the stream up, he went into the house. Luckily, I was able to. I had the medicine ready, put it on there, went and checked. It was no longer on the plate when I went and checked, so. Even if he does get diarrhea, he should be flea free for the next month. Help him to be other parasite free, tapeworm free also. He got tapeworm medication last month. I gotta be real careful that I don't accidentally get that medication to Trident. She's pregnant and lactating. Both, possibly. It's kind of crucial that I make sure that he get it. If Pepe could eat it too, I wouldn't have minded. That was the last one I had though. Simon! Stop licking! Stop licking! There. Stop licking there. Where else? God, wait. Follows him, he's licking the hair off his nuts. I think it's just the hyperthyroidism going on. I don't mind if he licks. I'm licking at the same spot.
To me, my Lord, bring a fresh anointing.
I prefer not to give him any extra medication though, because the extra is bad for his kidneys. What the fucking is this, man? Is he really? He's got 7 people in his chat right now. Why? As if he's gonna say something profound in his song. Same song he's been singing for 10 years. He's got more people in his chat than I do in mine. Fuck y'all.
Let me send you my praises as a sweet.
Why haven't you invited your grandmothers in here? He invited his and they showed up. His mama's in there right now listening to his beautiful song. Why isn't your mama in here? Why isn't your mama in here? Rum bum bum bum. Ask yourself that. That's a serious question. You should look at yourself in the mirror. You ask yourself, what am I doing? I should be doing that. Mother! Mother! You call out to her.
My sweet, sweet, sweet child come.
Right, church? Well, we need to get a hold of her. Let her know where the place is to be. Actually, I need to get a hold of everybody's mom.
I want to love you and hug you and embrace you for all of eternity. I want you to know and to experience and to feel that love, the love I have for you, my child. I want you to know that you
Was he talking to his kid?
You have brothers and you have sisters. Many of them as countless as the sands of the sea. You have them. But many of you yet do not know them. I want to introduce you to your family. I want you to know that you are wanted.
Happened. What just happened?
You are wanted. You are loved, my child. Sing praises unto me. Sing praises.
Oh man, we lost the camera.
My Father. Let me wash you, my child, cleansing you with my spirit. Oh yes, Lord, please do.
I'll probably be up. Try don't be gone. Half the food be gone.
Yandere soti yandore.
Wow, the way he sings in tongues, you know, he is truly connected.
Oh, time is short. I say time is short. There's not much time left before the coming of our Lord.
I gotta go try to fix this. God dang camera. I'll be right back. I don't like doing this to you. Let's pretend I'm with you.
Thank you, my Lord.
Hold yourself like this and pretend I'm under your armpits, sniffing. I'll be right back.
Thank you, my Lord, for warning me.
Be on already, man. I don't know what's going on here. Look into it further. We seem to have.
Peace, peace be unto you.
What the?
Peace,
Wrong button.
peace I bring unto thee. My child, silent I want you to be. Peace, peace I bring to
Not working.
thee. Focus on and only on the sound of my voice. Quiet your mind and focus on only my voice. Nothing matters, not even time. Quiet your mind and focus only on the sound of my voice. And if you will, then I can. I can bring a fresh anointing down upon and heal your land, if you will, but only silence your mind, focusing on nothing, not even time.
Locked and loaded. Where's Ted at? Was he drunk as shit last night? Kept talking about nipples. Mm-hmm. Remember that? What in the hell is going on right now? Why would he think this was a good idea, dude? I think he's dropping off the deep end. Oh.
Change not the volume, I say, change not the volume. Keep it on one level, change not the volume.
What the fuck does that mean? Don't turn his shit down, he's saying. Don't be turning his humming down. Not now. Now it's time to be listening to that humming. You want to be saved or not, boy? You don't be saved or not, boy? Florida bill moves to ban weather modification amid chemtrails conspiracy. Interesting. Shouldn't do that. Don't need any more storms happening in Florida. I do that.
Dear sweet Jesus, oh, sweet Jesus, oh, sweet Lord, sweet Jesus, oh, what you mean to us. No time, as the time is short. No time to bicker and fuss. Just focus your eyes on Jesus. Oh, focus, focus your eyes on Him.
Are you guys focused? Do you have your eyes focused on Him? You have your eyes focused. What are we looking at? His bed sheet? You know, he's singing in bed right now. This is the view that a woman could have. Think, ladies, you could be laying there next to him listening to these sweet lullabies. Wake up in the morning. Fuck, man, wouldn't that get you all wet? He's gonna roll over, start smooching on you. Breath smelling like hot ass. He's missing teeth and some of them are black, dude. You can't smell good. Okay? That's common sense. You can be a retard and know his breath stinks. There was a point in time where I felt so sorry for him and his teeth, or where I was trying to convince him excuse me, into making a GoFundMe to fix his teeth, because I thought that people would get behind it, because he could actually be a good preacher if his teeth weren't all missing. Possibly. It would help dramatically. You also have to admit to pedo shit being pedo shit.
He'll soon meet us.
Having teeth would help him do that.
In the sky.
Yeah, maybe make him worse. Remember who? Here I was like a proponent for. Oh, and then remember he was like wanting me to make the GoFundMe for him. He was like, "Yeah, if you want to help me, why don't you set that up for me?" And this, I'm like, "What? You want me to collect donations for you to fix your teeth? Oh, motherfucker! What is over here? I'm giving you good ideas here. Begging for money from people. Maybe make it a good cause, and people would be more likely to want to help out, and it might do something good for your life." He wanted me to like pretty much just fix this thing for him.
All the saints will reign. We'll all meet him in the sky.
You got banned? Oh, you got banned because you get. What was your question? You see, he fucking has been talking his ass off for a while. Oh, you are back. I can't even see what you were saying. Come on. Yes, he sits there singing. Is he banning? What was the question? Oh, I didn't see it earlier. If you posted.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Oh, sweet Jesus. Sweet Father. Oh, Papa, Daddy. Oh, I can't wait to see you face to face.
He's pretty much saying he wants to die.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Yeah, he's just do DMT. 3 pulls or 1 really heavy rib, but most times the 1 really heavy rib would be so much that it get too much and not be able to remember the experience. Oh, here's a DMT simulation. It kind of gives an idea of what it's like to break through of DMT. I haven't showed this in a while. Very short. It's the best one that I found. What happened? Just went black. Much love. It said then. Did it just end? Oh, it ended. Let's see if I find this. Certain one. Like a lot of these are not going to be what I'm looking for. None of those actually are what I'm looking for. None of those are. If I type this to Google, it'll work better. I don't. This is the one. It's too new. Seen it. This long. Starts off the way the things. Oh, yeah, I do think it's actually older than 5 years too. Only like a minute long. It could have been on Shroomery. It could have been on Shroomery. What was this? 10 years ago? Shroomery, man. Heck yeah. Been there in a while. This it? No, this is 5 years ago. Man, this can't be that hard. Find. Like, it's like less than even that. 5 seconds. Hey, man, it's the best depiction of what it's like to break through. Been taken off the. I want to play some. I would think the. I remember being less than 30 seconds long. Oh, oh, there it is. There it is. 15 seconds. There it is. Sweet. 2018. Yeah, this is it. Oh wait, there's no. Where the fuck is the audio? I wonder why the audio got taken out of it. Let me try finding it. Oh, dude. Dude. Fuck. Hi. But I found it though, but maybe this is it. Yeah, this is it. Oh. This is it. I found it. I found one that has it. Okay, perfect. Oh, because it's his. Maybe he copyrighted them over the audio for it. Alright. So this is like right when you've done like the third toke. And it's like go time. You're about to break through to the other side. It happens very quickly. It's around 15 seconds. And it's super intense. And it's like, holy shit, what the hell's happening? This is the closest thing I found to it in existence. Why? They're trying to take it from us. you're like, oh, who am I? One of the comments, DMT simulator, 7 months ago. Yeah, baby. Because stuff starts doing that, kind of like a sound starts distorting. Sound starts coming from nowhere, actually. All of a sudden, crackling and high-pitched sound. Like that noise that it was making right there, that ding, 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 stuff like that'll start happening. And when there's like, possibly, I don't remember if I had music playing at the time when that happened or not. First time I broke through and heard that. But even if you do, like the music becomes like indecipherable. Like words, you forget language. You're broken through. Words don't exist anymore. I was able to open my eyes during the DMT trip, and none of the books on my bookshelf are in English anymore. On the binding, it's all in some like alien-looking hieroglyphic language. I'm not the only one that's seen that shit either. I don't even know if you can see English. I didn't try like more experiments on it, like smoking and vaping and looking at books, because it's actually the only reason why I busted out that time is because Simon jumped in my lap. Caused me to wake up for a second. I was like, whoa, holy shit. He looked like a Cheshire cat, but like multicolored, pastel, like all rainbowy and shit. All this coming from nowhere. Need that DMT? You can extract DMT. You get everything you need for it. Kind of like the beginning of a seizure. I don't know. So there are there's probably some similarities to having a seizure and DMT, because DMT is released when you die. But and it feels like dying on it, which is the scariest part about it.
That area, but it was a great assignment.
You can't tell if you're breathing anymore.
Almost 8 years, and it was one of those times where making sure that you're making those relationships with other branches and everything, and just kind of seeing how we all mesh together, and it's fantastic.
Like, holy shit, am I dying right now?
If somebody is watching at home and thinking about coming out to Aviation Nation today, what would you tell them, Chief? We just give us our pitch for why they should come out and check out the air show here at Nellis.
You should absolutely come out and see what Aviation Nation is doing, because it's one of those things where you get to see what maybe 1 or 2% of us get to experience. And it's one of those things that it's a once in a lifetime thing. Being able to have seen a lot of this aircraft do this stuff in real life downrange, it's one of those things that we want to be able to share. I have my family here and stuff, and it's one of those things that we want to be able to like share with everybody. So I know that everybody out there that is interested in this has at least some kind of flavor that's involved with this, and like this is probably the best way that you're going to get some kind of exposure to it, and it's fantastic.
It really is. And you know, we mentioned earlier that most of these aircraft here, military aircraft, you know, they're assigned to real wings and real missions, and that honestly it goes for the Thunderbirds too, because if the need arises, they can flip these aircraft and personnel and integrate into the flying squadron here at Nellis and be ready to go to deliver that combat lethality.
In 3 days.
Yeah, 72 hours. So absolutely incredible what you guys
badass.
do here at the 57. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Calling
much.
in the dream team.
No, that was great.
Aviation.
Chief Weisner, we appreciate your time, and you know,
gotta do
so
it.
much to see you
On
do.
the
Chief
Thunderbirds
Weisner,
and the Blue
tons
Angels.
of experience, just like all the leaders that we've had an opportunity to talk to here at the Nellis Air Force
They'll
Base.
be up there like the
Flight
Harlem
Day 2
Globetrotters
of this
fucking knocking
2025
China down.
Aviation Nation Air Show, and the opening ceremonies are in the books. We've had the national anthem. The Misty Blues have jumped in.
Got him.
They
Target
are
down.
incredible, and we have a lot more going on. Of course, the
Air
day,
brakes.
lots of flying. I can't wait for some fast movers to hit the air. We got our favorites,
like,
Bill Stein, Vicky
It would be
Benzie
ready
are
for that
here,
shit.
Red Bull Air Force is
Got their
here.
alley-oop
And I
and
think we're actually going to get a shot inside some of the aircraft today. So you're going to actually see what these pilots are doing during these incredible acrobatics. So I definitely want to make sure that we recognize the incredible airmen of the 2nd Audiovisual Squadron. So every shot that you see today behind that camera is a young airman here from the 2nd Audiovisual Squadron at a Hill Air Force Base. These are active duty members, and they do an absolutely incredible job bringing these pictures to you live on Facebook, airforce.com, and on all the local Las Vegas News Channel apps. So we've been talking about it all weekend. Only 0.4% of the American population is currently serving in the armed forces, and these airmen behind the camera at 2nd Audiovisual Squadron are part of that 0.4%. And honestly, it's not an easy job making Dan Hawkins look and sound this good.
Speaking of looking good, that's a C-130 flying through the air here in Nevada. And we're going to pitch it out to the Airbus. We'll be back with some more
Flying
interviews. I think some
Air
Thunderbirds
Fortress.
might be stopping by
That
back
thing
after this.
can rain down so much lead firepower.
It is being flown today by the pilots.
And it's extremely feared by the Middle East.
Ray Rivera, Combat Systems Officer Captain Joshua Knife Mannix, and the Loadmaster Technical Sergeant Josh Trapnothy.
That bad boy is not just made for moving cargo around.
From the right,
Fill it
here it is, the
absolutely full of guns.
HC-130J
Flying
Combat King 2.
Air Fortress. All different kinds of weapons. That one doesn't have any of them.
The HC-130J is the Air Force's only dedicated fixed-winged personnel recovery platform. It specializes in tactical profiles and austere environmental conditions, including that of helicopter air-to-air refueling for the mission of Combat Search and Rescue, or CSAR. One of the Air Force's newest variants of the mighty Hercules, it is one of the longest implementations of any cargo aircraft in history, with the production line continuing to this day. We want to extend a very big thank you to the 34th Weapons Squadron for flying today's jump platform. A very big round of applause for them.
C-130 gunship. I guess this one's just a variant. Wait. Oh, it's a C-130. I see. AC-130 is the one that's heavily armed, the ground attack, long endurance variant.
Sunday morning.
That's just the C-130.
2025.
It's
In
not
just
the
a
attack
moment, we're going to be
version.
recovering the
It's
HC-130J as our aerial action continues to get us started here on what's going to be a splendid flying display of some very impressive performance.
I want to see the one that does the
In just a few moments, we're going to be welcoming to our show pilots Stephen Christopher and Todd Rudberg, and they come together to create that of the Undaunted Air Shows team. Over the course of the next couple of minutes, we are going to see a performance of formation aerobatics, an opposition flying inspired by the legendary aerobatic teams of the U.S. Navy Blue Angels, the Air Force Thunderbirds, and the Royal Canadian Forces Snowbirds. Flying their two Vans RV aircraft, some of the most popular and successful lines of home-built experimental aircraft, we're about about to see this display by these two gentlemen in one of the most, well, highest tempoed air show routines on the circuit. This team was founded back in 2020 when Steven and Todd were working to refine their formation skills. And what began as a simple formation loop evolved into a complex series of maneuvers, eventually leading to the development of a full air show
maneuvers.
routine.
You hear that, ladies?
Today, the Undaunted team is known for shredding the box with their high-speed passes, formation maneuvers, and synchronized aerobatics.
You can't take the G's, baby.
Steven Christopher is in the lead aircraft as they take the inboard runway as our Combat King 2 recovers out there on runway 03 right. Steven Christopher, call sign Christo, the lead pilot, brings a wealth of aviation experience to the team. He has spent some 17 years flying bush planes up in Alaska and has developed a deep passion not only for aviation but for building aircraft as well. This, an RV-7 he built himself. He later competed
you see
at the
it
National
getting in my
Championship
head?
Air races, and he has over 3,000 hours
you tell
of
it's
flight
there
time.
because of how smart I
Todd
am?
Rudberg is on the right wing position today,
Again,
and he has
that's
been
a
immersed in
rhetorical
aviation
question.
since his infancy. Todd's father, Bill, would take him flying as a kid in the family Taylor craft, unknowingly setting Todd up to become a record-breaking aviator. It was in 2019 that Todd
Think he's going to die today?
RV-8,
Think this is going to be his last flight? It could be.
miles an hour.
You never know.
At those air races, the national championships in
Just
Reno,
one little touch of that wing.
and setting the record for the
Oh my
fastest
God,
ever lap flown in an RV airplane. He's also a physics engineer and played a big
That makes
role
you so
in the development
exciting.
of the Boeing
I could die.
777 and the
Same with
787
drag racing.
Dreamliner.
Racing tricycle. Jet-powered tricycle racing is now the rage because of the possibility
Behind
of
the
death.
crowd now performing what they like to call their shakeout. A little bit of positive G on the airplane, a little bit of negative G on the airplane. For them to become fully in tune with these high-performance experimental home-built machines.
What?
Capable of over 200 miles an hour and a very
Home-built?
economical 7 to 8 gallons
build
per
one.
hour
I'm
in
building
cruise.
one.
We're about to see a display of formation
that.
aerobatics as they are cleared inbound behind and to our right.
Got some old Lincoln Logs and Tinker Toys and Legos. I got some metal.
From the right, the
staples.
smoke is on. Please
tape.
welcome to
Gorilla
our show
Glue tape,
Steven
too.
Christopher and Todd Rudberg. They are the Undaunted Air Shows team.
Got a battery. What else? What do we need? Got a spare battery. You gotta have a battery powered one.
Up and over the top for the big roundhouse formation loop as Steven Christopher in the lead leads Todd Rudberg through this next maneuver, the challenging formation barrel roll. Formation flying, very challenging for those who do it, maintaining position and station throughout the entirety of their
They have different colored
routine.
smoke.
Todd on the wing doesn't dare take his eyes off of Steven's airplane in the lead. We're going to watch him now as they perform this, the wing over or the whifferdille maneuver, as they trade some altitude for airspeed and work their way back inbound from our left towards show center.
I couldn't find the official broadcast on Airport.
We're going to watch now to the left as they ease the sticks back into their
We haven't
laps
had
as they
any more
perform
cats
this, yet
come by
another
the plate,
vertical
have we?
formation loop.
Tried it, ate it. I can't look at everything because I'm not good enough.
Flying just a few feet apart. Let's put our hands together for the Undaunted Air Shows team. Just the beginning of this high-tempoed aerobatic sequence. The Undaunted Air Shows team's inspiration actually stems from a deep-rooted history of formation flying, initially developed in World War I to maximize combat efficiency. Formation flying has since become a staple of military aviation, serving many strategic and tactical purposes. We're going to watch now for the bottom-up pass as they work their way to the back stretch.
Nellis Air Force Base, Nevada.
As they set up for a maneuver they like to call the switchblade. Cameras at the ready, and there's the cross.
Can't can't find the official.
From the left, Stephen Christopher. From the right, Todd Rudberg, as they are
Official
now
Air Force
approaching
broadcast,
Show
he
Center
said
with
it
a closure
was.
rate of some 400 miles an hour. Let's watch as they call tally ho and watch for the cross.
I want to know if the music is there.
One of the most challenging parts of any formation routine is gluing it all back together. As we watch Stephen now to our left and Todd in the extended trail formation as they use geometry, airspeed, and altitude to quickly rejoin into this two-ship element. It is the flight leader's job to fly the formation and to fly it well, flying the formation as one, being deliberate and smooth on the controls. The wingman's job to remain symmetrical, and of course Todd doing quite a bit of continual control inputs in order to maintain station on the leader. Performing this now, another wing over maneuver to our left.
Thunderbirds are at 3:35 p.m.
And Todd approach once again.
Red Bull Air
Force
this
time for this
is at 2:56.
Split.
Well, there's gonna be an F-22 Raptor demo at 2:15. F-18 Rhino, 15 or 12:15. Next up after this one's Jerry Connolly Vampire, and then there's going to be at 11:41. So it should be in 4 minutes.
Total performance.
And the CAF
RV7
SoCal
named Margarita took its
Warbirds
first
at
flight in 2010,
11:55.
while Todd's RV8, named that of Undaunted, was completed in 2019 using parts from a previous aircraft built with his father. Powered by the Lycoming IO 390 engine, producing about 250 horsepower, the airplanes have an impressive power-to-weight ratio and are capable of speeds of some 200 miles an hour. Completing their Cuban
Dude, that would be so
rejoin, as they
crazy
like
to
to call it. We watch him now as they continue
fly that
in this
low,
formation
super low,
routine with yet another vertical
200,
formation
it'd be
loop.
pretty wild.
As they now work
Does it
to
feel like
swap
you're
wings as Todd Rudberg at number 2
way
transitions
faster,
from the wing
lower
position to the
URA.
extended trail, flying just a few feet apart. Let's take a look.
I don't know, it's not that fast though, really, for a plane, is it? It's pretty amazing that that little bitty propeller can do that though.
And exiting the in-trail loop for an Undaunted Air Show signature they like to call the Mr. Twister, as they now work their way off to
Little
Air Show
crew.
left. How about a big round of applause, everybody, for the Undaunted Air Show's team?
A lot of crew. Oh, a big old heart.
Into the in-trail formation once again as they follow one another up and over into this half Cuban 8 maneuver. Watch as they perform a 5/8 loop and look for the 180-degree roll right there back to upright flight. These guys using just about every inch of the aerobatic airspace out there as they continue with this continuous positive G performance, continuous pull on the stick as they work their way up and over the top.
That mobility.
Undaunted Air Shows is proud to be supported by Lycon Aircraft Engine, a trusted name in the high-performance aviation power business. Based in Visalia, California, Lycon provides engines from everything from everyday family aircraft to record-breaking air show machines. Their expertise is evident in Todd's RV8, which he later achieved its historic Reno Air Race record.
We only got
thanks to
2
the
more
power
minutes of
and
these guys,
precision of a
thankfully.
Lycon-tuned Lycoming motor. In this next sequence of maneuvers, we watch
There's
as they
the
actually
guys
swap
that you
positions
watch
here as
to be
Steven
like,
flies the wing and Todd flying lead as they keep it going all the way
oh,
through.
that was really cool. And then they bust out with the good shit, and you're like, whoa! For the kids, I think, more so probably into it. off with the Jets. A little proof for you, proof for me, proof for you. Oh, they almost touched there.
The Vans RV7 and RV8 that were soon a early design in the
the
RV
last
series.
one.
The first RV1 being produced back in 1965, and since that time, these aircraft designed
Trick
originally
is
by
not
Richard
touching
Van
each other.
Droosman have become some of the most popular amateur-built airplanes in the history of aviation. Some 11,000 plus
anybody.
Vans aircraft are flying around the world today.
Dude, they're a set of size 15 Crocs. King Crocs on eBay. You want, buddy?
Up and over for another vertical split as we set up for some more opposition passes. We're going to watch to the right as Todd Rudberg in the orange RV8 approaches, and from the left, Stephen Christopher in the red RV7 as they approach show center once again. Rejoining from the Clover Loop back down to Air Show left. Let's again put our hands together for the Undaunted Air Show's team. The entirety of this performance, there's 5 separations, 4 head-to-head opposition passes, 30 overhead maneuvers, and some 2 lead changes. No other air show team anyplace. You see this much going on at any given time, and they take a great deal of pride in doing such. Stephen and Todd would like to extend a very big thank you to the Aviation Nation Air Show team for the invitation to fly for you this weekend, and to the great people of Las Vegas and Nevada for their outstanding hospitality as well.
Well, you guys are going over their time. You don't like them? Are they too loose? Okay, enough loopy-loops, guys. Let's get it back in. Let's bring it on in. Let's finish her up now. There you go.
For the 2025 Aviation Nation Air Show here at Nellis Air Force Base, they've been cleared to land. Let's put our hands together for Stephen Christopher and Todd Rudberg. They are the Undaunted Air Show's team.
Thank goodness they've been cleared to land. Expedited.
One of my favorite parts after we have taxied and we're at the end of the runway is when Thunderbird 1 says, "Burners now," and that's how you know, like, it's about to go down. And you just feel the jet starting to accelerate and just go down the runway. And I just kept on probably yelling in my pilot's ear, like, oh my gosh, we're going. And just
that sounds annoying
probably
as
saying,
shit.
like, wow. because then I saw the ground immediately start getting smaller and smaller. And the first maneuver that we did, because I was in a practice show as my fan flight, was the loop on takeoff, and that felt insane to feel that force on me right away as the first maneuver. It was awesome. It was a roller coaster.
Dude, I bet they start getting more
then I don't
Chinese
get a
female pilots, which is alarming.
Flying is what everybody sees. Is the flying,
I don't know if we want
jets,
that.
the tight blue suits. But I would say that's actually second to my favorite part of being a Thunderbird. My favorite part is the people. It's the team. Our teammates, we have such a unique bond because we spend so much time together. I mean, 270 days on the road. You overcome all these challenges and you gain all these memories together that I don't believe you'll get on
I wonder when this was made.
Unit.
Was this made during the Biden administration for this show?
Welcome back into Broadcast Central here, day 2 of this Aviation Nation Air Show live from Las Vegas, Nevada, Nellis Air Force Base. Dan Hawkins, Caitlin Jones-Martin. We are having a great time. The home of the Air Force Thunderbirds, and like she said, we're about ready to get going again all day long with flying here at Nellis.
Absolutely, and we're so excited since I am the resident token Thunderbird fan.
Bigger than his patch.
I love what Captain Vecchio said in that package about
because
the
she's
tight
an
blue
officer
suits.
and he's not.
My husband was a Thunderbird, so still fits
Pilot,
in his
I guess.
Thunderbird suit. I'll just say that. I'm so excited to welcome Thunderbird 10 Captain Jan Vecchio to the show.
Oh, she's the
and also
10th
she brought
Thunderbird.
along our good friend, our good buddy, Tech Sergeant Cody Coker, who
Welcome
hung out with
back.
us yesterday. Had so much fun, he decided to come back. Welcome
Absolutely.
both to the show. Captain Vecchio, I'll start with you. Just tell us a little bit about Thunderbird 10. What does Thunderbird 10 do for the team?
Oh man, what do I not do? No, just kidding. I describe it to people like I'm the general project manager of the team for the military folk out there. You understand that I would be leading the personnel programs and the commander support staff, everything from in-processing, out-processing, managing people's
not a
performance appraisals. But then when it comes to the air show, every single person still has a job outside from what you would think an executive officer usually does in a unit.
Who are you?
I am the
You're not a pilot.
backup range safety observer, backup narrator.
He doesn't have pilot's wings.
Currently, since it is my first season on the team, you'll find me mirroring or signaling to the pilots where show center is, so they know right where they should be hitting the crowd when they come above us.
Wow, so it's really technical. I mean, it's not just
amazing.
your
You're an
normal
air traffic
average
controller.
9 to 5 job of, I'm the executive officer, I'm going to manage this, I'm going to manage that. It's also, I've got to do all that, and I'm also part of the show.
Yes, I am. Especially since I've done executive officer before. That's actually one of the requirements for this position is you either had to be an executive
I'd rather
officer
listen to the mechanic talk
or the wing level. I've done both. And so when I first applied for the job, I was like, oh yeah, executive officer, I've done this before. If anything, it's just more of a front-facing public platform, and I've done recruiting before, so I love both those jobs. Let's get after it.
I can't imagine having an EXO that was a female. That wasn't a thing when I was in.
Even as I was shadowing my predecessor, I was like, man, it's much
females.
more than that. Like, we are really immersed in the mission. And yes, the air show and the jets is what people see up close. It's what brings the crowds to the air shows. But then there's 130 people in the background really making it happen. And it just gives me so much pride every day to put on this uniform and be a part of it all.
130 members in the background making it happen is Tech Sergeant Coker.
Okay,
Remind us a little bit about what it is that you do for the team, sir.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm the team's recruiting liaison. So it's my job to make sure that when we're going out to these show sites that we're engaging with the communities. We go to school visits, and Captain Vecchio, she comes to school visits with us as well. She does a really good job of inspiring these kids. But we also do STEM events, also the enlistment ceremony that we saw yesterday. I coordinated all that. And then we do Pet the Jets as well, where we'll bring organizations out to actually give them a tour of the jets. Just doing our part to engage with the communities while we're there to help with the recruiting efforts as much as we possibly can.
So when you think about the Thunderbird show, and obviously you're here in Las Vegas, your hometown, so a lot of folks locally at least may go, oh, well, we see the Thunderbirds all the time. What would you tell even somebody who's seen you a lot of times about your show and maybe what's so unique about it?
Well, one of my favorite parts that even though I grew up down the street, I didn't really come to Nellis, let alone it didn't really dawn on me that the Thunderbirds were stationed here unless you live north of the Strip, really, because I'm a Southwest Vegas type girl.
What are you doing?
I went to school in Henderson, and then I went to high school in the Southwest region. So unless you knew someone in the military or you were somehow associated with maybe some programs for the military, there's no reason to really come to this part of town. I would say what makes the experience now different from any other Air Force base or even any other air show that I've been to is that human connection that we're able to offer people, right? Well, the fact that we're the last performance of the day, there's no excuse for us to not be walking around, taking pictures. And that's what really makes it special for me, especially as a local, is it's seeing the light in the kids' eyes when I give them a handshake or a fist bump, and even their families reminding us that what we do is important too, and just that inspiration piece. So yeah, I would say that's the special part of just actually coming out here and experiencing it in person.
Two-way inspiration. It's really cool.
It is. And they inspire me too every day.
Yeah.
It is really cool to, walk around an air show and see, we kind of
3 minutes.
I wouldn't say numb to it, but you get accustomed to being like on an Air Force base, around the jets, seeing the cool stuff, and it almost like re-blues you to see like that sense of wonder in their eyes. So Sergeant Coker, I know you're not a Vegas local. You are from Georgia, if I remember correctly.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. What kind of led you to want to join the Air Force? We've been kind of asking people about their personal like Air Force story.
Yeah.
What kind of led you to join the Air Force?
So growing up in Georgia, we were about an hour away from Robins Air Force Base. My dad was a reservist, and he was an F-15 crew chief. My grandfather was an F-4 crew chief. I have it tattooed on my arm here. And so just hearing the stories from my grandfather and my grandmother about all the travel they did and all the work on the jets they did. My grandfather was at Edwards Air Force Base back when they were doing a lot of testing on fighter aircraft. So just hearing some of the stories that he told, and then of course getting to travel with my dad a little bit, it was always there. And then I can remember a specific time when I was 6 years old. My dad took me to an air show at Robins Air Force Base, and I saw the Thunderbirds, and it just blew my mind. I mean, it was a sight like no other. There's nothing I'd ever seen before. So that goes back to what we do here. It is important for the adults. I think they enjoy it too. But when I see those kids out there, it makes me think of myself, and I'm like, this is what we do. Like, this is inspiring these kids, and maybe someday they'll join the Air Force as well. You never know.
Yeah, my dad was in the Navy, and the first time I saw an aerial demonstration team, it was, of course, the Blue Angels. Your friends, right? Your friends.
Absolutely.
You know them quite well. But I remember how inspiring that was. So, Sergeant Coker, can you maybe talk to somebody who is going, hey, this sounds pretty cool. I might like to get some more information. How do they they do that? How does someone who's interested in the Air Force get more information about the Air Force?
Absolutely. Yeah. If you're interested in joining the Air Force, definitely do some research. Airforce.com is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about the Air Force, whether it be joining as an officer, joining enlisted. All of our career fields are on there, and it gives a good description of those career fields. I will tell you, don't go on Reddit, because you will see some bad stuff. You know, you get some bad apples that want to tell bad stories and stuff. But you know, come into the Air Force with an open mind. Make of it what you will, and try to have the best experience, that your own personal experience. Don't try to live somebody else's experience. Let that affect you from joining. But yeah, airforce.com is the place to go. From there, you can get in touch with a recruiter, and that recruiter can talk with you about all the requirements, about testing, about getting physically qualified, and then about getting a contract and jobs to eventually become a member of our team.
As we watch some of our civilian acts doing aerial acrobatics out here in the air above the Vegas Valley. Captain Vecchio, it's kind of different on the officer side of the house when we joined. So you being a Las Vegas native, were you a military brat? How did you come to be in the Air Force, ma'am?
Well, I actually had two older cousins who attended the United States Air Force Academy. And when the older of the two brothers was graduating, his mom, my aunt, reached out to my parents. They were like, "Oh, Jan should come out and see his graduation." I didn't end up going. But fast forward a couple months later, and I was entering my junior year of high school, and so the Air Force Academy was already kind of buzzing around my household, and my aunt and my uncle kind of put in my parents' ear, like, "Oh, you know, it's a free education. I have a job right afterwards. It's a pretty prestigious school to go to, and so, you know, should highly consider." I, for one, I wanted to go to UNLV and UNR, and there's nothing wrong with those schools now that I look back on it. But, you know, I put my name in the hat, joined the Air Force to go to the Air Force Academy. I didn't get picked up my first time. I actually went to the Air Force Academy Preparatory School, and looking back, I have no regrets. I can't imagine what my life would be like if I didn't go to the academy. Met my spouse while I was there, made some lifelong friendships that I just can't imagine. And what I tell students who are interested or maybe on the fence about whether they should go to ROTC or the academy, you know, I tell them the end result is going to be the same if you want to become a commissioned officer in any branch of service. But of course, I'm a little biased. Well, I do preface that with I don't know any other experience. Although going to a normal college and university and doing the ROTC route does sound really fun. But I will say that the bonds that I formed at the academy are uncomparable, because I graduated with 900 to 1,000 classmates who, wherever I go around the world or the country, especially now being on the team, I have someone to contact and just like have dinner and catch up, and it's really a great community to be a part of.
That's what's great about the Air Force. It's just a small world when you're in the Air Force, for sure. So, man, that's such a great story. I really appreciate you sharing that.
It's definitely a small Air Force, as everybody says, you know, and having been not on the team, but close to the team and being a huge fan, I was just telling Dan, I still got Thunderbirds merch in my house. I'm like, Russ, come on, babe. I know, of course, about the different number designations, but maybe for somebody, can you tell us about your Thunderbird 10? But what do all those different numbers mean on the team?
Oh, yes. Okay, so Thunderbird
there's 12 officers on the team. Thunderbirds 1 through 6 are the demonstration pilots. They're the ones who you go out, see every day, killing it in the air. 7 and 8 are still pilots by their Air Force specialty code, but number 7 is our operations officer, Thunderbird 1, or a boss. He's boss's right-hand man. And then number 8 is our advanced pilot and narrator. 9 is our flight surgeon. 10, that's me. And then 11 is our maintenance officer, and 12 is our public affairs officer.
Love that.
All right.
I mean, that. We've known a few number 12.
I've known a few TB12s in my day. I'll just say that much. Tech Sergeant Coker, I'm such a fangirl. Obviously, I've said it 14,000 times now. How do I join the team? So let's say I'm out there and I'm doing my regular Air Force job. How do I get on the Thunderbirds?
So all of our jobs get posted in MyVector. So we have 31 different career fields on the team, so you do have to be one of those 31 career fields. So unfortunately, no POL if there's any POL that wants to join. But yeah, so basically, as you already know, you're a member of the Air Force first. You go into MyVector. If there's a position available for your career field, you can apply for that position. And then what you'll do after that, you'll submit a package with all of your information, and then you'll be interviewed by whichever officer you're going to be working for. So they'll interview a bunch of people and figure out who's going to be the best fit for the team, who they want to add to us, and then you get selected.
What an honor it must be, though. What was that moment like when you found out, I'm just going to be a Thunderbird?
Oh, I called my dad right away. I had some friends that used to be on the team. I told them I actually have a friend that used to be the chief on the Thunderbirds, and I called him and his wife. We're good friends with them. I let them know right away. But it blew my mind. And my buddy, the air show that I was talking about when I was 6 that I went to, I had a buddy that went with me, and he's a huge Thunderbirds fan. He's a lineman in Georgia right now. But I called him. I was like, "Hey, Brett, I'm about to be a Thunderbird, man." And he was like, "You're kidding me." Like, he could not believe that I was going to be on the Thunderbirds.
That is awesome.
It's an honor, like you said. It is really an honor to be a part of this team.
I love that so much. And I think your dad was actually watching you yesterday. So if you want to go ahead and give a shout out to your dad.
Dad, love y'all.
That's awesome. As we take a look at the commemorative Air Force SoCal Warbirds, we are actually in the cockpit there for a second. Such cool shots brought to you by the 2nd Audiovisual Squadron.
Yeah, beautiful sights and sounds. But hey, we know you're busy. We know you got, just a little show to do later. No big deal. Hour and 15 minutes. But thank you so much for dropping by today. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you so
for
much.
the opportunity.
Yeah, anytime. Thank you guys so much. And we are going to go back to our Aviation Nation Air Boss now and watch these commemorative Air Force SoCal Warbirds here at Aviation Nation 2025.
Jays, like the one we're seeing now, was used extensively in the South Pacific to attack enemy shipping bases. They were very popular with their crews. PBJs proved to be rugged, dependable, and lethal. We're going to watch him now from the right to give you a look at what the Japanese would have seen on that fateful day of April 18th, 1942, as the B-25/PBJ Mitchell approaches from the right.
Hey, didn't one of the planes not make it back or something?
To engage the PBJ, our simulated A6M0. That's flown by the AT-6 Texan today.
Was that a test
the
mission?
Hellcat is in hot pursuit. The B-25 Mitchell was an American medium bomber that was introduced in 1941 and was named in honor of Brigadier General William Billy Mitchell, a pioneer in U.S. military aviation. Used by the Allied Air Forces, the B-25 served at every theater of World War II, and after the war ended, many remained remained in service, operating across some 4 decades. Nearly 10,000 were built.
Turn back.
Flying in a high combat air patrol over the PBJ, the Hellcat scanning the skies for trouble, and with the simulated Zero hot on the PBJ's tail, he better find some soon.
How they both made it back, man. Because there were 2 bombers, Enola Gay and the Box Star.
The PBJ capable of carrying some 3,000 so odd pounds of payload internally. You saw the
somehow were able to
doors
make
open.
it out of enemy territory after doing that.
Intercepting our simulated Zero is that of the F6F Hellcat, powered again by that Pratt & Whitney R2800 double
we probably had them heavily guarded.
radial engine. It was armed to the teeth with 6 50 caliber machine
guns.
guns,
How many guards
each
it had?
with 400 rounds of ammunition for a total of 2,400 bullets. The Hellcat is a large aircraft weighing in at over some 12,000 pounds, fully combat loaded, but yet had a top speed of 440 miles an hour. Introduced to fleet operations in the fall of 1943, the Hellcat made an immediate and lasting impact to the air war in the Pacific, racking up a 19-to-1 kill ratio, the highest of any fighter during the war. The Hellcat rapidly earned their reputation as the Zero killer in the Pacific theater of operations of World War II.
6 other B-29s were in the air with it for other things such as weather reconnaissance, scientific instruments, photographic platforms, or backup platforms. Tell me how many. I got a fighter. Did not have any fighter escorts. It was a long-range mission over the Pacific Ocean where the threat of enemy aircraft was minimal.
Hot pursuit as well as the PBJ works its way around other targets. This particular PBJ was completed in March of 1940 for the U.S. Navy as Bureau number 35857, an underwent conversion from a B-25 to a PBJ. After serving with the Naval Special Weapons Division on the East Coast, this aircraft was stricken from the Navy's inventory in 1947 and purchased that summer by the St. Louis Flying Service. After going through some 12 different owners, it was restored to flying condition in 1981 and purchased by the Commemorative Air Force in 1985. It is painted today in the colors of VMB 611 Fixed Wing Marine Corps Bombing Squadron 611.
Simon's at the gates. Yeah. All right. Only because you're the boss. Right?
Across the South Pacific at low altitude, PBJs and their Army Air Force B-25 brethren obtained the nickname of that of treetop terrors from their Japanese adversaries. Many low-altitude strafing modifications to the aircraft were tested and made in the field and resulted in a lethal combination of forward-firing ordnance in addition to a very effective bomb load. We're going to continue to watch now as the aircraft approach from the right, another strafing pass towards show center, and a great pass-in review for your cameras here today. From the SoCal wing of the Commemorative Air Force, from the right, the Warbirds.
The Warbirds, baby. Oh, my song was way fucking better than that. Fuck you. We'll be strafing, baby, with the Warbirds today. Oh, I just splooshed my load, Simon.
The North American AT-6 Texan coming by, our simulated Zero.
You get comfortable. Come on. No.
It was the Japanese Zero that gained instant fame and fear early on in the war for its incredible maneuverability.
Hang out on the desk, asshole. What are you doing?
When it was first encountered by Allied fighters,
weird.
They quickly learned that using traditional dogfighting tactics against the Zero ended in a losing fight for the Allies. The Zero was very lightly constructed, which gave it a great turning performance, but later in the war proved to be a disadvantage. The aircraft today is being flown by John Inglesby and our F-6F Hellcat, being flown by Rob Lips Hertberg.
I got 3 names in my last name. Lips Hertberg. Lips Hertberg. Lips.
In an aerial salute to all of our military members, both past and present. The aircraft are now repositioning for a photo pass from your right. Get your cameras ready as these iconic vintage aircraft approach show center. Again from the right, from the Southern California wing of the Commemorative Air Force, the PBJ and the F-6F Hellcat.
Busting my camera out, it better be something fancy. Didn't even look real. It exploded before they got to it.
Hands together for the members of the Commemorative Air Force.
Come on, man. It can't explode before they get to it. It's supposed to be a fucking bomb, not a missile. Music's distracting me from it, though.
As our aircraft continue to work their way around, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce the pilots to you. The PBJ being flown today by Mike Donut Holes and Rogan Fogel.
Mike Donut Holes.
And joined
the
US
peanut butter and jelly is being flown by Mike Donut Holes.
2,100 hours in the famed tank killer and participated in combat operations over Bosnia.
Is this shit even happening right now, or am I dreaming?
Down in many of the Wings aircraft, including the Hellcat, their Zero, which unfortunately couldn't be with us this weekend due to some maintenance issues, and of course the Spitfire Mark 14. He is leading the flight in again from the left, cameras at the ready.
Oh,
what a magnificent sight that is. Mike Holes is joined today by Roland Fogel. He has a long aviation career and started as a hobby, working as his way up in the LAPD chain of command, retiring as a distinguished servant of the community. He has also been a pilot for several major airlines, and will soon be checking out in the Wings AT-6 Texan.
Nearly as easy now, probably. You know what? This shit, I'm moving to Japan. I gotta keep me from flying.
Our Hellcat today being flown by Robert Lips Hertberg. Lips,
there's Lips Hertberg.
Driver in the Air Force.
Where's Mike Donut Hole?
By the Warbird bug, actually, while attending this very air show at Nellis Air Force Base many years ago. He's checked out in the SoCal's Zero, their F-8F Bearcat, and will soon be flying their Spitfire Mark 14. He works as a defense consultant and lives here in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Mike Donut Hole's right beside Mike. Mr. Lips Hertberg.
The aircraft are now positioning from our right for their final pass and landing. The SoCal wing of the Commemorative Air Force is honored to be part of this iconic air show here in Nellis. Based out of Camarillo, Commemorative Air Force SoCal wing is one of just several CAF units across the country.
What if this is a military band? Oh, it's actually their music. For real, dude. I am impressed with how good it might actually be, though, because I'm mixing it cold water
whose
first.
Mission is to honor American military aviation through flight, exhibition,
instant, man,
and remembrance. More than just a collection of airworthy warplanes from the past, the CAF's fleet of historic aircraft, known as the Ghost Squadron, recreate, remind, and reinforce the lessons learned, defining moments in military aviation history. To learn more and perhaps join this all-volunteer
Missed it on that
network of
one.
aviation enthusiasts, you can stop by the CAF SoCal Aircraft here today at the hot ramp and speak with the team. You can also visit CAF SoCal online
I always
and on
felt it
social
was
media at
going to go to 100K,
SoCal.
but probably not
They
going
work
to
to
go back to
recover in front of
100K.
us.
I'm
Please
sure now.
know that we do not fly these
We're back
airplanes
below
to glorify
80K.
war, but rather to remember the sacrifices
That was
by
a
our veterans
pivotal
and
level.
to tell their stories. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in saluting our American heroes, our veterans today who have helped preserve the freedoms.
Probably going to
that we
pivot
know
to the
of them.
downside this time. I'll probably not ever go that low again. Maybe 30. 25. I don't know. I haven't looked to see what people are saying. That's just my gut. So they'll never be 15 again. People die. A lot of people die, they hold and they die. So it's bound to, like, eventually just not be able to go down to a certain amount. I think it's going to go down to the same amount it went down to. Because so many people, I don't know, but so many people bought in high, man. They're probably going to be unwilling to sell it. They think that it'll come back once Trump is out of office.
Mike Holes, Roland Vogel, John Inglesby, and Rob Hertberg, the
Which
SoCal wing of the
will be right around
commemorative Air
halving time,
Force.
won't it? I don't know. I haven't looked at the chart. When the next halving will be.
Always a great sight to see these magnificent warbirds up in the air where they belong. Well, as they recover, it is now time for more air power action.
2028, baby.
Next to our show
See,
from
go
the
fucking
United
figure
States
it's gonna be
Navy, the Boeing
2028.
FA-18
Yes,
Super
sir.
Hornet. We are very pleased to welcome today the West Coast Rhino
up.
demonstration team from Strike Fighter Squadron 122, based at Naval Air
Supposedly,
Station
it should
Lemoore
pump in
California.
2028.
Today, flown by the demonstration pilots and instructors of Strike Fighter Squadron 122, the Flying Eagles, they will demonstrate the full flying capabilities of the FA-18.
Damn, no, man. It should have gotten a short. I'm just, dude, I can't do it. I'm in debt, dude. I can't risk it. If I wouldn't have been in debt,
On
I
behalf
might
of
have
the
risked
United
it.
States Navy, Naval Air Station Lemoore, and the commander of
Do
Strike
it,
Fighter
Captain.
Wing Pacific,
Damn it.
and the commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 122,
Not a
we are
gambler.
proud to present the
Never
West
have
Coast
been.
FA-18
But
Super Hornet flight demonstration.
If we didn't have any
Intended to
debt,
replace the
I might have
retired
played
F-14
around with it a little
Tomcat
bit.
and the aging Legacy Hornets. The Boeing-built FA-18 Super Hornet is the
Well, it's
Navy's
like gambling
frontline
if I'm in
tactical
debt, though.
aircraft. Known as the Rhino, the Super Hornet builds on a combat-proven design of the original Hornet, with improvements such as a 30% larger surface area, larger payload, longer range, and increased weapons lethality. The aircraft performing for you today is the F model, which incorporates a two-seat cockpit to accomplish all phases of the
I
assigned
feel better when the
mission.
motherfucker cools the fuck
During today's
off and I stop
demonstration,
seeing
Lieutenant
it all
Commander
the
John
time.
Miskovac
Because
and also
it
that
just
of
reminds
Lieutenant
me.
Robert Dolan, call signs MAC and MAC, will demonstrate the incredible flying characteristics of the Super Hornet. During
Yo,
today's
the Super
demonstration, they will
Hornet.
experience G-forces
I
from
could have
-3 up to
been
8 times the
an
normal force of
aviation
gravity.
technician
And today's
for
show will be
these-
performed at
that
speeds as fast as
was the
700
second
miles an
job
hour
I got
and as
offered.
slow as 100 miles an hour.
So I
Very
wanted to
shortly,
be in
you will hear
aviation's
and experience the raw power
aviation's
of two
electronics,
General
mate.
Electric F414 engines, producing 44,000 pounds of combined thrust. The
Should
Super
have been
Hornet is the
working on,
Navy's
like, the
frontline
engine
tactical aircraft, and in
and
conjunction with their
the
carrier-borne
hydraulics
assets,
and
accomplishes
whatnot.
the assigned mission to support the carrier air wing and America's interests.
They offered me 18. They would have been like working on the
Ladies and gentlemen, on the takeoff roll, please welcome
electronics of
Lieutenant
it.
Commander Miskovac and also that of Lieutenant Dolan and your
Sensors
United States
and the
Navy's FA-18 Super Hornet.
instrumentation. I didn't want to do that. The school would have been in Pensacola, Florida, the same place as AE. Just didn't, I don't know. I wanted to work on the engine and the jet, but And the Alchemy Sonar Tech was the third one.
Mac and Mac will now reposition for the dirty
being
roll.
in San Diego
Watch
made
as
a
they
big
slow
difference.
down to less than 200 miles an hour from our left, and will deploy the landing gear and flaps. Watch as they approach show center in the landing configuration. As they approach center point, they'll pitch up and roll the aircraft some 360 degrees with the landing
This was
gear
the
still
aircraft I would have
extended.
probably worked on. I would have about to take an AT because it was like the main aircraft at the time. The 18 Super Hornet was our most versatile aircraft at the time. You could do bombing as well as air-to-air. As well as land on aircraft carrier. The variant was for the Air Force. So they had their own.
Inbound from the left, the Super Hornet and the dirty roll.
You're doing it too dirty. It's dirty, so slow roll. Slow and rolly, baby. Something exciting, man. I hear about the ran into the ground.
After climbing to 4,000 feet, Lieutenant Commander Meskjak and also
I
Lieutenant
happened to
Dolan
go through as many plates today.
will reposition the aircraft into a 1/2 Cuban 8 maneuver, roll
Does that
upright,
mean
and
XRP
demonstrate the
went down
Rhino's
too?
incredible pitch authority with a 60-degree nose-up maneuver.
Buddy, my XRP! No! I lost like another $30, $60 or something. 260 a month ago. Oh, I only lost like 50.
The Super Hornet is
I don't have
unique in its
very much.
ability to operate at slow speeds and high angles of attack. The flight control computers allow the aircraft to precisely position it when and where the aircrew wants it. Observe now to the left as the aircraft rotates nearly 180 degrees while a nearly flat attitude in this maneuver aptly named the flat pirouette.
Oh, I messed up. I should have sold all my XRP. I have 66 of them that were donated to me years ago.
The Super Hornet's engines produce over
That's
44,000
like
pounds of thrust while on
$120 now.
afterburner. This allows
It was
the aircraft
200
to sustain
something at one
8 times
point,
the
so.
force of gravity in a very tight turn
month
radius.
ago.
Whether in a dogfight or avoiding surface-to-air threats, the ability of the Super Hornet to turn in a tight space gives it a tremendous
What I got.
advantage. Inbound
Oh.
now from the left, it's the
Oh.
Rhino and the minimum radius turn. Completing the MRT,
It's double
Mac and Mac
stroking
will
it
execute a
right
vertical
there.
tail stand
Tell you
maneuver
what, I
and
got
proceed
stamina.
outbound as they stand this 40,000-pound jet right on its tail.
I can do it forever. Can I charge? My limits after all. Fuck. Guys, I'm at the train. If I'm gonna be on the stroking team, I gotta stretch first too. What have I done?
Lieutenant Commander Meskjak and Lieutenant Dolan are now setting up for a high-speed pass. During this maneuver, the aircraft will approach speeds of nearly Mach 1
point
with
went
the speed
down.
of sound.
What was
You
it,
may
like
notice
16?
a buildup of white vapor around the fuselage as they flirt with the sound barrier. As Mac and Mac pass show center, they'll be traveling at a speed of nearly 700 miles per hour.
Whoa, that's way faster than that 200 mile per hour piece of shit we were watching a second ago.
Let's go. Las Vegas on your feet from the right for some incredible noise on the Super Hornet high-speed pass.
Faster. I don't think he was at the top speed there. We need to start over. Bitch, try it again. I'll hit down barrier. I want to hear boom.
After the completion of an aileron roll, the crew is quickly performing a vertical reposition to bring the jet back towards the show line for their next maneuver. Entering this maneuver at 350 knots, the air crew will pull the jet into the vertical and roll the canopy towards the crowd. Selecting full afterburner, they'll reach airspeeds approaching 220 miles an hour and perform a very enjoyable negative 3G pushover to set up for
I can check each time to see if it's a poop or a pee for you guys. I really want to be connected to these cats. I can check Simon's litter box every hour, let you know if he's peed or poop. And same thing for her. How close do you guys want to be to him? Let me know in the comments below. I'll do anything for you. Digging in there.
As they pull the nose back up, watch as the aircraft swaps from nose high to nose low as they point the jet back towards the ground.
Every hour. I still got a little time though. I gotta check it.
The air crew is now setting up for a maneuver known as the square loop. Selecting afterburner as the jet reaches show center, the air crew will quickly reposition the nose some 4 times while flying a square path throughout the sky. From the left, the Super Hornet and the square loop.
Wow, he hit it there. You can see the 90-degree it turned. Oh. He had to do that. Suck his balls in right there. Suck him. Practice just in case I ever get put in a situation where I have to try to fly one of these things. I don't know what buttons to press, but I can figure it out. I'll just press it. It works. I know how to do that part. There, I know when to do it too. Right here. Yeah.
This next maneuver is an air crew favorite.
I could be in the Special Olympics of this.
Our right. Mac and Mac will accelerate the aircraft to about 250
bumpers
miles
on
an
it.
hour at a height of just 500 feet above the ground. Approaching show center, they'll then roll the aircraft inverted to reduce the power to idle and hold a level attitude. From the right, for a maneuver they call the Ricardo, it is the inverted whisper pass.
That'd be good. Put too much on it. Oh, is it because it's so quiet? More quiet? It's upside down.
Lieutenant Commander Miskevjak and Lieutenant Doland are setting up now for a high alpha pass. This maneuver will showcase the incredible slow speed characteristics of the Super Hornet. In air-to-air combat, sometimes the aircraft that flies the slowest has the best tactical advantage. Few other aircraft in the world would attempt a maneuver at such slow speeds and high angle of attack attitudes. With 2 flight control systems working together to aid the flight crew, this 40,000-pound Super Hornet remains completely controllable at less than 100 miles an hour. Mac and Mac will come through and demonstrate this high alpha or high angle of attack pass. And during this maneuver, they'll be flying at just 120 miles an hour, holding a 25-degree nose-up position. From the left, the high alpha pass. Mac and Mac, it's Luke Carrico here on the ground. How slow can you go?
This is a very good representation of it though, because the fucking camera guy zoomed in. There we go. Let's see how slow it's going. Zoom right up into the cockpit. Oh yeah, you can really tell how slow he's going there. Okay. Should have fucking had that old school 200 mile per hour plane next to it, just to have it blow past it on top. They should have had it going top speed with this one going as slow as it could go. That would have been pretty cool looking.
Hey, Mac and Mac, it's Luke.
Fucking show is stupid. Alright, it's awesome. It's awesome. Happy.
Exiting a maneuver now with a maximum muscle climb. They will roll the jet as where they work their way inbound for this, the pitch rate demo.
I just gotta get it out. Somebody hungry? Are you hungry? Food? Oh, okay. She said okay. She said yeah. Hey! Simon, you want something too?
The job of a naval aviator is not complete until the aircraft is back aboard its floating home. The approach to the aircraft carrier is often the most dangerous part of a naval aviator's mission. Landing the aircraft at 130 miles an hour, just a few hundred feet of floating steel, takes a great deal of concentration and effort by the crew. Often overflying the shift and executing a 180-degree reversal turn, they allow the aircraft to bleed speed and extend the landing gear and flaps, a method allowing aircraft to quickly be sequenced to the downwind leg of the landing pattern. In order to land on an area 1/10 the size of a normal runway, carrier aviators must touch down between 4 wires stretched across the deck of the ship. Power, power, wave off, bolter, bolter, bolter. Ladies and gentlemen, the Super Hornet that you have seen here today is actually one used to train pilots at Strike Fighter Squadron 122, based at Naval Air Station Lemoore in California. Mac and Mac serve as instructors, teaching new air crews how to employ the Super Hornet. At this time, get your cameras at the ready as the crew sets up now for the photo pass. The aircraft will pass show center in a 90-degree angled bank turn from their right at some 300 feet and 650 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, from behind and to the right, the Super Hornet photo pass. It takes many talented and dedicated young men and women to maintain, fix, and fly these aircraft. Please help us thank the entirety of the Flying Eagles maintenance team and maintenance personnel here at the show today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you look out directly in front of you towards the mountains, you'll see a very nice air traffic control tower. And a high-speed sneak past courtesy of the Flying Eagles from Strike Fighter Squadron 122. The Super Hornet is now repositioning for its final maneuver before recovery. A carrier approaching the ship at upwards of some 500 miles an hour, just 500 feet off the deck. They'll execute a reversal brake turn, bleeding the speed for the downwind leg of the landing pattern. Here's the Rhino and the carrier brake. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entirety of the U.S. Navy, we thank you for the opportunity to demonstrate the flight characteristics and capabilities of the Boeing FA-18 Super Hornet. As they make their recovery, one final round of applause for Lieutenant Commander John Meskovac, call sign Mac, and Lieutenant Commander Robert Dolan, also call sign Mac, and today's performance by the FA-18 Super Hornet, the Rhino. Well, what do you think, Nellis Air Force Base? How'd you like that? Pretty awesome stuff from our United States Navy.
So this F-16 is pretty much identical to the one you're going to get in plot. When they take off, 1 through 4 takes off together in a diamond. So they all 4 take off in line. As soon as they're off the ground, number 4 will slide over under boss.
Alright, you can throw this on like a backpack. This will be your torso ornaments. It's perfect. Yeah. Alright, sir. Yeah, push down on that. Just make sure when you do it, you take it off on the right side.
There's smudges on him. That's hideous. Yeah. NFL helmets are shinier than that.
Normally,
wearing rubber gloves.
North Carolina for about 6 years. So 2 assignments back to back here on the team. 3rd show season, and I will be passing off the torch in about 2 months. Here in your pocket, I think the left one is easier to get another than the right one.
I need the better.
oh yeah. Alright, stay here and show it. Just put right here.
Nice.
So 1-1 ratio.
Get in.
Yeah, you'll be booming up there. Yeah. This is where he was talking about the small balls. Basically like that full.
Get in, old man.
And then eventually work your way up to show line.
Squeeze.
VIP. Where's VIP? Does he think he's important or something?
Chances are, if you live or work here in Las Vegas, you've seen those red, white, and blue jets behind us more than once in the skies above the Spring Mountains. The U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds, America's premier air demonstration team, calls Nellis Air Force Base home. And this weekend during Aviation Nation, they also had a chance to honor one of Clark County's own with that Hometown Hero flight.
The Hometown Hero program recognizes individuals who make significant contributions to their community, embody the spirit of service and dedication.
Why is he in uniform?
The Hometown Hero, chosen from dozens of applicants to ride in the back seat. It is not an easy thing to actually find yourself getting selected for. So where the Thunderbirds perform, they do it all across the country at all their shows. For Aviation Nation 2025, the Hometown Hero is Mr. Mike Nevada State Teacher of the Year for 2025. Mike?
I'm great. This is an amazing experience. It's been something else to be here today.
Tell us a little bit about when you're not riding in the backseat of jets. What is it that you do, Mike? Where do you teach?
I teach here in Clark County School District in the Advanced Technologies Academy. I teach high school mathematics, all subjects, all parts of the process.
Yeah, so the science, technology, engineering, math, as you probably already know, you're a teacher, I'm not, but so important, especially when it comes to things like, I don't know, flying big jets like the KC-46 that's just now taking off here. But what drew you in to teach?
Teaching for me is about people. It's always been about relationships, and I love mathematics, and I love what I do. And as you say, as I was in that
trying hard to get people in the Air Force,
at that time, both feeling it and experiencing it. But certainly, for me, it's been the connections and the people, and mathematics has been a part of that great journey. Yeah.
And when you talk about being in that jet, I'm interested to know two things. One, I want to know about the ride for sure. But two, I want to know what your students said when they found out that you were going to ride in a Thunderbird.
Well, they questioned whether I was thinking right about it. First of all, they wondered if it was the kind of thing I would be able to handle. But they were so excited. And when I returned back to school and showed them the pictures of the experience, they were just right there with me. It was so cool.
Absolutely. As we let the F-18 Hornet pass behind us here, just landed after the Rhino Tech demo team. We heard, Dan and I are both parents of teenagers. And so, one, thank you for what you do. I don't know if I could do it, truly. And we know how hard it is to keep teenage boys specifically engaged. And I heard you have some innovative teaching methods. How do you kind of connect with your students?
Well, I think, you talk about teenage boys, but it's all groups, right? And at our school, even more so, we try to make a greater connection to our girl population, our females, is to connect STEM and mathematics and the things that I love and are part of very important parts of our lives to connect all of those students, right? But I do lots of things. The goal is to engage students. And I have a lot of games and board games. I use gaming and game aspects in the classroom. But I don't just represent myself. I'm a part of a team, right? And there are many of us and all throughout Clark County that are doing their best, right? So I recognize that part of my journey isn't just to represent myself. And I get to be at the plate, but I represent many people who are doing those hard jobs, right? To make education meaningful for students and to change lives ultimately. And that's when you talk about a hometown hero, I don't feel that way. But when I think about what happens in the classroom, it's meaningful. It's life changing, and I change with them, which is what I love. Yeah.
That's so awesome. I mean, and you really are role model. All teachers are role models. I still remember my 10th grade geometry teacher, Mr. Slickover, who I will say told me many days that I had some bad days at Black Rock. That was his phrase for you might want to try a little bit harder on the next test. But tell us about your day here with the Thunderbirds. What was that like?
Obviously there's the flight, but I was so impressed by the many people that worked with me throughout the day. I was surprised that my flight's at 4 o'clock, but I'm here at 10 o'clock getting the early debriefings, and I got a sense of military precision. And I met with the doctor, I met with the pilot, I met with Flash, and many others who debriefed me at many stages. And I just saw the hard work of many military servicemen and women, and just was really appreciative of that. And honestly, people said, well, why would you want to do that? And there was a naivety to me to just, who wouldn't want to do this? And as I got closer, it got a little bit more stressful, but they definitely gave me lots of help. And it was a ride of a lifetime. It really was, yeah.
So I have to ask, would you do it again, do you think? Or
not tomorrow, not tomorrow. But I would, boy, well, first of all, as I spoke to people around the basin, even with the Thunderbird teams, what I experienced, many of them didn't have even a chance to yet. And I recognized, in a population of many, I was a very rare person, and that was so special. And I would love to go again. Honestly, I would have a better idea what I was in for, and I might prepare a little bit differently, but it was amazing. It really was.
And a rare person indeed, because you are the 2025 Nevada State Teacher of the Year.
He's not ready. I am. See what I'm talking about? He wishes he would have prepared more.
Honor means
I'm ready, Thunderbirds, Blue Angels.
Well, it was a surprise and just almost very overwhelming. I guess in the journey so far, I felt that while it was given to me, I represent many people. And again, even just in the small population of my mathematics department of the school, I recognize many teachers put in long, hard hours on behalf of our families and our children. And I'm here to represent them and shout them out because of the great work that they do. But it was certainly special to be named that. And I have a year to celebrate teaching, and something I love to do, and promote a great profession. And I would say, part of it is finding the next teacher, right, to fill in and do the job. And when they see me maybe riding a Thunderbird, they might think, hey, let's give that a shot, right?
So as you got exposure to the Air Force, what's maybe that message now you carry forward to your students about the role of science, technology, engineering, math in a career like the military?
No, I got a great to see a lot of great things and experience some great things. And I will. The message will go back. And we have many students who have entered the Air Force or Navy and other. Have to see a lot of great things and experience some great things. And I will. The message will go back. And we have many students who have entered the Air Force or Navy and other areas of the military. And I'll be a greater voice for that. I see a power and a need and a great responsibility, and great things happen here. And so I'm going to be part of the recruiting team as well. I think that's and have even more respect for it. Yeah.
Thank you so much again, Mr. Patterson. I hope that give it, a shout out to ATEC and Clark County School District, and so just humbled by you being here with us today. And thank you again for everything that you do.
It'll never be the same when you look up in the skies and maybe see a Thunderbird roll by.
I walked out here today, and I felt very differently as I watched what was going on in the sky, because I knew where that was happening. Yeah. So thank you so much, you guys.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. And we are just a couple of hours away, really, from watching the Thunderbirds take to the sky, watching the KC-46 right now demonstrating a unique in-air refueling capability that only the U.S. Air Force has. And so we'll go back to Airbus and listen in. You're watching Aviation Nation 2025.
Nice nails. Dude, there's somebody on eBay selling pennies for $4 each. 25 pennies. Oh man. So, I mean, he's sold 334 of them so far. So how much does that make? A roll would be 100. What the hell? This dude's like $1,200 off 3 rolls. Actually, I mean, you gotta pay eBay.
Back here at Aviation Nation, day number 2 here at Nellis Air Force Base. Dan Hawkins, Caitlin Jones-Martin.
I need to go ask
just
for
heard
some
from Mike
pennies
Patterson,
at
the
bank,
Nevada State Teacher of the Year last year, named earlier this year. But wow, so cool that he got to hang out with the Thunderbirds. We're going to see him in about a couple of hours from now here. Of course, the culminating act, if you will, of this air show. But we have another special guest with us today.
Absolutely. Joining us now here at the Broadcast Center is one of the hardest working airmen out here at Aviation Nation, Staff Sergeant George Amesquita, an Air Force recruiter from St. George, Utah. Sergeant Amesquita, thank you so much for dropping by.
Yeah, of course.
So tell us a little bit about
you get 2 points.
what you do as an Air Force recruiter on a day-to-day basis.
Well, that's going to reduce his profit by half.
What we do as recruiting is going out to speak to the youth, whether they're qualified for service or not. Our age range is 17 to 42 years old, so anyone up under that, we're kind of planting that seed so they spark the interest of why they should be joining the Air Force in the first place.
Yeah, so I know there's probably a lot of reasons in the Air Force, but can you maybe talk about some of the biggest reasons that seem to matter today for why
better food,
a young man or woman would want to join the Air Force?
Yeah, so
bases are
as
nicer.
everyone knows, it's expensive to go to college, so that's probably our biggest sell point, right? We do have
Air
free
Force
college. We
over
will
Navy, though.
give you tuition assistance, so you can go whether in person, online, depending on your shift schedule. We also have the community college of the Air Force, so not all their services have that, so that's another advantage that we have to the other sister services.
Navy credits are the most widely accepted.
Reason for why usually the youth will be interested to come in the first place. Ultimately, it's service, right? That's kind of another thing that is kind of hot right now. A lot of the applicants that I talk to is like, hey, I just want to serve my country. I've always, had a dream since I was a kid.
Dude.
Yeah, when you talk about the people that are
Dude, literally, the main reason to join the Air Force, there's 3 of them probably. The food's better, the bases are nicer, and the boot camp is less physically extraneous. It's more mental, though.
Serving their country. 30% of the new recruits are actually military brats. 70% are reporting a family member in the armed forces. So I kind of want to speak to maybe somebody that doesn't have any affiliation with the military. Maybe they just happen to be watching the show today on airforce.com streaming live. And what would you kind of say if they have just no idea at all about the Air Force? What would you kind of tell them to maybe get them interested in looking further?
Yeah, so the first thing is we always got to get to know the applicant. That's the biggest sell point. If we don't know them,
then he should add, but you're going to have to be smarter to join the Air Force because we have higher standards. That also would make people think, oh, really? Higher standards? I can make it. What he just did right now didn't sell me on wanting to join the Air Force, nor did it sell anybody else, I don't think. Fuck, any branch you can join and go to college.
So to question on what their goals are, whether they're professionally, financially, whatever they want to accomplish in life, then we can give them a benefit that will directly support what they're trying to do.
Yeah, so there's a lot of probably misconceptions out there. I mean, there's got to be at least a couple myths. So let's do a little myth busting.
She's not helping anything either, dude.
Myths about serving in the Air or Space Force that you hear a lot.
So everyone wants to be a pilot. So everyone comes in, they want to
just called
go straight into flying these amazing.
The Air or Space Force. What are the
Air
top
or
3
Space Force?
myths
I get it.
About serving in the Air or Space Force that you hear a lot?
So everyone wants to be a pilot. So everyone comes in, they want to go straight into flying these amazing aircraft. But the only challenge with that is they're either straight out of high school, don't have the qualifying requirements to accomplish that. So not everyone in the Air Force is a pilot. We don't all fly. Not all of us directly work with aircraft. There's supporters of the Med Group, civil engineers, other careers that we have that a lot of people don't really notice. That we have the same thing in the civilian world. Base will have that same job.
Yeah, and there's lots of information on airforce.com, but there's also a phone app. So I know the Aim High phone app. Can you tell us a little bit about what that does for somebody that's maybe interested in joining the Air or Space Force?
Yeah, so there's a lot of resources on the Aim High app. It's where you can put in a direct application. It'll get notified to the local recruiter
bringing up
that's
the
assigned
Space
to your
Force.
zip code, and then from there they'll reach out to you. It gives you a lot of different opportunities to look at some of the jobs that we have, some really good resources on getting prepared for boot camp. So all of our recruits and trainees will have that application downloaded, and that's kind of how they smooth line the process to actually go into BMT.
Obviously, right now, recruiting seems to be doing well, right? We're on our way to meeting goal, the delayed enlistment program, but we could always use new people to talk to. So what is the best way to get in touch with a recruiter? Because, always going to maybe a brick and mortar store location isn't always the best. So what's your answer to that?
Yeah, it's kind of tough, right? So we don't have very many recruiters out in the field right now, so it is hard to get a hold of us. We're either out of school or going to visit with an applicant somewhere, training that we have to do. So popping by into our office isn't always the best thing to do. I mean, we may be there, we may not. Just depends on our schedule. But the Aim High app, it'll go straight to our notification system. That'll go straight to our database. We'll be able to reach out to you. Or Google us. Just shoot us a text. It might not be responded right away, but we will get back to you whenever we have that chance.
And you told me off air that you work an area that covers 50,000 square miles.
Yes.
Absolutely incredible. So when you think about it, you have so many places to be at once, and you can't clone yourself. And just talking to you, Sergeant Amesquita, I'm thinking about my own recruiting experience. I was from an area that didn't have a large military presence. So shout out to my recruiter, Sergeant Daryl Riley, who had no idea what he was going to do with me, and then was like, hey, I think I know a job that you'd be good at, right? So recruiters, really just an unsung hero, not a lot of love given to recruiters. So what is it like for you? How do you prioritize what you're going to do in a day with so much ground?
Job, though. happens at MEPS.
As we pause
Sure,
for the combat arms demo
it.
taken off, something unique
Jobs,
only
but-
here to Nellis. So
Yeah,
That doesn't mean that job's
we
going to be
mainly
available for
prioritize
you once
based
you go to
off
MEPS.
of, what jobs they are interested in doing.
the sound of freedom.
Right now, the biggest struggle that we are having is not having enough BMT and tech school slots. So because of that, our wait period to actually go to boot camp is getting a little bit longer. So if the applicant is wanting to do one of our high-need AFSCs, that will expedite the process for them. Those are going to be our special warfare, cyber warfare.
Need cyber warfare people.
Our 2 alphas, anything that puts the sky, right, our maintain forces. We need defenders for each and every one of our bases. So those are kind of the one jobs they can expedite, you know, getting to boot camp.
I need people to mop. Why can't we see the fucking air show? What is happening?
They flood in. So the kind of management that we do is based off of that and how eager they are ready to go, based off of how we can get them into the office as soon as we can to do the paperwork to get them to MEPS.
Why are we listening to this fucking guy?
Thank you so much for stopping
Outta
by
here.
airforce.com if you want
paid
more
them to
information on
talk to
joining the
him.
Air Force.
Aim High phone app as well. Download that, and
Can't they
we
just
are
make
going
good Air
to,
Force commercials
take
again?
a look at the combat air demo, combat arms demo.
They're watching this. You got to catch them when they're watching their cartoons. Forever, like you know, you got hardly any youth watching this right now. Can imagine. They started making good Air Force commercials like they did in the 80s.
I just like when they're all coming at you and then they just
Aim high.
split apart in different directions. Smoke looks really cool to me.
Watching the Delta burst from the ground, especially if you're right at Shift Center, is something that's really amazing.
Now it's all like, you can do anything you want to do. You can do it. Air Force. I mean, everything that went all gay. They don't want to be badass anymore. They want to be affectionate. We're the more loving Air Force. YouTube is awesome, YouTube is awesome. Best platform in the world. Oh no. Well washed up on shore. The well beached itself. It's dead. Long Beach well.
So I would say it happened for me, one of my first shows as number 7, walking into our ops briefing room building, and there was a gentleman, police officer. He was kind of supplement security team to help with just air show security that weekend. And he was kind of guarding the door, just kind of doing his patrol. And, you know, it was the morning, so I had a coffee in my hand. I was like, well, I'll just...
What the fuck? They're not even showing the goddamn show. It's just a fucking Air Force commercial. Trying to piss me off. Washed up well 3 hours ago. Now, what happened? That sucks. I think it's the same one. Not far from the area. I think it's the Wells between Catalina Harbor, yeah. Huh. Brandon said the whale was happy and not in distress. Why didn't they help it? I wonder. It says it's probably been in the harbor trying to get help. Well, they didn't try to help it. Oh. Air show isn't an air show. And a show.
I can't imagine.
What I have here is a chunk of indium, and I think it's pretty cool. This is because, even though it's a metal, it's extremely soft. To test this, I can just push on it with my nail, and it easily sinks in. The only metals that are softer than this are the alkali metals, like potassium and sodium, but those are extremely reactive. Indium, on the other hand, is pretty much inert, and it's non-toxic, so I should be able to try biting through it. That was so much harder than I thought. What I have here is a chunk of indium, and I think it's pretty cool.
The limit is 2 per piece. I'll let you guys in one at a time, pick whatever you need, and then I'll ring you up, and then we'll let you know.
Single file line. We're gonna follow the leader. This is like so much more chill than I thought it was gonna be. Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh, there's so many. I'll grab these two. Yes. Dude, look how much they have. They have so many.
Limit is 2 per piece. We'll let you guys in one at a time.
What does that mean? The older people taking fun away from kids. I mean, it seems like, what the fuck are these idiots doing with them? Stupid. Jacking them up twice as much for kids to buy them? Where's the protest at? Protest. Get out there. Recommend wildlife. Jesus. Basically. Ow. Be a pro. Out. Stretch it, stretch it, stretch it, stretch it. That's your penis. Not gonna be one today. only. Said he might, right? I don't think he knows for sure. He'll just have her ride around with him. Vegas.
Who's up? Disagreements? Yes.
Disagree.
Okay. How are you?
Hi. Yes. I don't know am I supposed to say my name or just?
You want to.
Okay. My name is Gigi. I guess I'm mostly on the side of disagreeing because I feel like I don't think that behind this presidency, I don't think that this country is headed towards a bright future. I don't think that under this presidency that we are going to stand united. I think that it is going to divide us even more and that it is dividing us. And I also don't think that this presidency is built on a love of all people. I feel like whenever I hear Trump specifically talk, there are notions of not black people specifically, but people of color being seen as murderers and rapists, and it's specifically targeted towards brown people. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is, my question for you is, do you think this country, or do you think that Trump is going to do the American public right in the overall of his presidency?
Yes.
Okay. Are you worried about the state of this country under his presidency when it comes to economic setbacks, when it comes to another Great Depression, when it comes to stocks going down, et cetera, et cetera? Are you worried that
No.
he is not going to do anything like that?
I don't have those concerns. And by the way, inflation's going down, and the price of eggs is going down, everybody, big time. But go ahead. I want you to thoroughly complete your argument, and then I'll say something.
Okay. I guess basically the point of my argument is, I think that President Trump, and I think that this country's view, especially when we're coming now into DEI and we're coming into defunding of Department of Education, we're coming to taking the Tuskegee Airmen out of being taught.
That has been reversed, just for the record.
Okay.
Tuskegee Airmen.
But there's been multiple other things besides Tuskegee, but also the whole debate on critical race theory, teaching slavery in schools, teaching black history, et cetera, et cetera. These are things that are being targeted specifically when it took years and years to even get them in place. I think that this country is built on using the Bible, not even 100 years ago, to defame and to dehumanize black people. There has been use of the Bible specifically
Dehydrate them also.
when people used to come into the church and talk about how slaves should obey their masters, and how that's what the whole relationship between white and black people were. I think that this country specifically has a lot of racist rhetoric that is built in, that is not being targeted. I think that.
So let's try to find some common ground. Is that okay?
That's fine. That's fine.
Can you give me a definition of racism?
Racism, in terms of, I will say, okay, before I
You use the term,
yes,
so I want to make sure we're
that's
talking
fair.
about the same thing. Is that cool?
Yes, that's fair. I will say that I will state that I am biased because I will be speaking as a black person specifically from the United States of America, and not anywhere else. But I will say racism is a discrimination against people of a minority that does not have a. Okay, what is racism? Racism, without using the word.
Can't use the word racism.
Can't use the word. That's what I'm trying. A discrimination against a minority class of people in order to create an unbalance in the society or a hierarchy based on something that is undetermined as of color, race, the color of your skin, or maybe even color of your skin.
Can you be racist against Asians?
Yes.
Can you be racist against white people?
I believe that you can have prejudice against white people, but in the way that this country was built and the way that this country has been founded and the way that there are many laws that have taken place, specific like where you were talking earlier with the whole reparations debate, there are many legacies of white people in this country that...
Guys, okay, let's just all take a breath. Gigi's talking.
Which I also would like, I feel like that kind of comes into, yes, we're not all from this country. This is a country of immigrants. This is a country of people from other countries.
So let me give you an example.
Yes.
If a group of black individuals, which happens unfortunately so often, say, we want to go beat up Whitey, and they go beat up a white person, was that a racist thing that they did?
I would have to ask for further context, but yes. Based off of that,
cool.
Yes.
So, but then let's go back to your definition, because your definition was that it had to be the exercise of power. I'm going to make your definition better for you, because the exercise of power against a minority group.
Yes.
But in that case, it wouldn't be, because it would be a group of black individuals versus a white individual.
Correct.
So wouldn't a better definition of racism be a human being or institution prejudicing or stereotyping against anybody else because of their race?
I do agree that there's a better definition in terms of how racism is used in society, in terms of setting people behind not having equal amounts of opportunities in these institutions, specifically colleges, jobs, et cetera, hospitals. But that is my point. I feel like in this country, we don't talk about enough, and I think that under this presidency...
Don't talk about what enough?
We don't talk about the history and the impact of long-term racism in this country against minorities.
Can I just press pause?
Yes.
That's all we've talked about the last 5 years. I mean, but hear me out. 1619 Project. We have entire black dedicated channels on Pluto and Hulu and Netflix. We have reoriented the entire national dialogue towards, we had the President of the United States, Joe Biden, take a knee for Black Lives Matter, to have racial reconciliation seminars, to have non-stop race obsession. So I think we've talked about it thoroughly and properly.
So do you think that black people in this country have equal opportunity and are treated equally as white
Absolutely.
people?
So let me prove it to you, okay? So Gigi and Charlie. What can Charlie do that Gigi can't do?
Okay, I don't know anything. I don't really know much about you. I don't know what you're capable of.
No, just on the law. What am I allowed to do on the law that you are not allowed to do on the law?
On paper, nothing.
That's equal opportunity and equal treatment, right? If you care about faith, family, and freedom, listen up. I'm proud to partner with AMAC, the do it today.
Do it.
On paper, yes, that is true. Like, I was born under this country. I am a citizen of America. I am an American. I am a black American. I am a follower. I am a child of God. We all are. I 100% stand on that. But I think that basically what I'm trying to get at is I feel like in order for us to have these conversations and to keep having these conversations, we need to have a specific platform that we're able to meet each other on the common consciousness of this society. And I don't think we can have these conversations if we do not understand that black people specifically, because I really can't talk about Asians. I'm not Asian. I can't talk about other people of color. But black people in this country specifically have never had the opportunities to bring themselves back up. When you're talking about the destroyment of the black family, that also came with a big chunk of the Reagan administration, which was forever and whatever ago.
How is it the government's fault of why dads aren't around?
I mean, we could get into the whole, like, the rhetoric of crack babies and crack drug dealers.
So, but isn't it a decision to take drugs?
Oh, no, 100%.
So, and it's a decision to commit crimes.
Yes.
Okay, so the government didn't do that to them. People decided to take drugs.
That's true. But do you feel like these populations or these communities have, in statistics, been overly populated by police officers?
Well, so just, you seem like a really sweet person. So I don't want to try to be too intense. So is that cool?
Go ahead.
What percentage of America is black? 13%, right?
Yes.
What percentage of the murders in America are committed by black people?
I don't know the specific statistics.
Yes. It's
50%.
It's 60%.
60.
So maybe when you do 60% of the killings and you're 13% of America, more cops should be around your neighborhoods.
But there's no cops there's not an equal number of cops in the white suburban neighborhoods
Because
in the
there's
same
not as much
neighborhood.
murder.
The same neighborhoods that are controlling the coke, like they have cocaine in their houses, but it's not treated the same.
And this is okay, Gigi, because it really is flushing out our different worldviews. You look at cops as if they're there to catch you and get you. We look at cops as they're there to protect and serve and help us.
And that's only because in this country, I mean, police used to be able to drag black people out in the streets and hose them down and sick dogs on them and tear them apart. And we never really had the conversation that where do we get away from that?
We definitely had the conversation. After George Floyd, the whole country blew up under the conversation. Okay.
Yes, but it was a big standing on should cops be able to do this? It's almost as if when a black person is murdered by police or at the hands of the police, the gun, bullet that came from a police officer's registered
on average,
gun.
how many times a year would you say a black person killed by police?
I mean, at one point it was happening
Unarmed.
at least. Okay, if it was happening at least last year, it was going on about. It was at least a month
Probably
that it was a
less than
major
one.
case. But
Yeah,
in
so
terms
it's
of
about-
the average city, I don't
Well,
know
less
the
than
average
one a
city.
month.
Right.
I know though, but
So
in terms of
You're gonna be less than one
what
a month.
actually makes it to major media,
No,
because not everything.
it's the Washington Post's own database, left wing, 10 black individuals a year. So here's my contention.
Go ahead.
So you have a population that dads are not around, that is very, very murderous per population capita, that is very violent, more likely to be involved in gangs. And we, as conservatives look at that and we say, wait a second, like the problem is within the community. The problem is not the government. The problem is not the culture. The problem is not the history. Instead, really what needs to happen is black leadership, black pastors, and black dads need to go into the black community and say, we're better than this. Cut the killing, cut the violence. Do you know the most, one more point.
Go ahead.
Who is, outside of heart disease and all that, what is the #1 killer of black people in America?
I know about like diabetes, but
Fellow black people. A black person is far more likely to be killed by another black person than anything else. Black people are a greater threat to their own people than any other community. So it's not like white supremacists coming into these communities and they're mowing down. It's black on black gang violence.
But that's not okay. I just like to go back to something that you said earlier about like how it has nothing to do with the government. History of black people in this country has everything to do with the government. At one point, the government allowed and pushed and raised for slavery. That was something that this government did. They made laws in the improvement of segregation. So in terms of the long history, you can't take out the fact that government has played a major institution.
Of course, government plays a role. But let's take you, Gigi. How did government... You gotta move over, man. You're blocking their view. Can you please move?
No, I'm good right here. I'm not disrupting anything.
You are. They can't see. You're blocking people. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, but Gigi, let me. Yeah. All right. So, Gigi, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
How did that legacy of slavery prevent you from getting to this school and having a great career?
I think that. Okay. I'm sorry, I got kind of distracted. Can you please restate your question?
So, Gigi, what I'm trying to do right now, I'm going to give you a warning, is prove that your own life experience is actually at odds with some of the things you're saying. Is that cool? So here you are at the University of Tennessee, correct? You're a student.
Yes.
You have the whole world as your oyster in front of you. You could study hard. You're going to graduate. You're going to do better than most people in probably the community you came from. Just guessing. I don't know your background, but based on how you're talking. How did the legacy of slavery get in your way?
I will say the legacy of slavery got in my way in the way that I am not a legacy child here. I would say that it got in my way in the way that my parents, my grandparents were not afforded the same, were not at one point even allowed to be on the property of this school. I think that that is one of the things that has gotten into this way.
But you're here. It didn't get in the way. So here's the attitude I want you to adopt, Gigi, and I'll close with this. Instead of just looking at everything in the past that's wrong and bad through a victim lens, say, you know what?
It's still going on. Okay,
one sec. Say, you know what?
I'll let you speak.
I'm an American, and I'm going to use my mental energy to say, despite all of that, I get to succeed and flourish and prosper as a black American at the University of Tennessee. You are a living embodiment, Gigi, that you can still succeed as a black individual.
I would just disagree from the simple fact that I feel like there are a lot of barriers, there's a lot of obstacles, there's a lot of prejudice just in somebody might look at me and not even assume that I could even get into the
How do you know what they're thinking?
I'm not saying that I know what people, I don't know what people are thinking. You just said that. I'm saying I can assume from prejudices that I know exist in this country.
Hold on a second, I gotta go time out. And you know what? If you walk around here and you go see, this happens all the time, and you see a white boy with the short shorts and kind of acting all, you might say, he's only there because of his parents.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it happens a lot at these southern schools, right?
I mean, it happened. I mean, I was raised in Michigan.
Everybody has to overcome some form of bias, prejudice, or stereotyping. What's most helpful? Let's stop talking about it so much and talking about how we can apply ourselves to become better people and better citizens. Thank you so much, Gigi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to get him happy. Oh! That rat. That was a special song for the ladies. In case. Hey, look. Rock hard. Shit. Action. Rock hard. Jet. Satisfaction. Dropping his load on ya. The sky.
The F-22's a fifth-generation air combat fighter flies to intercept the enemy aircraft as they seek to chase off, engage, and intercept and neutralize the aggressors. As you will witness in this next pass, the pilot's air combat skills will be put to the test as they engage two enemy fighters before your very eyes. Utilizing superior aircraft performance and unmatched pilot training, the adversaries are no match for the U.S. Air Force's F-22 Raptors.
No, it wasn't me that time. You can tell, right? Microphone. That's why it didn't sound ideal. It didn't sound ideal. Vader. Oh, he's closing in on him.
The Raptor pilots have successfully neutralized the enemy aircraft, and they've achieved their goal, air superiority. With this established, the friendly forces enjoy freedom of movement throughout the sky.
Yay.
However, the tactical situation on the ground is still challenging as the enemy continues to engage friendly troops to the east side of the airfield. The Air Force Tactical Control Party Joint Terminal Attack Controller will utilize U.S. Air Force air interdiction and close air support aircraft to neutralize enemy ground forces and turn the tide of battle. The JTAC works with the ground forces commander to understand the tactical battle situation and then communicates with the supporting aircraft to utilize their sensors and weapons to protect those friendly forces, as well as find, fix, and engage enemy combatants and their equipment. Watch closely now as the battle unfolds.
Girlfriend over screaming like they're about to start having sex. Stick it in her. Stick the hot dog in her. Wiggle it. Wiggle the dog. Wiggle the dog. I mean. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, meow. What happened? I missed something? It was a wow moment. I missed anything. Look at that guy. Wow, look at that guy. Wow. Wow. Look at that lady. Wow. Rock hard. Rock hard.
Two F-15E Strike Eagles and two A-10 Warthogs check in with the JTAC, ready to provide close air support to the friendly ground forces on the airfield. Enemy forces are advancing onto friendly positions, and the ground troops are under heavy fire. The JTAC quickly relays the situation to the pilots inbound, and they immediately spring into action. The formations above are equipped with several communication radios, mobile targeting systems, defensive sensors, and nearly 30,000 pounds of combined ordnance. These highly trained aviators will provide armed overwatch and CAS to the friendly ground forces.
This fucking background music's got me going. I gotta get into the joint. I haven't had breakfast yet today. I've had beef jerky. Fire! And edibles. Sugar and jerky, baby. Eggs in there just in case, though. Just in case we have an emergency. Whoa. Yo, one of them crashed. Just kidding. Funny, dude. That's funny. God, I thought somebody was dead. Nobody can die ever again. Every person that dies makes me sad. World. We should have a death tracker on the screen at all times. We know how often people are dying. It actually exists. It's not really real. It just kind of estimates.
While the A-10s continue to conduct their close air support attacks, F-35 and F-16 multi-role fighters check into the JTAC's airspace. Tasked with providing air superiority, interdiction, and suppression of enemy air defenses, the F-16s and F-35 support the air superiority from enemy fighters and enemy surface-to-air missile systems.
Our lips get better. What the fuck, Simon? Come on, man. Hey, right where my feet go. Jesus
On the
Christ.
A-10's previous attack, the enemy ground forces attempted to engage the low-flying A-10 with a surface-to-air missile. The A-10 defended against the missile with flares and departed the threat area unfazed. It's now up to the F-16s to find, fix, and neutralize, along with the F-35s, the enemy missile launcher, before it can fire again. The aircraft utilizes advanced sensors and weapons, and the aircraft plan their attack.
Working.
Rocking out with my cock out. Rocking out with my cock out for you, baby.
Oh man, I lost the viewer off that one. I should have actually taken my cock out. Pet roosters used to be the rage. Now nobody cares about them.
The coordinated attack is effective, and the enemy missile launchers are struck, but some systems remain. The F-35 and F-16 sensors detect another SAM system, and they set up for a re-attack. Despite having established air superiority, Air Force aircraft must always remain vigilant to enemy fighter aircraft potentially making the intercept. As the F-16s again engage the ground forces, the enemy fighters, the aggressors, make their move.
It might be cash. I don't know. This keeps going. But I don't see well in it. Where in the heck is Joe at? Yo mama. There is nowhere. Joe mama and Joe daddy. Gotta go.
always thought it was gross that people blow all over a cake before serving it. And that's why we invented the Blowsy. When you blow into the open end of the Blowsy, air pressure activates it.
You wanna Blowsy me? Blowsy me, baby.
Bolt Flight and Viper Flight continue to engage the enemy combatants on the ground as Boar Flight and Strike Flight approach again from your left.
Strike Pack 6. Keeping you cool. Oh, it disappeared. See that? That bugger disappeared, man. The wormhole.
Boar 1-1 and Boar 1-2 push inbound, utilizing the
one you
impressive
know.
Gal 8 Avenger Gatling gun. Targets are neutralized. Earlier in our battle, the PJs have stabilized the wounded in action, but the casualties need to be evacuated to a higher level of medical care. In this battle, the JTAC requests rescue from the HH-60 helicopters and escorting fighter aircraft to facilitate the medical evacuation of the simulated wounded personnel, as well as the pararescue team on the ground.
Yeah.
The mission rescue commander organizes the forces, determines the game plan to pick up these injured personnel. Prior to the pickup, the JTAC mission commander and the strikers will work together to neutralize any and all remaining enemy threats to ensure a safe passage for the rescue team. Escorted by the A-10s and the F-15Es, the rescue helicopters ingress to the casualty pickup point. The rescue helicopters work their way to the established helicopter landing zone to land and pick up the friendly wounded ground forces and the PJ team. After all of the injured friendly ground force members are safe in the helicopter, the HH-60 crew makes a call to the rescue mission package, and they egress the area with the fighters escorting above. With all enemy forces now effectively neutralized, the HH-60s and the PJ team can now enjoy freedom of movement over their airfield. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for your Air Force combat airmen. Over the course of the next few minutes, you will see the diverse array of participating aircraft for this combined arms demonstration recover here to Nellis Air Force Base. The similar formations of 5 different types of aircraft.
How many people do you think are falling asleep in the crowd right now?
Will approach, representing the 422 Test and Evaluation Squadron. You will see the A-10 Warthogs, the F-15E Strike Eagles, F-35 Lightning IIs, F-16 Fighting Falcons, and the F-22 Raptors as they approach in close formation. They'll be followed by the 2 F-16s from the 64th Aggressor Squadron. Today's combined arms demonstration will conclude with a pass and review by the 2 HH-60 helicopters and their pararescue team on board, assigned to that of the 88th Test and Evaluation Squadron. None of what you have seen here today would be possible without the continued support and partnership of this community and its citizens. These are just some of the normal operations that occur every day right here in your own backyard at Nellis Air Force Base and the Nevada Test and Training Range, the world's premier proving ground for air, space, and cyberspace lethality, where the mission is to develop airmen and advanced warfighter capabilities through testing, training, and tactics development to dominate the multi-domain fight. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the 2025 Aviation Nation Combined Arms Demonstration, and we hope you've enjoyed this effort to showcase just a few of the wide-ranging combat capabilities of the U.S. Air Force and air combat power of Nellis Air Force Base. If you have further questions about Air Force combat air power, we encourage you to stop by the static displays of our aircraft and meet with your U.S. Air Force aviators. It's your engagement that makes events like these truly special.
Tell me, retarded? What the fuck am I talking to?
The aircraft
if I was there.
Participating as part of today's combined arms demonstration are now sequencing to land as they now on initial from our right for runway 03 right. You will get the opportunity to see each of the aircraft as they come by in this overhead break as they pitch to land.
Head rubs. Shut the fuck up, I can hear you out there. Do it.
First in from the right are simulated aggressors, that of the 64th Aggressor Squadron, the F-16 Fighting Falcons.
Well, FYI, those are actually way bigger than real Falcons.
They are followed by the F-22 Raptor air superiority fighters.
Protein. What do I need that for? That's
we recognize the efforts of Captain Mike Basic, Evaluation Squadron A-10 test pilot and division commander for spearheading this year's combined arms demonstration. The United States Air Force Weapons School, recently celebrating their 75th anniversary, has been on the cutting edge of technological advancements, tracing its roots to the Aircraft Gunnery School, established here back in 1949. It continues to support great deals of efforts, including that also of the on-station red flag and green flag held here at Nellis, and one of the latest combat exercises series conducted, Operation Bamboo Eagle, testing forces in a combat representative environment. Again, the demonstration that you have seen here today, just a brief look at what happens here daily at Nellis Air Force Base and within the Nevada Test and Training Range. Next into the initial from the 422 Test and Evaluation Squadron, more F-16 Fighting Falcons. An aircraft type just this past year celebrating its 50th anniversary. As our aircraft recover on runway 03 left, they will make their way past the crowd, again giving you a good close-up look at many of the combat assets based right here at Nellis. Inbound of the break, high and overhead, here's the F-35A Lightning IIs.
They have really big ass vertical tail fins.
Followed by the Mud Hens, the F-15E Strike Eagles. One of the most impressive combat air power demonstrations you will see any place. How about another big round of applause for our Nellis Air Force Base Airmen? Last into the break from the right, an aircraft that soon is to be retired, as all good things do come to an end. They are the A-10 Thunderbolt IIs, affectionately known as the Warthogs, an aircraft that has been serving as part of the United States Air Force since the 1970s and soon to be retired by the end of 2029.
That's not a Warthog that they're showing.
The A-10 capable of shooting rounds the size of Coke bottles at some 70 rounds a second. It's essentially just the final evolution of throwing a rock at someone. The A-10 Thunderbolt II, specializing in that of close air support and combat search and rescue, CAS and CSAR. And they'll be making their recovery momentarily as well. Again, a great photo opportunity as our aircraft make their way down the line in front of you. Be sure to remember to hashtag Aviation Nation on all of your social media posts. A great taxi passed in review of these aircraft led by the 64th aggressors, the F-16s. They certainly will not be able to hear you with the engines going and the canopies closed, but the pilots, they can see you, so be sure to wave your hands and your hats up high in appreciation for that spectacular demonstration for us here today.
Spectacular music. Who is rocking out back there? Just for India, that would be the pilot rocking out, and flying. We're not at their level. Out there for 5 more minutes. Already getting up and down, 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 up and down for you. Oh, 3 mile pitch time. time I'm gonna make lunch real fast.
Coming down the line from the right, the HH-60 Pave Hawk helicopters from the 88th Training and Evaluation Squadron. They're best known as the Jollies. The PJ team on board, be sure to give them a big wave. Well, the air show action continues now in the skies over Nellis Air Force Base as our flying display continues. And in just a moment, we're going to be introducing to you a guy who is considered to be one of the best air show performers this country has to offer. And his name is Bill Stein. Bill Stein is on the takeoff roll now as he prepares for his air start. And this, the Zivco Edge 540, one of the world's most impressive aerobatic superplanes. Bill Stein has over 5,000 hours of aerobatic and formation time and is regarded, as I mentioned, as one of the finest air show entertainers. He began flying aerobatics when he was still a student pilot and has dedicated to perfecting his skills ever since. He's been performing on the circuit for more than 30 years and even flew on tour with the famed Red Baron Pizza Squadron. Today, he's going to be ringing it out as we see a display of high-energy, bone-crushing aerobatics. Bill Stein, the recipient of the ICAS Sword of Excellence, and most recently in 2021 was the recipient of the coveted Art Scholl Memorial Showmanship Award. Beginning his routine at about 1,000 feet above the ground as he sets up for his air start, he's going to dive in and we're going to see some incredible aviating by this guy known as the coach's coach. And for all of our friends down in the Flightline Club and the premium box seats, a big hello to you. I hope you're all having a great time. And for those of you down there, we do invite you to stay seated so everybody gets a great view. Right now, Bill Stein is high and overhead as he prepares for this down and dirty power aerobatic routine. He'll be working his way inbound as we now launch yet another F-22 Raptor as part of our show. That'll be part of the F-22 Raptor demonstration team that'll be coming up here at just about 2:10 this afternoon. Piloted today by Captain Nick Letourneau, call sign Laz. He'll be demonstrating to us the full combat and flight capabilities, rather, of the F-22 Raptor in today's demonstration. High and overhead right now, you will see the smoke is on as we welcome a gentleman brought to you by Lycon Aircraft Engines, CJ Aviation, Champion Aerospace, Hartzell Propeller, Soft Emergency Parachutes, B&C Specialty Products, Spot GPS Systems, and 2 Bro Aviation. Please make welcome Mr. Bill Stein. Into the vertical, we watch Bill Stein as he climbs skyward, running out of airspeed as he now caps it off on the top. As he prepares to drop this aircraft out of the sky. Take a look as he puts this airplane into a fully developed knife edge spin. That airplane is no longer flying, but rather falling at some 4,000 feet per minute. Only around right at here does he reconnect with the air. Those wings doing what they do when he flies out of it with just about 500 feet to spare. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to our show in Aviation Nation, Mr. Bill Stein. Up and over the top. Bill, as I mentioned, one of the most accomplished aerobatic pilots any place, and by far the most friendly. He has incredible credentials as a coach, as a formation pilot, and a solo aerobatic performer as he completes this, a maneuver he calls the Nickolator. Looking at around 220 miles an hour right now. We talk a lot about the G-forces that these pilots pull. And during this routine, we'll actually see Bill pull upwards to some 12 times the force of gravity. We'll watch him now as he goes nose for tail, tail for nose, into this maneuver he calls the Chandalanche, named in remembrance of the great Shandy Clanton, a wonderful aerobatic pilot. As we stand here on Earth, we are at 1G, or 1 times the force of gravity, but as Bill pulls back on the stick like this right now, there it is. He actually gets pushed into the seat with upwards at times to about 12 Gs. What does that mean? Well, if you were a 200-pound person like me, you then weigh 2,400 pounds in that cockpit. It is incredibly punishing indeed. This Zivco Edge 540, capable of some incredible maneuvers as we see 3 rapid snap rolls and some opposite aileron rolls as he dives back in towards show center for his next maneuver. Bill's passion for precision flying is evident in every single move he makes, and he practices nearly every day to keep his skills razor sharp. And you can see why as he continues to tumble this thing around in a maneuver he calls the spiraling tower. Hanging on that Hartzell propeller, there's 1 turn going in for 2 flat spins and a half, putting the airplane exactly where he wants it each and every time. Let's give it up, everybody, for Bill Stein and the spiraling tower. During Bill's performance, he will at times be actually using the gyroscopic force of the engine and the propeller to at times appear to be seemingly out of control. There are moments where he's along for the ride, but he knows exactly when to put in the right input so he can get the right output and get back into controlled flight once again. Pushing himself and this aircraft to the absolute limits. And he will now set up from the right for a maneuver he likes to call the slide winder. Let's take a look now to the right as he dives in with airspeeds in excess of 220 miles an hour. Picking up our show line, watch as he pushes on the 45, look for the rolls, and now the forward stick, forward rudder, continuing to roll the airplane. There we go, there's the knife edge tumble. And completing the slide winder maneuver with the snap. Now you may have noticed Bill's very special paint job that he has on this Zivco Edge 540. It's got a chroma flare paint job and actually allows it to change color. You'll see some purple and some green and some yellows and oranges and blues. It all depends on how the light approaches the airplane. That's not a cheap paint job, that's for sure. Now, he's off to the left. He's in relatively slow speed flight. And that's our indication he's setting up for a series of maneuvers he likes to call the dinks. Check this out. We're going to watch him. Even at relatively slow speed flight, this airplane remains remarkably maneuverable. Watch him. Forward stick, forward rudder, and around he goes. And he will do that in a couple of different directions down the show line, again showcasing the incredible performance of one of the most sought-after aerobatic monoplanes. Pulling back on the stick. Watch as he eases the stick back into his lap right there as he flies the airplane up into a loop. Probably one of the most docile maneuvers of his routine today. And of course performed flawlessly by Mr. Bill Stein. I don't know about you, but that's a whole lot of hashtag nope for me. He is going to recover from the centrifuge, and I want you to take a look at this next maneuver. He's going to pull up into the vertical for a figure that's called a torque roll. He is actually going to use the torque of the engine and the propeller turning one direction with him turning the opposite direction to in fact hover this aircraft and stop it in one spot in the sky. It was a maneuver first invented back in 1972 by the great Charlie Hillard. As he backs it up, there's 50, 60, 70 miles an hour in reverse. What do you think about that, Nellis Air Force Base? Let's put our hands together for Bill Stein and the torque roll. There's the super slow roll down the line. One of the most graceful maneuvers, but by far one of the most challenging to perform well. As we continue to watch that chroma flare paint change color. Bill Stein is a guy who just loves this kind of stuff and of course loves sharing it with others as well. Not only as a full-time aerobatic and airshow performer, but also that of a coach for many up-and-coming airshow performers. We're going to watch him now as he performs the quadruple avalanche. It's an avalanche that's, well, a loop with a roll on the top. He's going to roll it 4 times. Let's watch him now as he reaches the top, about 80 miles an hour. There's 1, there's 2, 3, and 4. Another big round of applause for Bill Stein and the quadruple avalanche.
Really fucking around.
A quick 4-point hesitation roll to air show left, as he will now pull into the vertical once again. Bill Stein, an absolute legend in our air show business. He was the 2016 recipient of the International Council of Airshow's Sword of Excellence, the 2021 recipient of the Art Show Memorial Showmanship Award, and it was also in 2015 that he was inducted into the ICAST Airshow Hall of Fame for his contributions as a pilot with the world-famous Red Baron Pizza Squadron. Setting up now, this is a maneuver he calls the Woo-Wee Tumble.
Changing paint is really badass stuff on a plane.
This is where the woo-wee comes into play.
Damn.
Bill Stein says stolen from the master himself. Some of you know who that is, a man who said a lot of woo-wees over the years, aptly named. This Edge 540 built from the ground up to perform exactly what you're seeing right now. You won't find any cup holders. You won't find any air conditioning. And for those pilots that do this kind of flying, after they perform their routine, it looks like they've just encountered maybe an hour and a half hard workout. What a way to burn some calories. From the right, here's the inverted pass, hanging upside down just from his shoulder harnesses, his 5-point harness, keeping him firmly into the seat. Watch for that 400-degree roll rate right about now. There's the roll and the pitch. Bill Stein, again, a legend in our business, a surface-level aerobatic performer, in case you haven't mentioned, and at times will be down at, well, we like to call jackrabbit-scaring altitudes, but right now, he is setting up for a tribute, a maneuver that makes the Edge 540 again one of those most impressive aerobatic aircraft. It's his salute to an aircraft that's about to be retired in a few months. It's the AV-8B Harrier II. This is the Harrier pass. Take a look as he slows this thing down to as slow of an airspeed as possible. Not as much wind at altitude here today as he now tracks across the ground at about 10 or perhaps 15 miles an hour. And with enough gust, he can actually fly this airplane backwards. Puffing a little smoke. Look how slow he's going, hanging on the prop of that Hartzell propeller, and of course the pilot skill of Mr. Bill Stein, the Zivco Edge 540. Let's put our hands together for his salute to the mighty Harrier. It's Bill Stein and the Harrier pass. Bill would like to thank his sponsors to include Lycon Aircraft Engines, CJ Aviation, Champion Aerospace, Hartzell Propeller, Goodyear Aviation, Softy Emergency Parachutes, BNC Specialty Products, Spot GPS Systems, and Two Bro Aviation. Coming by now from the right in what he likes to call Slideways Flight, as he slides it, showcasing that incredible rudder authority his way for all of you here at Aviation Nation 2025. He has been cleared to land. How about a very nice round of applause, Las Vegas, for Mr. Bill Stein. Impressive flying, as always, by Mr. Bill Stein. Always a pleasure to work with him at air shows across the country. Here's what's going to happen, everybody. We're going to get Bill Stein recovered, and we work our way to the backstretch of our flying display here today. And as Bill works his way in, we again want to say a big thanks to many of our partners who have stepped up to be part of this year's show and have supported this weekend for all of you to come out and enjoy. We want to say a big shout out to the Formula One Las Vegas Grand Prix. They're located down by the Inspire exhibit. That's located all the way down to Air Show Right. And you can stop by, say hello, and check out some F1 stuff down in that direction. And we also want to say a big thanks to our friends at Victory Capital. They're on site, ready to help you achieve your financial goals. You can visit them today in the sponsorship booth area to learn how you can start investing and grab a free one-of-a-kind wooden airplane to celebrate Aviation Nation. We say thanks to Victory Capital for their support. Also, thanks to Texas Roadhouse. Join them tonight for a feast. They're conveniently located 5 miles down the road on East. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a quick question for you. Are you having a good time? Nope, not acceptable. We'll try that one more time. It's warm today. Are you Las Vegas having a good time? Yeah, that's better. Us too. Well, in just a moment, we're about to turn things over to your United States Air Force as we welcome to our show that of the F-22 Raptor. It is my pleasure now to introduce to you the voice of today's F-22 Raptor demonstration from Joint.
Superintendent
Master Sergeant Brady Pummel from Kansas City, Kansas. As a proud member of Air Combat Command's 1st Fighter Wing, located at Langley Air Force Base in Hampton, Virginia, it is my distinct pleasure for you to describe to you today a capability demonstration by the most technologically advanced 5th-generation stealth fighter aircraft in the world. The F-22 Raptor's mission is air dominance. It supports our joint forces and allies to freely operate in today's joint fight, anytime, anywhere. And now, introducing your 2025 F-22 demonstration team. From Atlantic City, New Jersey, Dedicated Crew Chief, Staff Sergeant John Carnock. From Hampton, Virginia, Assistant Dedicated Crew Chief, Senior Airman Andrew Leitner. From Fort Worth, Texas, Avionics Technician, Senior Airman Logan Wongapaivong. From St. Petersburg, Florida, Avionics Technician, Senior Airman Nick Wisnowski. From Raybun, Georgia, AFE Specialist, Staff Sergeant Tessa Hickerson. And from Canacito, New York, Public Affairs Officer, Staff Sergeant Lauren Coben. From Richmond, Virginia, F-22 Demo Team Chief, Technical Sergeant Eric Tallman. And from Cypress, Texas, our Safety Officer and Combat-Ready Fighter Pilot, Major Colt Dingo
Nobody gives a shit. Let's just see the planes fly. What the fuck are we doing right now? Congratulations. Can we pat each other on the ass later?
From New York Mills, Minnesota, Captain Nicholas Laslatuno. You are about to witness the maneuvering capabilities of the most advanced and most lethal
Literally, the only people that fucking care about any of that was the people whose names were called. They're like, that's me.
Unmodified and fully combat capable aircraft.
That's me.
Well, we can't show
That's
you
me.
everything
Y'all
that
have
makes the
me.
Raptor the
That's
most
my
lethal
boy.
fighter aircraft
That's
in the
my
world.
boy.
We will show you its raw power and thrust vectored maneuvering capabilities as it executes maneuvers that no other fighter aircraft in the world can perform. As today's demonstration begins, from your right, you will see the Raptor execute a maximum power takeoff, producing 70,000 pounds of thrust from its powerful F-119 engines. The Raptor will virtually leap off the runway in an amazing 1,000 feet. At a safe altitude, Captain Letourneau will quickly loop the aircraft, reversing the flight path, then roll while diving straight down.
Temperature Raptor 1, cleared for a high chill. Push wood, push out, push chill.
So now it's time to stand up. Move forward and get ready. The show is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the most feared aircraft in the world today, your United States Air Force F-22.
Don't we have a new one now, though? We have a scarier one that's like more secret. Yeah. The most openly feared one.
Advanced flight controls combined with its powerful engines allow the F-22 to pull more than 9 times the force of gravity. Watch now from the right as the Raptor demonstrates its tight turn capability with a min-radius horizontal turn that powers straight up into the vertical. Then watch as Captain Letourneau changes its direction with the amazing J-turn reposition.
Do it. Doing it. Doing a circle. I can do that.
The firepower of the Raptor comes in any combination of 8 missiles and up to 8 precision satellite-guided bombs. The F-22 is the first supersonic, multi-role, and highly agile stealth fighter in the world with a fully internal combat weapons load. Ready your camera as the Raptor banks in from the left and cycles its weapons bay doors. Folks, if you've ever wondered where those bombs and missiles hide, here is your answer.
Oh, wow. There we go. Oh. Nice. Never know if it's got armament or not.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to dedicate this task to the men and women of the armed forces and their families who support them. We would also like to remember our wounded warriors, veterans in attendance, and those who have given their lives defending this great
There could be one in an air show near you.
So get your cameras
ready to go
after this
boom.
salute.
It could be a movie, dude. A rogue pilot in an air show.
And to the right, the F-22 Raptor proudly presents the dedication.
A Chinese person that came here just to do a terrorist attack on us as a pilot at an air show in the military.
Even at extremely low airspeeds and high angles of attack. Watch closely as the aircraft pulls to the vertical.
What is he doing? Wait, hold up. That's not the route.
Roll. At altitude, the jet
Why is
will
he
flip
open?
backwards and level off. And
He's opening the bay door.
360
He's
degree
armed?
flat turn
Where did he
and
get those
reverse the turn
from?
in the opposite direction, all in under 3,500 feet of altitude and under complete control.
Wow, that's cool. Till 1956, French children attending school were served wine on their lunch breaks. Each child was allowed up to half a liter a day.
Our Raptor will now quickly reposition and show you what those advanced flight controls and engines can do. As it executes the power loop, you'll see why the aircraft is unmatched in vertical flight as it carves through a loop and doubles its altitude at the end. At the
But
top
did they
of the loop,
serve
you'll
it
see
at
the Raptor
school?
rotate around
At
one
lunch?
spot in the sky, utilizing its thrust vectoring of two powerful F-119 engines, which can literally flip the aircraft through the vertical and back to level flight. Following the power loop, you'll see the Raptor perform the loaded roll. Many jets can turn tight, many jets can roll quickly, and many jets can climb fast, but not many can slide. Watch now from behind as the Raptor flies over, pulls straight up into the vertical, and brings his throttles to near idle. And then under complete control, the F-22 Raptor will actually slide backwards. Raptor's slow speed handling characteristics are phenomenal. Watch now as Cap Letourneau repositions the aircraft to crowd right, reducing the power, slowing the Raptor down to less than 90 knots and loading up on high angles of attack. After the pass, you'll once again feel the raw power of the jet as Cap Letourneau lights those afterburners and climbs straight into the vertical. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Raptor's power loop to slow speed pass. The F-22 possesses the capability to reach speeds and altitudes that make it virtually untouchable even without using its afterburners. Accelerating from 90 knots to over 600, Cap Letourneau will now roll inverted in preparation for the split S reposition and a high-speed pass, showcasing just a fraction of the aircraft's supercruise and full-speed capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for Freedom's Thunder on the high-speed pass.
Ready? Oh, I love something bigger. Really got me amped up.
The F-22 will now set up to perform a Hoover pitch. This maneuver is a double knife edge separated by an inverted tuck, followed by a pitch to line up in preparation for heritage flight. This will be another great photo opportunity to capture the Raptor on your camera during our demonstration. Ladies and gentlemen, named after the late legendary Bob Hoover, the Raptor's Hoover pitch.
It's not the same when the music stops. Fuck. Dumbasses. Those planes on the side look like they're super nimble.
gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to describe the unique history of what you are about to watch. In 1997, the leaders of Air Combat Command assembled a select group of retired military and civilian performers to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the United States Air Force. In 2010, the Air Force Heritage Flight Foundation joined with the United States Air Force to keep this popular program flying. From this gathering was born the Heritage Flight, a unique visual representation of Air Force history from the days of the Army Air Corps to the present. What started out as a one-time event has grown in popularity and demand,
oh my
and now
gosh, I'm
Heritage
going.
Flights are performed at air shows and special events in the United States and around the world. Please turn with me now and watch this rare formation approach from the right. Flying in formation today is a Vietnam-era F-5 Tiger II, piloted by Tommy Limiter Williams, as well as a U.S. Air Force F-22, piloted by Captain Nicholas Laz Letourneau. like to dedicate today's Heritage Flight to all the military veterans in attendance whose sacrifices over the years have helped preserve America's freedom. We hope you enjoyed watching this rare formation of classic and current United States Air Force aircraft on our journey from heritage to horizons. Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Air Force Heritage Flight. We hope you enjoyed watching and taking pride in this rare display of more than 80 years of air power heritage.
She's looking pregnant. Especially in person. Getting like 1.5 squares away from me. I want to push it though. That was fast. Surprised she didn't eat all of it though. Something else will come eat the scraps. I don't know how much left. There's like a bite left. Weird.
Day 2 of the Aviation Nation Air Show rolling on. Dan Hawkins, Caitlin Jones-Martin,
I got a pilot on.
Some awesome air acts still in the air right now. The Thunderbird's coming up about 3:45 local time, but we have another rock star with us right now.
Absolutely. As you continue to watch and enjoy Aviation Nation, we have to tell you, along with me mispronouncing Nevada, yesterday and going with
Oh,
Nevada.
is this Mike
we have him as
Donut?
a vital leader here at Nellis Air Force Base. General Sullivan wanted to make sure we didn't leave out his deputy commander of the 57th Wing, and we managed to track him down. So Colonel Ethan Saban, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate being here, and I'm still looking for that rock star you guys were talking about, but hopefully we get eyes on that guy soon. So, yeah.
As the deputy of the 57th Wing, can you tell us a little bit about what that means and what you do on a daily basis?
Yeah, sure, you bet. So here at the 57th Wing, our mission is high-end training. Like, we set the conditions to train the warfighter so that he or she can go out and first and foremost deter, and if required, go out and fight and win. I mean, that's our job, right? So my job as a deputy is to make sure to turn General Sullivan's vision into action. And right now, we want to remain America's air power proving ground, and so I have to make sure that happens on a day-to-day basis. That's my primary job.
Wow, and we know that's a busy job with everything that happens here. We're going to talk about Red Flag. Obviously, you know a lot about that. We're going to talk about the Air Force Weapons School. But first, I just wanted to ask, what inspired you to join the Air Force, and what path did you take? What was your Air Force journey like?
Yeah, stand by for cliche. So I actually watched Top Gun and Iron Eagle as a young kid. Kind of got the bug, and then ever since, just been revisiting. Ultimately, what drove me to my first aircraft, so I started off flying the A-10. My brother joined the Army, and so when I got into pilot training, I had the opportunity to make a selection. I wanted to make sure that I was providing close air support to the guy on the ground, since my brother was an Army officer. So that's kind of what drove me. Yeah.
I love it when I hear A-10 pilots talk about that close air support, because it's such a vital role of the lethality and readiness of the Department of Defense. Another vital role is the U.S. Air Force Weapons School, which is only right here at Nellis, correct?
100% it is. So the Air Force Weapons School, 2 classes per year. We have an Alpha class and a Bravo class. The Alpha class typically runs January to June, Bravo July to December. They're on the order of about 150 students that participate in each class, and usually we see on the order of 10 to 25% attrition. So it's not an easy course. The students that come here, they're the lead instructors in their squadrons, and then ultimately when we get them here and the weapons school puts them through the curriculum, we make them better. So they do that through a series of phased training, which ultimately culminates in what's called Weapons School Integration, or WISNT, as it's colloquially known.
This is definitely
and during
a
WISNT, the instructors,
Air Force
the cadre, give the
propaganda
students
show.
the most difficult, the most challenging
Try to get
tactical and
kids.
operational
They must be
problems.
hurting for
Students
pilots
then have
right
to
now.
digest that
Bad.
information, integrate a bunch of capabilities, come up with a game plan.
I mean, they probably
brief that
always
game
have
plan,
been, but
execute the game plan, and then most importantly on the back end, debrief that plan to identify the root causes behind any
more than ever
errors
now,
and
since
identify
numbers are
lessons
worse
learned
than
for the
they've ever
CAF and
been.
Combat Air Forces. These folks are truly, when they go out with the patch on their shoulder, they are the instructors of
Hopefully
instructors.
shit like this will
They're the
help.
lead integrators for combatant commands and major commands, and they're truly exceptional. Their motto is humble, credible, and approachable.
We needed Top Gun to come out when Trump was in
Basis,
presidency.
the cadre,
New
the
one.
students, and the institution are truly that, and they live up to it each day. It's pretty remarkable what they do.
So I see you have the patch, obviously
I
being
do.
a graduate. You said your 3rd time now at Nellis. What
Correct.
year did you go through weapons school, and what was that experience like as a student?
Yeah, this thing should have a expiration date on it at this point, so my tactical credibility is out the window. But I went through in 2010, so Class 10 Alpha in the A-10. The experience as a student was no less than the most challenging thing I've done. I hope you guys got that on camera. So typically, any one assignment that you're given in the weapons school, whether it's the research paper that you have to do, the flying itself, the briefing, the academics, any one of those things by themselves is manageable. But when you kludge them all together, and you kludge them all together in about a 6-month time frame, it is extremely challenging. It's a lot of pressure. I mean, it is a pressure cooker, and it weeds out those who don't necessarily want to be there. But it was a fantastic experience. I learned a ton, and I am who I am today from having gone through that school.
So that sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah.
And just talk to the reason behind why we do things like that here at Nellis, why we're doing so much real-world training here at Nellis, and why it's so important, the weapons school, the Red Flag, to our pilots and the rest of the crew.
Yeah, so it's often said that, what happens at Nellis can only happen at Nellis, and it's 100% true. A lot of this stuff doesn't happen just with the 57 Wing. So we have our mission partners with the NTTR, the Nevada Test and Training Range. So that is truly a national treasure, which allows us to go out there and train to the high-end fight. We also have, the capabilities within the 57 wing like the aggressor fleet. So our 64th aggressors are 4th gen F-16 platforms and the 65th with the F-35 5th gen platform. Again, what happens here can only happen here. There just isn't another kind of location CONUS-wide that has the capabilities that we can bring to bear.
So we watched the Sam Ekholm video on YouTube about Red Flag. If you haven't seen it, you should dial it up, Google it up. It's a great watch.
Yeah.
But my question for you is, as it evolves over time and now 50 years of Red Flag, how and what makes it so unique that it's the premier combat readiness exercise?
Well, as you guys probably know, so the hypothesis was when this thing started, right, if a Blue 4 or a young wingman could survive his first 10 missions in combat, they're going to survive the entire tour. So that the thought was, well, let's create an exercise that can replicate that. Let's give the young warfighter the most challenging tactical problem they can possibly see, and then that will prepare them for combat. It has since evolved, and we are now a joint coalition, multi-domain, if not all-domain exercise that is pretty much just expanding in scope and scale every time we go out and do it, and it's truly a remarkable exercise. Right now, we have 3 usually iterations of Red Flag that we do at TAC 1, 2, and 3. We've added on the newly coined Bamboo Eagle exercise, so operational, C2 and readiness to the back end of the TAC 1 and the TAC 3 series of exercises. So we are truly expanding the scope and scale of Red Flag as well as just CAF or Combat Air Force level training.
Yeah, it's really become the premier
100%
exercise,
100%.
No question.
Yeah.
And the coverage that Sam got was really incredible stuff.
It was.
To watch. What is it about Nellis now 3 times that really speaks to you personally?
I think, one of the kind of unique things as you come through the gate, you see the sign, it says home of the fighter pilot. I mean, it's true. Fighter pilot is a mentality, as General Robin Olds once kind of said, right? It's a get after it mentality. It means regardless of the circumstances or the challenges that you may face on a day-to-day basis, everyone shows up and gives a good faith, honest broker effort to get after it and get the job done. That's what I love about this place, and I'll never forget it.
It's nice to be on a winning team.
Yeah, it is.
For sure.
100%.
You mentioned General Olds. Who else kind of comes to mind when you think about who inspires you as a pilot? Heroes in Aviation is the theme of this year's Aviation Nation. Does anybody specific come to your mind?
I mean, there's a ton, right? Eddie Rickenbacker, Billy Mitchell. I mean, you could go down the list. Ira Bong, Bud Day from the Vietnam era. There's so many that have come before us that I aspire and look up to. So couldn't name a single one. There's just a lot of them.
It's just the collective. It's like you said, the mentality of the fighter pilot, right?
You got it.
And here at the home of the fighter pilot, Nellis Air Force Base, with the 57th Wing Deputy Commander. Thank you, sir, so much for coming on the show. And thank you so much for having us here with the 2nd Audio Visual Squadron broadcasting live on the Facebook page. Just truly an honor.
Now, Caitlin, Dan, my pleasure, and thanks for coming out and supporting the air show this year. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
It's Colonel Ethan Sabin, the vice commander, I should say, of the 57th Wing. Can't just randomly promote people.
Yeah,
on the
I mean,
show.
Dan has the power.
You do anything once.
The legend over here. As we just watched the T-38 come in from the Heritage flight demonstration that they did here with the F-22, and Vicky Benzing taking to the sky right now in her P-51 Mustang.
Plum crazy.
Plum crazy. It's Dan's favorite aircraft out here, of course. And we just have a couple of more demonstrations until the Thunderbirds will take to the skies here at Aviation Nation 2025.
Is that a cyber? I see a cyber truck over there.
Oh my gosh. Well,
you see everything at the air show.
Yeah, you see a little bit of everything. As you look into our broadcast center here, that is us right here, front row seats with the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds in the background. Home of the fighter pilot, home of the Thunderbirds. And we're going to talk to a few special guests here in just a few moments about what it takes to put on an air show of this magnitude and just how you get. This is a logistical feat in and of itself, Dan. Just opening an entire active military installation to the public for an entire weekend is something that is just an incredible feat of logistics.
So we'll kick it back out to the Air Boss so you can watch Vicky Benzing for a few minutes. We'll be back right after this and talk all about those logistics.
legend Wayne Handley. She began competing in aerobatic competitions, working her way up the various levels, and began performing at local air shows. Today, she's in high demand around the country as one of the smoothest warbird flyers in the nation. Giving you a look at what this aircraft would look like at the National Championship air races previously held in Reno, Nevada. In the turn, high speed and less than 100 feet above the deck. In her first year of racing, Vicky was chosen as the Rookie of the Year, having won her first race ever. It was in 2015 that she became the fastest woman racer, setting a new record in the jet class, flying an Aero L-39 Albatross to some 469 miles an hour. In September of 2023, she flew this P-51 Plum Crazy to a fourth place finish in the coveted Unlimited class. She is the second only woman to have raced in the Unlimited class in the air race's entire 59-year history.
Big deal. She's not smiling. She's tranny. That'd be something. About that, lady. Try cutting your titties off and then doing it. Growing a penis. Huh? Fellas? You know what I'm talking about.
Vicky is
Ain't that easy, is it?
To be sponsored by
don't even
California
know.
Aeronautical University, where they are training the next generation of aviators. CAU students
It's
are
easier
on
to
the
fly
fast
without a
track to
dick,
rewarding
you know what
aviation
I'm
careers
saying? Shit
designed
gets in the
for
way.
efficiency.
Aerodynamics,
The
common
bachelor's degree
sense.
program allows students to start flying in their first term and complete the program in just 3 years. We invite you to visit the California Aeronautical University display
They're
near the
smaller,
hot pit area and
they're
online
lighter.
at calaero.edu.
They can go faster because they're smaller. Yeah. To try having some massive balls and doing that. Throws off the whole fucking weight of everything, you know? And then you gotta, whoa. You gotta put that
CAU is
into
also
consideration.
excited to serve as a partner university with United Airlines
Inertia,
and several
science,
regional air
Newton.
carriers, offering
Figure it out.
CAU students a direct
Balls
streamlined
equals
route to the airlines.
more inertia.
CAU students can also enjoy some of the newest collegiate aviation fleets in the business. We watch again
You know,
from the
she got
left.
some small ass titties.
Benzing approaches in this, the North American P-51 Mustang Plum Crazy.
I want to see them. I need to know. Huh? How female is she? Does she have some D's? Does she have some triple F's? Now that's an accomplishment.
In a maneuver in tribute
She's
to our
stacked
veterans,
and she's up there
past
doing
and present.
flips and
A
shit.
big round of applause
That's
for Vicky
something to
Benzing in the
applaud.
8-point
But if she looks like a
hesitation
man and she's doing
This
that,
aircraft
might
represents
as well be a
everything
man
that is
doing
great
it.
about America, the ingenuity, the dedication.
If she gets out of the plane,
the
I want to see
determination
titties.
win that America
Maybe.
had
If
during
I
the
want to. If she
1940s.
wants to, we can do that. If they're not there, we can't.
We're going to watch her again.
Her name
from
again?
the
I'll
right
look her up.
as we enjoy the sights and sounds of this most iconic air racer.
What's the name of this DEI hire? I'll look her up. Here's y'all. We're having a joint of pineapple punch. 1.2 grams. It's a big boy. It's an island boy.
She wants to thank Apex Aerospace
bunch. Sounds
Corporation,
islandy.
Concord Batteries, Tempest, Gleim Aviation, Oregon Aero, Lift Aviation, Best Tugs, Method 7 Performance Optics, and California Aeronautical University. She is going to set up for one more pass as part of today's performance.
I wonder how the hell pineapples
Give you a final
ended
look
up
at this iconic purple
in
P-51.
Hawaii.
It'll
Anyway,
give you a great look
we're
right
gonna
down
do
into
it.
the cockpit as she approaches from behind and to our left. At some 350 miles an hour from the left in parade review, Miss Vicky Benzing and the P-51 Plum Crazy.
Pineapples native to South America were likely introduced to Hawaii by European explorers in the 1500s. While the exact timing is unknown, they were already thriving by the early 1800s when missionaries arrived. They're actually a South American fruit, so there's that. Now we all know that. I've been to the Dole Plantation. I actually thought it might be a Hawaiian fruit, but right now I was just like, you know what? What the fuck would that be? You know what I mean? You get there somehow. Birds or something. It didn't just originate in Hawaii. It doesn't pop out of a volcano. Oh, it's out there. So what about coffee? Coffee was introduced in the 1820s from Brazil. Brazil.
Well, as we recover the P-51 Mustang to our right, we set up now for our final demonstration before we turn things over to the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds at 3:35 this afternoon.
Wing.
And they are members
Wind,
of
wave,
the
and
Red
wing
Bull
are the three
Air Force.
things that
In
brought
front of
the
us, you
original
will see a
native
guy
plants to Hawaii.
who is a Red Bull Air
Wind,
Race
wave, and
world
wing.
champion. His name is Kirby Chambliss, and he's flying the Zivco Edge
Makes sense.
540. He will be joined by that of Aaron Fitzgerald in the Bocow BO-105 helicopter, and also our jumpers of Mike Brewer, Amy Shimalecki, and Sean McCormick. Watch now as the smoke comes on as he's been cleared for takeoff in a signature maneuver as Kirby Chambliss now
going
reaches
on
about
hold.
80 miles an
We
hour.
had
This is the Cobra.
Luxembourg something.
Beginning this high-octane aerobatic routine in style. This is going to be a multi-faceted aerobatic performance with so much going on in the next couple of minutes. We're going to watch Kirby Chambliss to our left as he picks up our show line once again as he pulls his aircraft into the vertical to get this incredible performance started. The Red Bull Air Force and the members thereof represent some of the most impressive aviation professionals on the planet, and they have made their way here to Nellis Air Force Base this weekend to be part of this show at Aviation Nation. We're going to watch Kirby Chambliss now into the vertical as he now draws the 90-degree upline. Watch for the snap roll as he continues to work his way up to altitude. Don't mind Aaron Fitzgerald to the left. More on that in just a couple of moments. Watch Kirby now as he pushes forward into a forward somersault and now recovers just about 250 feet above the ground. As he continues low and to our left, I want to direct your attention high.
Dude, I went to the Red Bull Flutog
See that
here.
Bocow
It was here
helicopter. In just a few moments, we are going to be seeing
10 or
two of
2011,
our jumpers, that
where
of
people
Amy
build
Shimalecki
airplanes.
and Mike Brewer. And they are going to be jumping with what are known as swoop chutes, and we'll be departing that helicopter at any moment.
They jump them off of that ramp.
Right down on
I
the
went
deck
to
as
that.
he continues to pull back on
Actually
the stick
went to
into the
something.
vertical once again. A guy who was one of the
That's
youngest pilots ever.
And
to
I went
serve and
to
participate
on New
with
Year's Eve
Southwest Airlines
2010.
He's going to continue to tear it up for us here today.
We had
Let's put
the
our hands
Red
together for
Bull
Kirby Chambliss.
car jump where the dude jumped the ramp. Do you remember that? It was televised nationally.
He's clear, and we've got jumpers away, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look.
I was looking
That's
down
Mike
there,
Brewer,
man.
Amy Shimalecki, and out of that helicopter quickly
It was probably the
accelerating to
last
terminal velocity
New Year's
freefall of about 120
celebration
miles an hour.
of the year for that year. Like, it was one of the rare occasions the West Coast had a really big celebration.
They are fast canopies, and their surface area
It was
much
like,
smaller
it was huge. It
than
was a
that
Red
of the
Bull event.
PJs that we had the chance to see a little bit earlier.
I mean,
These swoop
it was
chutes,
bigger than anything LA had going on at the time.
and have a forward speed, depending on how you wind them up, to some 70 miles per hour. They're
Played
going to
the
continue
Flutog.
to work their way down from altitude. Take a look at the smoke as they work their way into our target area in front of the Thunderbirds.
Jump, he
Mike
jumped the
Brewer and Amy
harbor.
Shimalecki, some of the most impressive skydivers with tens of thousands.
They jumped
no
over a
kidding,
bunch of water in the harbor
parachute jumps
onto
to
another
their credit.
ramp.
They are low enough where they can hear you. Let's make some noise
It
now
might have been
and
a
get it in
barge.
right on target.
And then a barge.
Continuing
I
to
can't
work
remember
their
what kind of
way
car it was. I think it might
down
have been a Ford
faster than a
Focus.
speeding ticket at about 65 miles an hour. First a touchdown, that of Amy Shimalecki, and also that of Mike Brewer. Let's give it up for them.
Now, when you said Amy, because there's a female parachuter.
Showcasing to you why Red Bull gives you wings. Now, I want you to take a look as we keep the action going high and to the right. You will see a couple of puffs of smoke.
Yeah, I think it was a Ford.
Our next jumper, that of Sean McCormick. He's got over 25,000
the Ford Focus is just so lightweight.
jumps, and he is flying a wingsuit. Take a look as
it was
he
a
now
jumpy
works its
day.
way over
They
to
did what a
around
heavy
120
car.
or so miles an hour as Kirby
Let's see if that's what it
Chambliss
was,
circles with his smoke. There's the deployment of the chute.
I was on fucking acid that
using
night
a
too.
series of panels that actually allows him to have flight controls to roll and pitch and do some incredible things. These type of wingsuits can actually garner that of about a 3-to-1 glide ratio. They can actually track for miles and miles. There's a recent video on the internet of the Red Bull Air Force jumping out of a C-17 where they came out.
I wanted to be on ecstasy, but my friend could only find acid, so that's what we ended up doing.
Sean McCormick
I ended up staying up afterwards and playing chess.
If you look very closely, you will see a couple of flaps dangling
whole house
in the wind.
I lived at.
He unzipped what he did of
I had
those,
like a bunch of roommates.
that we were talking about.
4 different houses in one house.
And he's going to be working his way in from the left into
I don't know what that's called.
area.
It wasn't a duplex, but it was like 4 in one, each with their own door. So, and each one had like 2.
For a beautiful
No, each one had 3
landing.
bedrooms in it.
So
So most of them had
now,
3
direct your attention
roommates.
to our left
So it was
as things continue to be
12
fast and
12
furious.
people total,
as
plus
we welcome
there were
next to
friends
our
invited
show,
over
a
and
guy
shit.
named
So it
Aaron
was pretty wild
Fitzgerald.
back then.
He's a
It was
pretty
different-
special
different
individual.
time for me.
Why? Because he's one of the only guys in the world authorized to do that. Fly aerobatics in a helicopter as Kirby Chambliss
Way
continues
different
to
time
corkscrew
than just
around
me and
with
the
his
cats.
smoke. Watch for the pull.
The stream. No
Yeah,
cats.
that's just unnatural. Off to the right.
There weren't any animals in that
Synchronized flight. We're going to watch
in that place at all.
Kirby
Actually,
Chambliss as he runs all
I
out
can
of
remember.
up, performing a bit of a hover. And Aaron Fitzgerald repositioning to our right as well. Aaron Fitzgerald joins us from Wenatchee, Washington. He previously served in the U.S. Army as a paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne Division. He's a helicopter pilot, as you know, but one of only around 3 in the world authorized to perform aerobatics legally. This guy.
Really? What would happen if someone just did that? They get in big trouble?
Such as utility flying in mountainous terrain and offshore support. He's even flown in test programs for NASA and Lockheed Martin and has been the aerial coordinator for many aviation projects and many motion pictures. We're going to watch him now to the left.
That shit's pretty awesome. I think that's more entertaining than the jets have been.
In this helicopter
Easily.
that would have kept Igor Sikorsky up at night as he now rolls the helicopter over. He's got the collective and the cyclic. And believe it or not, it's not that violent in the cockpit, but if they asked me to go for a ride, the answer solidly is no. We're going to watch him again from the right.
I would definitely go riding with that fucking guy. I'd probably throw up though.
Air Force Base. Let's put our hands together for Aaron
I'd probably be like, what have I fucking done? Halfway into the routine. There's only so much a regular person can take that ain't used to all that shit. I don't know if I can take much of it. It looks like it'd be fun, but
now in this next sequence of
I've gotten
maneuvers,
sick on a roller coaster before.
Aaron's going to climb on up.
I was younger. You ever gotten sick? I was maybe I like rode too many of them in a row.
Helicopters are not supposed to do that
Quickly.
Aaron's a great guy and was actually awarded the Medal of Valor for rescuing 2 flight crew members from a burning helicopter. And in addition to his air show and movie work, he flies UH-60 Blackhawks in firefighting contracts with the Forest Service, battling forest fires in the western United States. He grew up near an airfield where there would be fire bombers there. He loved going to the airport, watching them take off, and it inspired him to become a pilot And never in his wildest dreams would he have ever thought that he would have been flying a Bocal BO-105 and being paid to do so upside down.
Is that like the most agile helicopter
today,
in the
ladies
world
and
or something?
gentlemen, let's again
Why,
put our hands together for the Red Bull Air Force. Joined the Red Bull Air Force in 2017.
Red Bull Air Force? What does that mean?
Continue to work his way off to our left.
What if at one point
for one of my favorite maneuvers,
Red Bull Air Force is fighting against the real Air Force?
There's a forward collective and the whole deal spinning around inverted.
They find ways to get armament.
He's going to continue to come.
What if they already have it?
And again,
what if Red Bull secretly already has armament for all their,
it was built in the 1960s for aeromedical evacuation, and what makes it special and allows it to do what you're seeing here today is because of a titanium rotor system and a titanium rotor head that keeps those rotors from flexing as other helicopters do.
Oh, wow.
That keeps it from overflexing and perhaps cutting the tail off. That wouldn't be a good thing. You certainly can't do this in most helicopters. The Bo-105, a staple of the Flying Bulls fleet.
Special fucking
rotor, make them out of carbon fiber and graphene and carbon fiber. That's how I want you to make it.
Now Aaron's gonna come around.
Don't you think? Can you imagine how crazy that shit would be? Just make the whole chopper out of graphite and carbon fiber. Graphene and carbon fiber. It'll be like 2 pounds. The pilot will weigh more than the helicopter.
See ya. How about a big wave, everybody, for Aaron Fitzgerald? Thank you, Aaron.
And the helicopter will be perfectly rigid.
With Aaron now clear, we now direct our attention high and to the right. And welcome back to our aerobatic box, that of Kirby Chambliss and the Red Bull Zivco Edge 540.
This guy's definitely drank a Red Bull.
Dives in with speeds in excess of 250
they should show like an in-cockpit
this aircraft, one of several
shot of this guy.
And he also has a new helicopter.
I'm the director. I would have panned to this guy
home in Arizona.
Right before his routine starts. He's in his cockpit.
Get some Korean barbecue.
Downs a big ass Red Bull. Brushes the can on his forehead.
His introduction to aerobatic flight began quite by accident. When he was 21 years old, he was flying as a corporate pilot for a major hotel chain.
They actually did that though, but they can't show it legally.
Hey, Kirby, if this jet ever ends up upside down with the CEO on board, we want to make sure you can turn it right side up without
Red Bull is like 4 times as strong.
Makes sense to me. And from that point on,
legal in America, actually, so they
Kirby has ever imagined.
The main reason they can't show it.
27,000 hours of flight time and has traveled the world performing aerobatic displays and racing
hours
with
of
Red
flight
Bull,
time. That's actually
and is by
insane.
far one of the most accomplished aerobatic pilots any place.
You say 27, he did say 27,000. A lot. In the air.
Let's put our hands together for Kirby Chambliss.
That's more time in the air than I've spent live streaming, I think.
Continuing to tear it up in the Zivco Edge 540, doing maneuvers once thought to be impossible some 30 years ago. These airplanes are no longer structurally limited, but rather only limited by the pilot's stamina and the pilot's capabilities inside. Weighing in at around 1,200 pounds and nearly 375 horsepower, it allows Kirby to perform some incredible maneuvers with a thrust-to-weight ratio of nearly 1-to-1. There's another demonstration of that into a Cobra and the smallest inside loop we've seen all day.
That was pretty cool. That must, dude, that probably right there put his stomach in a weightless state. When he did that little bitty loop, I bet that shit tickled like hell.
By
You
the
know when
early
you're going down a hill?
2000s, Kirby was recognized as
7,000
one
hours?
of the top 15 aerobatic
Oh no, I
pilots
definitely
in
have
the
more than
world.
7,000
When
hours.
He was asked to compete in the very first
Easy,
Red Bull Air
because the
race.
bots have more
he
than
transferred
that.
his explosive, aggressive flying style to the racetrack, and today is a two-time Red Bull Air Race world champion. Though the air races discontinued in 2019, Kirby is proud of his experiences traveling the world and representing Red Bull on an international level. He fits right in with his other interests, running, skydiving, and motocross, and he recently picked up helicopters. Why? Just because he
27,000.
can.
27,000. Oh, that.
There's a knife edge tumble. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Kirby is now going to set up and work his way into the freestyle portion of this aerobatic routine, going a bit off script to play with every inch of our aerobatic box. Right down at Jackrabbit, scaring altitudes at times. Kirby most comfortable down close to the ground as he is upside down. Continuing to tear it up, it's Kirby Chambliss.
High as it could go. The air got too thin. Maybe he down throttled it. I wonder how many people this gets to go get a Red Bull after they leave the show.
You are
So
seeing
they
a titan in our
turn it
air
off.
show business. Kirby, the
If it
2022 recipient of the Art Show Memorial Showmanship Award and the 2024 Bill Barber Award for Showmanship, two of the highest honors given within our air show community.
Does Red Bull need all this to sell Red Bulls? Help? Not that much. I'm not gonna have one.
Slowing it down from the right.
Jay
Cameras at
Klein
the
might.
ready as he sets up for his signature
Jay Klein
maneuver.
wouldn't be able to
Once
help it.
again, striking out of nowhere, it's the Cobra.
Brother. That's it. Oh man, I wanted something better than that. Or expectations or resentments that they're making. That's neat. The last guy did that too. Makes you special. I wish they would have left the
Saying
fucking
hello
rock
to some of
music
our
off. They
international
turned it off
visitors
for
over
like
there
one
in the
song.
revetment area, those F-16s. Kirby Chambliss of the Red Bull Edge 540.
Whoever
He wants to thank Piper
got back
Aircraft.
from lunch and he was like,
Timbits,
hey,
Precision Air
who
Motive,
changed the
Parker
track?
Aerospace,
Who changed the playlist, man? This is... I spent all night last night finding these songs, man.
Aircraft spruce and specialty and high performance aircraft. He also wants to thank his friends at Red
Yeah,
Bull.
but the people weren't
showcasing
really
that Red
vibing
Bull
out
gives
to it.
you wings. Ladies and gentlemen, for the 2025 Aviation Nation Air Show here at Nellis Air Force Base, let's put our hands together for the members of the Red
Get back
Bull
anyway,
Air Force
apparently.
and that
No,
spectacular
they told him.
demonstration.
Courtesy DVIDS. Who are they?
Kirby Chambliss. out there playing with the trees like they're Red Bull Air Race pylons. This guy is absolutely incredible. He's going to recover. Well, it is about that time that we turn things over. He's not done. He's just rolling on landing. That's normal. It's Kirby. This airplane's basically a dirt bike with wings.
Is he really?
But we're about to turn things over to the United States Air Force.
Dude, that was dope. Now that was cool.
We set up for the team.
Doing a trick.
We do have a couple of housekeeping items we want to share with you before we turn things to them. First and foremost, as we have a couple of minutes to go,
I don't think I've ever
now is
seen
a great time to take a pit stop if you need to. Maybe grab something to drink,
something to eat,
perhaps an ice cream for the kids, or even a refreshing soft drink to enjoy during their show. Now is a good time because we've got a couple of minutes before we turn things over to them at 3:35
that was an allowed
and of course, there's no question that there are many
the way the
of you
announcer
here
was
with
acting
us
like,
today,
it was
and we want
like,
you to be mindful and courteous as you make your way out. Nellis Air Force Base, not exactly designed to handle so many of you in the Speedway.
He could get trouble for that.
I completely encourage you to follow the exit instructions from our airmen and be patient with that.
Too low of an altitude.
Red Bull Air Force just landing. What a show, Caitlin.
Because people, entertainers do shit.
Do the tricks in the helicopter.
For instance, when Base
Nectar not
Nectar
supposed to do that.
No, it's certainly.
When Base Nectar last played Red Rocks, they had an ordinance to where if you went over a certain decibel, you'd get fined a certain amount of money. And he did it all 3 nights that he was there because he wanted to be remembered for having a badass show his last year there that he was going to plan on doing, because he knew that the sound ordinances were going to be lowered for Red Rocks and he would never be able to play the bass that made him who he was. You know, you play a bass song or a venue where you can't have bass, it's going to sound like shit. So he went out with a bang. I mean, that guy, he knows. Maybe he's retiring next year or something. He's like, they're going to remember this shit. Fuck it if they give me a fine. You know, or, you know, I don't know.
Air Boss stage, how's it looking to you?
Go ahead, Bobby.
Okay, first time I've been up on the Air Boss stage. It was just awesome. I've just been running around, checking on the troops, making sure people getting fed and water, and just taking care of people and thanking people, especially thanking our folks that are out here working.
Do things. You remember.
And I haven't spent much time up there. Mine's up and down, but you know, you talk about putting this on.
People care more about being remembered than do about money.
Team. I got 2 great directors, one of ops, one of ground, and they just got an awesome team. So actually, the way I look at it, I have the easiest job. You know, I get to kiss the babies, hand out the coins, the patches. Occasionally, they'll let me work on something, you know. Trash can, somebody dropped a cell phone in a porta potty, something like that.
Because the joint made me cough.
I bet those are things that actually happen here, and it did not surprise me.
Yeah.
So you've been involved with this air show for a long time in many different capacities, dating back to a long time ago.
Yeah.
But what is it about Aviation Nation and Air Power in particular and putting on this event that really speaks to you?
Well, it gives us an opportunity to showcase not only what we do here at Nellis, which is a very diverse and fast-paced mission, and it's our opportunity too, because all of us that are working at Nellis, we're also, you know, part of the community, and that's the biggest aspect of this. You know, we opened up our doors. We were talking before. Friday we had the largest crowd that we had, almost 30,000. Yesterday, you know, whiskers shy of 23 or 26, and today the crowd is even bigger. Well, that's great because they're all seeing what they do. Performers. What the real reward is walking around the ramp and seeing the excitement in people's faces. Yesterday, I lost count
maybe it was
how
a
many
Subaru.
Kids were emulating, you know, what the performers were doing. And as I told them, I go, you know, you did an awesome job yesterday flying, but, you know, you touched the lives of many people you will never meet and never talk to, and I just want you to know. And that's what it's all about.
Oh, it was a fucking WRX, dude.
That new airman to come out. And, in fact, a great example is General Nimoy, our 2-star Warfare Center commander. We were given a briefing about that, and he just kind of stopped everybody, and he goes, I want you to know I was that 8-year-old that went to an air show, and that's why I'm sitting here today. So that's why we do this, and that's why it's worth taking the time and everything to do this.
Dan and I were literally having that same conversation earlier as we're walking around. To me, and I think to Dan as well, when you've been to a few air shows, it's almost more fun to watch the crowd.
It was this one. It was an STI. It's the car I have, but it's a hatchback. That was kind of a big deal at the time. 14 years ago.
That was sick.
New Year's Eve.
React, right? And it
so
kind of like
the Red
stirs
Bull
it
event
within you. And you've got such a supportive community here in the Vegas Valley. Ms. Oates, kind of speak directly to the kind of community support that you see around Nellis.
So a lot of the support is
They used to come here a lot. I don't know why they
out in the
stopped.
community, so I'm involved with a lot of veterans groups, and we're able to bring them onto the base because some of them retired a long time ago, and it's just nice for them to come back and bring back the memories. This morning I was...
Lamy Slutog was also 14 years ago.
Welcome to 30 feet above sea level, the Red Bull.
I was here
Flutog
also.
Long Beach.
Like, we were doing shit, man. What happened?
We have 34
So this was
teams
the
today.
same year, but later in the year. So we had the car jump first, and then we had this later on. It was like, shit was popping off in 2010, man.
Amazing. To be unbelievable.
It was completely free too. Just to walk out there and check it out. Cheech was there. Oh shit!
Miles Dasher coming in a kayak. Wearing diapers.
And where
A lot of people out there. There was a lot of places to like just walk around and hang out. You didn't have to be like cramped up crowd like that. There's plenty of space. Like you can see it from pretty long distance. I don't remember if I went over near the lighthouse or not.
Fantastic.
Got Red Bull.
driving down the flight.
Bro, though, man,
Actually,
like,
you're right.
shit
Our
just
show is
stopped
normally
happening
in
out here.
November,
Long
the
Beach was
first
the
weekend.
shit, man.
But because of
shit.
things that were
Used to
going
be
on in the
cooler.
world and whatnot, and also we had Formula One, we had NFR, and two major conventions going on. So we
There
all in
is a
22
Grand Prix
kind of
happening this
suffered.
month.
So leadership made a conscious decision. Let's get off that weekend because we want to support, as Bobby was saying, the community because Formula One is a big thing. So we basically
Drifting
moved
is
it
happening
to
this
April,
weekend, I think.
because it was in between everything else that we're doing here. And then we got hit with a deployment. And there was no way we were going to be able to do the show in 24. So we kicked it a year. And then no sooner did we do that than we got off the deployment, and so we just stuck with it and went with it. So, but as you mentioned, next in 27, we are going back to November 5, 6, 7, or 6 and 7 November of 27. Formula One has moved off in the weekend before Thanksgiving, so it's a win-win.
Absolutely. And Bobby, Mr. Jones was talking about how it'll be kind of a homecoming for the Thunderbirds. And the Thunderbirds travel all throughout the year, so it's nice to have that air show at the end of the year. You get to come home, play for your hometown crowd. But if you could just speak to why do we do air shows like this? If it's so much of a logistical lift, it's so hard to bring all these people out and have everybody work the weekends. Why are air shows important?
It's important for the community to know what the military does, because
recruitment.
we're a mystery to them. And so this is our way to open our doors to say, this is what our people do. And it's not just flying. You've got Red Horse out here. You've got CE. You've got the munitions troops, the ground troops. You've got all these people, because everybody thinks of, the Air Force pilots. Well, there's a lot more than pilots. I was a maintainer, so there's a lot of things that we can let the community know our people are doing.
We're going to be seeing a huge push for recruitment.
On Thursday, we actually had an AIM day that we brought the kids out.
All this kind of stuff's going to pick up.
We had transportation, medical, the security forces, defenders, all the different career fields were out here just to show these kids what we do. It's not just airplanes. And another thing too, we have our older airplanes. So our chapter, we own a replica of the Wright Flyer. So it's down by the kids zone. So, you can see where we first started to when you look at a 35. So, we've come a long way, and it's not long. And it's just a lot of people, with the kids can sit on the flyer, take pictures, and they're just ecstatic. So.
Another aspect, though, and I agree with what Bobby just said, but the flip side of that is with all the airmen, and I use it with a capital A, they're in front of their piece of equipment or that. This is their opportunity to say, face-to-face with the community and the visitors, our guests, this is what I do in the Air Force. This is why I'm doing it in the Air Force. And they get a big kick out of that. So it's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, and it shows their pride that this is my equipment, this is what I do, and to share what I do with the community. And they're just, the airmen are just all smiles, and just people ask them questions, and they're excited.
So I'm curious, so you've been doing this a while, and there's so many great acts to choose from. I'll start with you. What's the top military performance you like to see aircraft-wise? I'm just curious, because you've seen it all.
Well, okay, so Bobby mentioned she's a maintainer. I also, in my career, was a maintainer. But still, the F-22 demo still awes, because that thing aerodynamically does things that an aircraft is not supposed to do, but he does it and makes it look easy. So F-22.
All right.
Yeah, I'll have to go with that, but if I want to go back further, I have to go with my F4s.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Look, he already knew.
I know. Yeah. We were both F4s.
Yeah, we're both F4 Phantom fixers, so yeah. But no, the 22 is just awesome. It's just amazing what it can do. It looks like it's just a leaf just falling out of the sky, and it's like, planes don't do that.
That's right.
From an air show director standpoint, how do you choose who you're going to include? So as you start work in Nation 27, how do you kind of decide who gets to come out?
Good question. First of all, we do a hot wash. We'll do a hot wash on 25. Not only ground stuff, what went right, but how did the acts do? We look at social media and that. So we kind of look at that. I guess kind of a teaser for 27. Ooh. We already kind of have a concept of what we want to do. We are really leaning towards, since it's the 80th anniversary of the Air Force, we are leaning no civilian acts. We are going to have all commemorative Air Force, World War II. We got a couple of units that have the old biplanes. Get those in. I'm trying to talk Bobby and her crew into getting the 1905 version of the Wright Flyer flying again. That runs on a Harley Davidson engine.
Yeah.
Okay, but I will tell you, open kimono here is there is not enough alcohol to put me in the front seat to fly that thing. All right, but it has flown. Yeah. So we're leaning towards. We
need an investigation on this man.
And then bringing in as many of the modern fighters, and not just the Air Force, because as you all know, we can't. The Air Force doesn't do this alone. We're a joint fighting force, so we're going to bring in, just like we did here with the F-18. And we'll bring in some of those, because if you look at the pecking order of what the audience likes, it's the current Air Force stuff. Number 2 is the Warbirds, and then the skips and flips and all that. So we're going with 1 and 2, and that's all I'm going to say.
All right, I think I feel like I need to put a request in then.
Did I leave this in here with her?
The variant that goes up and down to take off.
Stole version.
Yeah.
With the Marines.
I'm just putting in a request if possible, putting on the wish list.
It kind of tears up the asphalt and stuff when it takes off like that, so we've got to be careful for FOD.
All right. No,
Dan, this isn't a request show.
Wet blanket.
We are guests at the home of the fighter pilot.
Go ahead and ask.
Actually, we laugh about that, but my director of ops, Trey Hamilton, we were trying to go after F-35 because we didn't get the F-35 demo team. And so we were going for the Stoll to do it just because people around here see the F-35 all the time. But to show them, hey, there's something that goes straight up and then we'll go, it's something a little different. That's why we're doing all. But hey, real world operations.
Yep.
That's why you don't see a lot of the heavies out here is because we lost them last week to real world ops. And so
mission first.
Yeah, well, then we adjust. That's how we do it. So
and that's another thing that's community to understand. People asking, where are the heavies, the bombers? They're doing real world missions. We do air shows, but we're working 24/7, 365, and that's what happens. And when the mission comes up, you got to go and do it. That's what we get paid to do, and that's why we do what we do.
Yep, exactly.
And thank you both so much for everything that you do for Aviation Nation. You both served. Thank you so much for your service, and thank you so much for coming by today. Broadcasting live here at Aviation Nation 2025. Just one more act to go, and we'll be back.
Doing his shit and forgot whether or not I'd walked away from the dead. Pineapple punch. Punch me. They ran out of shit to talk about. What the hell, dude? I bet next year this is better. Because I bet this is off of Biden's plan, like last administration, planned this year's thing. Next year they have Kid Rock for the music. Better than this shit. Kid Rock's pretty much this shit, but with vocals. It's recognizable. Maybe this is Kid Rock without vocals. They did a deal with Kid Rock, and Kid Rock was like, I'll tell you what, I give you these unreleased tracks I got with no vocals. But people won't know it's actually mine. That way they won't think there's a conflict of interest. You're paying me for this. We've been friends for a while. Played like one song that wasn't rock metal about. I got a little excited for a second, like, oh man, you're gonna choreograph this for a second? None of this is choreographed, the music or anything, it's just music playing. Ran out of filler content. What did I want them to play? Something less rock and rolly. I don't know. Oh man, whatever they started playing, it wasn't. It was around here, probably. No.
Watch for the pull. University.
PD command.
Happens
here.
Much indeed.
No.
Aaron's gonna script to play with. We do have
what the see.
There it is. This. I was like, okay. He's sick. I thought they were gonna choreograph it. Like, this is way cooler for me to watch Jets to this type of music. Because this music feels more magical, which is what flight is. Our ability to harness the power of flight the way we do, especially our military, magical. Not a fucking rock show. It puts it more at a. I get to see youth absorbing this more in awe. He's just laying over there, chilling in bed. He comes over there, pouncing, biting on her, stepping on her and shit. I really think it's the hyperthyroidism making him do really stupid shit. Blue. Ted. Lou.
Today is a Vietnam-era F-5 Tiger II, piloted by Tommy Limiter Williams, as well as a U.S. Air Force F-22, piloted by Captain Nicholas Laz Letourneau.
He's got so many like itchy feeling scabs on his belly and his inner thighs. Or are you? Isn't this way better than the rock music though? I heard this when I was in the kitchen and I didn't get to see it. I forget what I was doing, but I just heard it and I was like, man, pretty sweet. I figured out what they were playing. And they changed it right back to that silly ass rock music. Switch it back right here at the end of it. theaters August 2026. Oh man, we gotta wait like a year and a half? Tell me about it, guys. That shit.
We would like to dedicate today's Heritage Flight to all the military veterans in attendance whose
Is this
sacrifices
the
over the
Heritage
years
Flight?
have helped preserve America's freedom. We hope you enjoyed watching this rare formation of classic and current United States Air Force aircraft on our journey from heritage to horizons.
Well, then they kept it non-rock for one more song. My bad. Air Force mandated they not play that shitty rock music during their heritage flight. Wild. Is the Raptor, I think it's a Feb 22, right? It only has one pilot? They both only have one pilot? If that's the case, that's crazy. How the one's so much smaller. It looks like a go-kart in comparison. Looks like you could fit that on the other one as like a launch platform. Like release it off the bottom of it. Extra jet on the jet, just in case you want to have some double jet action. Double jet action. Flight. In flight. Got here, mate.
Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Air Force Heritage Flight. We hope you enjoyed watching and taking pride in this rare display of more than 80 years of air power heritage.
I've got a hat. Where's my ears? Weird hat. Was brought to you by China. Because this show was funded last year. Oh shit. Now we're back to the rock music. That dude went rogue all of a sudden with some armament. He could just come blow you up if he wanted to. Target your house. How far they can go though, without refueling. Probably not all the way across the U.S. Let's see, F-22 top range. $1,850 miles. Nautical miles is definitely shorter.
Day two of the Aviation Nation Air Show rolling on. Dan Hawkins,
then this dude talked,
Martin.
and then after that, they went.
We'll be back right after.
American P-51 Mustang Plum
That's
Crazy.
when they went back to the rock music. Like nobody would even notice. They've been there ever since. Oh, it's Thunderbird time, baby. Yeehaw! Get in there. Thunderbird, Whirly. Oh shit, dolphins. Oh, that one guy is not in secret enemy. Look at that shit. He number four. No, right there. He closed. No, number 4. 1, 2. Fuck. Out of order. Why is 4 in the wrong spot? It's 3. No, it's number 3, I think, over there. That's closed first, not 4. 4's in the dirt. Somebody's wrong. 1, 2. See, 4's coming next. 3 should come next. It's common sense. What the fuck? These amateurs. Navy's better. Everybody knows that. Does that give me what I want? Don't tell me they didn't start it correctly. Oh my goodness. What the fuck? There are 2 female pilots? No way. There's no way. Short cheese. There's no way 2 of them are females. No. 3? 4? Are all those really pilots? What's happening? They each have a co-pilot, maybe? What do they need a co-pilot for? They're up there doing tricks. Are you serious? Wait, the Blue Angels have I need to see that they have co-pilots first before I look this up. Oh, a female with a female? That's risky business right there. They don't have a co-pilot. That's probably their helper to help, like, them suited a bit. Yeah, they don't. No, they don't. Other people. They're the pilots right there. Yeah. Wait, there is a female though. Those are the crew members first. They're the female short as fuck too. I can't believe that they have a female on the Thunderbird, so I wonder if the Blue Angels have a female too. Just with like, you gotta build to have a female, otherwise, where's the black guy at? Hold up. This is bullshit. There's no black female? You know they fucking. That's why he's over there. The big buff dude. He's her guy because she's probably fucking him. Okay, we got a guy, a female, a female. Oh, it's a maintenance officer. Wait, what was
a noble symbol of freedom and a tireless pursuit.
Oh, wait, I don't think they have one.
An everlasting legacy of pride, precision, and professionalism of all airmen of the United States Air Force.
Dude, Navy does not have a Blue Angel female. Pilot. They do have one.
Since 1953,
it says events coordinator.
We have demonstrated the most advanced and respected air power in the world. The pinnacle of teamwork and dedication of the world's most elite force in air, space, and cyberspace. We are first, last, and always a fighter squadron. Our maintenance professionals can transform our jets to be combat ready in 72 hours to provide the protection under which our democracy operates. Today, you will witness the unparalleled teamwork, aerial precision.
Did he just say it would take 3 days to make these jets ready to fight? It's like a long time.
Attention to detail demands the ultimate commitment from the whole squadron to achieve their best. At 500 miles per hour and formations 18 inches apart,
they do have one
only
in 2023
feet off the ground. The sound of freedom is not just heard, but felt.
Lieutenant Amanda Lee soared into the spotlight as the first female jet pilot for the squadron.
Military jets
the 18th Super Hornet.
Fighters have always proudly
I don't know if
displayed
she's still
our
on the
colors.
team though.
Red for courage, white for truth, blue for justice. Distinguished names that echo down the halls of aviation history. Thunderjet, Super Sabre, Thunder Chief, Phantom, Talon, and today's F-16 Fighting Falcon, also known as the Viper. In the spirit of its namesake, the F-16 can soar to 50,000 feet, climbing 30,000 feet per minute. It is capable of Mach 2 or 1,500 miles per hour and maneuvers at 9 times the force of gravity. From our fabled past to today's ambassadors in blue, we seek to be the best of the best in our critical mission. Recruit, retain, and inspire the long blue line of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. We are the premier air demonstration squadron of the United States Air Force. We are 130 of the finest airmen together to exhibit the capability and uncontested air dominance of the United States Air Force. Anywhere, anytime. We are the Thunderbirds.
Thunderbirds, check. 2, 4, 5, 6. Thunderbirds, search 1, ready now. Canopies down, ready now.
You know who's watching shit like this more than our youth? China. They had the same type of spectacles where they bring out all their military garb and try to look like the best. Even North Korea does it. They're really like doing it on this one. There's something about that one. He's so fast. But they're like choreographed right now. It's like synchronized. I mean, it's pretty good at it though. Oh, oof. This guy's fired. Back there in the very back. I hired. Doesn't know how to spin properly. I don't think I can teach him. India does way more than this. They'd have a guy spinning on the front of the plane right now, and on top of it. It'd be pretty sick though if we had that right now, you know. Now that I think about it, if we had a dude that was like balanced perfectly with the thing on his belly. I know I'm not the only one. They're just standing there. They could be doing something. And on their hands. One hand if they can. Show China what we're working with out here. Anybody can just stand there. At our best. We get fucking Circus Delay enlisted. And India will know that we ain't nothing to fuck with. At the Circus Delay people are probably Indian. That's their ex-Indian military. They got so good. If you haven't seen the Indian military parade, you have to go watch that right now. You have, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, you getting cold roll, bitch. Ah, that's the ultimate cold roll. Thunderbirds. This should give you cancer, dude. What the hell was that? Was that actually like their smoke? Their stream? Maybe it was just. You see them? In? He was spazzing out. Order ceremony. What? Branch? Oh, I don't know. Maybe. he waving at the crowd? I think so. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Major Crystal Jimenez, Thunderbird 12, the team's public affairs officer, and today's narrator from Claremont, California. It's great to be here at Nellis, and today I want to tell you about the Thunderbird mission, a demonstration of teamwork, dedication, and professionalism that mirrors that of your Air Force active duty, Guard, and Reserve personnel deployed around the globe. As our Thunderbirds taxi out to begin today's demonstration, the Thunderbird crew chiefs are already preparing for their recovery.
Indian military parade.
Let's watch as they demonstrate the same level of precision on the ground that you were about to witness in the sky.
Dude, they do all kinds of weird shit. Spinning, hanging off of them and spinning. Like Circus Soleil. It would seriously be impressed if we started doing some spinning, though, I think. Why not? Why wouldn't we? Do you think we don't have spinners? We got spinners here. We got plenty of spinners. I can find you a spinner right now for $5. Bad enough. Might need a little more time, though.
The Thunderbird team is comprised of proud professionals who are motivated by a passion for service and a commitment to excellence. It all started in 1953 with the F-84 Thunderjet. In just 6 days, the first Thunderbird team crafted a demonstration that would shape the future of military jet demonstration teams for years to come. The Thunderbirds became the first supersonic jet demo team in 1956 with the transition to the F-100 Super Sabre. In the early years, flying at supersonic speeds and creating a sonic boom was an accepted way to begin the demonstration. While supersonic flight is now prohibited, the Thunderbird tradition of showcasing America's frontline fighter aircraft and representing the pride, precision, and professionalism of all of our 695,000 airmen continues today with the
bullshit. They can't even do it out there. With 31 different
Air Force career fields, this team is a diverse group of exceptional airmen from all across this great nation who have committed to a mission greater than themselves. Each Thunderbird is filled with an intense passion, a sense of pride and purpose that represents the agile combat capability of your United States Air Force.
I don't think the Navy Blue Angels is quite as theatric with the moving of what the hell that is. Blocks in the Phil Ollie. Could be wrong. I think the Blue Angels could kick the Thunderbird's ass. You know what I'm saying? They always do this? Blue Angels do this too. Oh, they do. They all do it. Why didn't they at least have a guy facing a girl? They got two dudes about to kiss over there. Yay! More proof that the Air Force is gay. They had two females they could have had facing a guy. Should have had two dudes this close to each other. This is gay as it gets down. If
Thunderbirds have been showing Americans what our Air Force can do for over the past 72 years. Since 1953, not a single demonstration has been canceled due to a maintenance problem. Please join me in thanking the true heroes of our team and of the United States Air Force, our maintenance and support professionals.
Black people. Women. It's either what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 black dudes and 3 women.
Thank you.
Are white people just not joining the military
Right now,
anymore?
the pilots are completing some pre-flight checks at the end of the runway, and once they are ready, they'll take to the skies. Soon you will hear Thunderbird 1 command the pilots to run up their engines as they accelerate down the runway from your right to your left. Lieutenant Colonel Malapa will then demonstrate the superior thrust-to-weight ratio of the F-16 by immediately pulling the noses up into the vertical, performing the diamond loop on takeoff. Following the diamond takeoff, our solo pilots will perform the mayhem takeoff. Thunderbird 6 will take off in maximum afterburner from your right to your left and execute an immediate 360-degree aileron roll at low altitude. Thunderbird 5 will then take off from your left to your right, immediately pull 60 degrees into the vertical and perform a split S, reversing his direction while still over the runway. Hang tight while we get ready to fire on up.
Thunderbird 1 is ready for takeoff. Runway 3 left.
Boss, winds variable at 6 knots. You are clear for takeoff. Runway 3 left. It's showtime!
Thunderbird 1 is clear for takeoff. Runway 3 left. Thunderbird, let's run them up. Stand by. Smoke. Smoke ready now. Smoke off ready now. Thunderbird, release brakes ready now. Burners now.
Pretty decent though, the females up there holding their own though. That's respectable. I mean, crashes though, I'm gonna be screaming DEI higher, you already know. You can't be the one to crash it. Much at stake. Plane at the time, it would have been an F-18 Super Hornet. So it's what the Blue Angels fly right now. It was the latest and greatest that they had at the time. Back to me. sleeping.
And now, Nellis, stand tall as America's ambassadors in blue open with a tribute to the greatest nation on earth. America's own, your 2025 United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron from Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas, Nevada, led by Lieutenant Colonel Nathan Malafa, and known to all the world as
flown for the planes that put out the fires. Do some pretty fun stuff. This resident of colored smoke. I wonder if that shit's like outlawed now or something. I've seen any colored smoke, the whole thing, all in white. And there used to be different colors, dude.
In 1954, the first solo pilot made their debut on the Thunderbirds, and in 1962, the opposing solo was added. Now, check 6 and welcome our current solo pilots, Thunderbird 5 and Thunderbird 6, as they approach from behind and overhead for the ever-inspiring crossover break.
It already happened. Hello, man. Happened already. Are you serious? They don't have a fucking angle on it?
Bird fans, have your cameras ready for a picture of formation flying at its finest. As the diamond is approaching from the right at a mere 18 inches apart from wingtip to canopy for your 2025 Diamond Pass and Review.
A foot and a half from wingtip to canopy. I need to fucking get a tape measure out, bro. I don't think so. They need to tighten that formation up a little bit. They're about twice to 3 times past what she just said. Know my measurements, buddy.
Now watch from your left as Thunderbird 5 displays the historic emblem on the bottom of his aircraft with the knife edge pass. The original Thunderbird Diamond was led by Major Dick Catledge with twin captains Buck and Bill Patillo as wingman and Captain Kanaga as the slot pilot. Now look ahead and on your left as the current Thunderbird Diamond maintains precise formation position in the diamond roll.
Well, we could just settle this once for all and have some war games. Blue Angels versus Thunderbirds. Live war games. They have cameras in each one of their cockpits.
Fly for you today.
Trump wants to make the military great again.
That's America's Air Force. We're the most lethal Air Force on the planet. Now look back to the right and find Thunderbirds 5 and 6 teamed up this time to create a mirror image in their trademark, Calypso Pass.
Different aircraft though. These might be more nimble, smaller. Not sure, but these look like they're like primarily for air-to-air use.
Ladies and gentlemen, the diamond is approaching from over your left shoulder in the tight echelon formation. Watch as 1 becomes 3 with the echelon pass in review.
I wonder if they actually use that to hide the fact that they're 3 planes. Radar, whenever they're going to an objective or something. Instead of flying in a diamond, they fly back like that. They just look like one big plane, maybe.
Sound of freedom. Now, from your left, watch as Thunderbird 5 maintains level flight while performing the challenging slow roll. From the right, Major Scholl will demonstrate the extraordinary roll performance of the F-16 with 4 consecutive aileron rolls at low altitude.
Not low enough. Get lower. Get low, get low, get low. You know exact be impressed.
The diamond is now approaching from the right. This is a rare opportunity to go inside the cockpit as Thunderbird 1 commands the 3 diamond pilots to perform simultaneous aileron rolls in close formation.
Ready, down, and roll.
From your right, Major Downey, and from your left, Major Scholl. Inbound for Show Center at a closing speed of over 1,000 miles per hour. Before passing, they'll bank sharply, narrowly avoiding each other for the opposing knife edge pass.
1,000 right there. Are each going 1,000 miles per hour right there? Or is it combined? Each. I was like, yeah, this is like 1,000.
Approaching ahead and on your left, the Thunderbirds are in the challenging trail
they would
formation.
break the sound barrier if they
with
did that,
each
wouldn't
wingman
they?
flying just a few feet from the
What's
aircraft
the deal
in
with
front
them
of
not
them.
being able to break the
On
sound
command,
barrier out there?
watch as they smoothly transition back to the Thunderbird diamond formation.
Whoa. Sure.
Our 2 solo pilots have positioned themselves on opposite ends of the show line to cross at Show Center with the inverted pass. A difficult maneuver made even more challenging since Thunderbird 5 is approaching upside down.
Man, you should have been following the upside down plane that was approaching. Anyway, that's probably harder to do correctly.
From directly in front, Thunderbirds 1 through 3 will pull straight up into the vertical and trail formation. Emerging from the smoke, you will see the Thunderbirds have skillfully transformed back to the Thunderbird Diamond formation.
You like that diamond? I haven't seen any Chinese air shows. I have to see one to know how better they are. Out, it's 420. For the kitty! One of them's gonna want something eventually.
While the maneuvers you are watching today are in tight formation and at low altitude, they require the same level of concentration and discipline that every Air Force pilot must employ. Whether flying combat missions over hostile territory or flying in support of humanitarian efforts in adverse conditions. Now, watch as Thunderbird 5 completes his rejoin with the Diamond, form the low bomb burst. Thunderbird 5, Major Jeff Downey with one more surprise as he approached supersonic speeds. And while supersonic speeds are critical in chasing down the enemy, slow speed handling is just as important in aerial combat. From the right, find Major Scholl, low and slow. Thunderbird 5 completes his regine with the diamond to the right as this familiar formation approaches to perform the 4-card loop. Major Shoal will demonstrate the exceptional performance of the F-16. He climbs 3 miles straight. Ladies and gentlemen, the Thunderbirds would like to dedicate this next pass to all the families here today whose loved ones are deployed around the globe in the defense of our freedoms.
She could have gotten a drink that time.
As Major Shoal, Thunderbird 6, demonstrates the raw power and tight turn performance of the F-16 with a maximum performance turn followed by a half Cuban 8. To the right for precision flying under G and feel the power of the Diamond Burner 360. our two solo pilots, Thunderbirds 5 and 6, rejoin with the Diamond to form the Thunderbird Wedge formation. We'd like to take a moment to honor those veterans in the crowd today whose service and sacrifice have given us the freedoms that we so greatly cherish. Colonel Malapa will now reposition the wedge formation for the wedge roll. As you take time to watch the precision required to maneuver 5 F-16s as one formation, let that serve as a reminder of not just the teamwork, but also the dedication and commitment that makes our team and the United States Air Force the most capable and credible force on the planet. Soars above, we are proud to represent the 68,000 airmen who are deployed around the world. While our airmen, guardians, soldiers, sailors, coasties, and Marines risk their lives every day to fight for democracy, it is the families that stay behind who are the silent heroes of our military. Their sacrifices do not go unrecognized, and we thank every mom, dad, wife, husband, son, and daughter who support their deployed military member each day as they fight to keep our country the land of the free and the home of the brave. Now, from your right, watch the formation of 5 F-16s precisely maneuver, showcasing teamwork at its finest for the wedge formation loop.
The wedge! Oh.
delicious, baby. You ever seen a wedge like that before?
Wedge repositions for the wedge burst. The flying skill and grace you see evolves from over 72 years of technical training and thousands of hours of practice and employment. Every airman who wears the Thunderbird uniform is a military member first, highly trained in a professional Air Force skill. As airmen first, Thunderbirds use years of on-the-job training to provide consistent and credible global vigilance, global reach, and global power, giving a critical edge to today's joint warfighting and coalition teams. Wherever they have been before and wherever they go after their time on the team, the Thunderbirds are airmen first and airmen always, faithfully and professionally representing their brothers and sisters in arms who are providing unrivaled air, space, and cyber dominance around the globe. Approaching from directly in front, your
little wiggly
2025
up there.
Thunderbirds and the inspirational wedge burst.
I can hear that there's different music at the venue.
Our solo pilots are approaching for their final high-speed head-on pass. As they cross at show center, watch for them to climb sharply, then reverse course in a split-S maneuver to cross again with a knife edge pass. Let's go inside the cockpit and listen as they execute this breathtaking maneuver.
Solo, ready, hit it.
By the top 62295 is on the line. Gotcha, 5.
Solo,
Ready, hit it. Roll out. And pull.
Ladies and gentlemen, no other maneuver is more closely associated with the Thunderbirds than the one you're about to see. Look to your left as the Diamond approaches to perform the high bomb burst.
missed the burst. I think I hit it sometime. Oh, it's delicious. Is that it? Oh, that's alright. Vertical engine stall. Ted, going her away. Give her breakfast. Tell the world what you had for breakfast. Have some eggs. Have you chewed them up all the way? Are they still stuck in your teeth? Had you brushed them yet? Can I smell your breath? Oh, baby. Oh. Oh shit! Did you eat them all at once? Did you have it? Did you have the hash brown, the French toast last? It was a dessert. I saved it for last myself. I can't be eating my French toast. It's like my breakfast dessert. I'm a real OG. Warm? Oh man, I tell him not to even bring it out. Don't even bring it out until you see me completing this plate here.
As your Thunderbirds prepare to land, we hope you have found today's performance inspirational. It is the culmination of hundreds of hours of training and preparation, representing the unparalleled devotion to duty of every combat airman in your Air Force. We encourage those young people in the audience today to dream big, choose integrity, to serve their communities and families, and surround themselves with excellence.
Human. Gloves, would you pick my food, Sonny? Ah, I can tell it's synthetic also. Biological? Can tell. You better just be food in there.
As our F-16s come into land, we'd like to thank you for your continued support of the United States military and the Air Force. It has been our great honor to represent America's airmen with our performance today. The Thunderbird officers and enlisted representatives are planning on coming forward to sign some autographs and talk about the great opportunities that exist in today's Air Force. This will take place along the crowd line, directly in front of the jets. We hope you'll stick around, give us the opportunity to meet you, sign some autographs, take some selfies, and let us answer any questions you may have about serving this great nation. Please visit us at airforce.com/Thunderbirds or follow us on social media at AF Thunderbirds. And now, I would like to take some time to recognize some of the men and women who made it happen.
Wind out there.
It is my pleasure to introduce to you an important group that represents all of our Thunderbird enlisted professionals. In the center is our line chief from Chicago, Illinois, Technical Sergeant Ronald Scala.
6,
Crew Chief
7,
Thunderbird 1 from Forest Falls, California, Staff Sergeant Ian Hauser.
3,
Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 1 from Sidra, Puerto
7
Rico, Staff
possible
Sergeant
DEI
Jonathan
hires.
Torres.
That's insane.
Crew Chief Thunderbird 2 from Bolivar, Ohio, Staff Sergeant Tiffany Mosier.
Actually.
Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 2 from El Paso, Texas, Staff Sergeant Ureli Vega.
7
Crew Chief
out
Thunderbird
of how
4
many?
from Peoria, Illinois, Senior Airman William Dominic.
11.
Assistant
7
Crew Chief
people out of
Thunderbird 4
11
from Garden
could
Grove,
possibly
California,
be
Staff Sergeant Eloy
DEI
Lycona.
hires.
Crew Chief Thunderbird 5 from Las Vegas, Nevada, Staff Sergeant
weird.
Aaliyah Wyrick.
really isn't.
Assistant Crew
More
Chief
white
Thunderbird
people in
5
the Air
from
Force,
Charlotte, North Carolina,
more white men
Staff
in the Air
Sergeant
Force than
Jordan
anything else.
Hutcherson.
Really not how it
Crew
is.
Chief Thunderbird 6 from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Staff Sergeant Elquan Harris. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 6 from Dallas, Georgia, Staff
Air Force
Sergeant
is
Justin
proportionally
Whitener.
represented here. This little crew seems like a
Ladies
very
and gentlemen,
diverse.
it is now my pleasure to introduce to you some of the airmen on the ground that have brought the entire show together by providing impressive filming, music, communications, and logistics. Located at our communications trailer, otherwise known as Judy, please help me recognize our Chief Enlisted Manager from Cleveland, Ohio, Chief Master Sergeant.
Amazing. I love it. Thunderbirds, home of the fighter pilot, Nellis Air Force Base, Aviation Nation 2025. Dan, how are you feeling?
That was great, as always. I mean, they put on a show.
Dan's
and that's
always
what they
feeling
do,
great. You can't ever see his hands, can you?
And that's what we saw this weekend, and it was just a lot of fun. Hopefully that the community, anybody that came out, took that away because it was on full display this weekend.
Just the embodiment of the warrior ethos. That is what the Thunderbirds represents. That is what the 57th Wing here at Nellis represents. All of our guests that we had throughout this weekend were absolutely incredible. So gotta thank everybody that stopped by the show, and also everybody that didn't stop by the show that was working Aviation Nation this weekend. I mean, you talked to the former Defender in Dan Hawkins. You've got cops out here making sure everybody is safe, medical personnel, just everybody here at Nellis Air Force Base that made this event an absolute success.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you, partner, so it was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. I love it so much.
No name
I
badge.
will come out anytime, and when we're talking about partners and just stellar performances, we've got to talk about the 2nd Audio Visual Squadron out of Hill Air Force Base, Utah, giving you all the great pictures. So many crew members, cameramen, comm guys, sound guys, everybody here.
Who the fuck are you, man?
Production work. And we went all over the country, which is kind of cool.
Kind of cool. And that's going to wrap up our coverage for this 2025 Aviation Nation Air Show from Las Vegas.
At least she flies
Nevada.
anything. She's not an officer.
So for my partner, Caitlin Jones-Martin, our entire 2nd Audio Visual Squadron crew, our director, Adam White, and producer, JT Fairley, that's going to do it from Vegas. So long. Good night.
I just said it was 80 degrees right now in San Diego, I think. That's where...
Good night. Fairly.
Where's that 72?
Our director,
oh, it's 80
Adam
in
White,
Phoenix. That's it. There's where they did a stall tit earlier. Red Bull one did it. And that's when it flipped back over, I think. Maybe. You weren't here for that?
We're gonna survive over the years. Aptly named.
Who's this dude?
It's the Edge 5-4.
No, it wasn't this dude.
After landing.
This is what I is
70 miles per hour. They're going to continue to work their way positioning to 17.
You know, C2
to the public for an
kick it.
Where the fuck is it? It wasn't this purple one. Before the purple one? After the
40.
What's what after the helicopter? Or the one before the helicopter?
And high.
There it
is. Pylon. Space. Hello.
Does it? No, that wasn't it either.
You are seeing a titan in
There's
our
one
air
where
show
it did
business.
it really good. I think it was after that one though.
Our international, the Red Tempest. Court batteries, craft spoons, and red. The two put our hands together. Air race recover. Done. He's just wings.
Oh man. He did.
Can't do.
Did you do it at the very beginning?
His introduction to workout, get some Korean barbecue, go flying, and be back for afternoon TV.
Oh, he did. He did it somewhere. It was like,
Kirby
okay.
Chambliss and his introduction to aerobatic flight began quite by accident. When he was 21 years old, he was flying as a corporate pilot for a major hotel chain. And the chief pilot was a smart guy and said, hey, Kirby, if this jet ever ends up upside down with the CEO on board, we want to make sure you can turn it right side up without hurting everyone. Kirby says, makes sense to me. And from that point on, flying has been more than Kirby has ever imagined. Today, he's logged more than 27,000 hours of flight time and has traveled the world performing aerobatic displays and racing with Red Bull, and is by far one of the most accomplished.
It's crazy. See how he got to start flipping? This is probably the coolest one out of all of them. I think this dude is probably the coolest, cooler than the Thunderbirds as far as like skill level. You might actually
together for Kirby Chambliss.
Still, I don't know. A slower speed, but dude, his precision has to be there.
Zivco Edge 540, doing maneuvers once thought to be
especially with the racing.
Some 30 years ago. These airplanes are no longer structurally limited, but rather only limited by the pilot's stamina and the pilot's capabilities inside. Weighing in at around 1,200 pounds and nearly 375 horsepower, it allows
only
Kirby
1,200 pounds. That's
some
crazy.
Incredible maneuvers with a thrust-to-weight ratio
the
of nearly
weighs
1-to-1. There's another demonstration of that into a Cobra and the smallest inside loop we've seen all day.
Over a tenth of the weight of the plane.
By the early 2000s, Kirby was recognized as one of the top 15 aerobatic pilots in the world, where he was asked to compete in the very first Red Bull Air race. He transferred his explosive, aggressive flying style to the racetrack, and today is a two-time Red Bull Air Race world champion. Though the air races discontinued in 2019, Kirby is proud of his experiences traveling the world.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Red Bull on an international level. He fits right in with his other interests, running, skydiving, and motocross. And he recently picked up helicopters. Why? Just because he can.
You couldn't afford the insurance anymore.
There's a knife edge tumble. Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Are there not any more air races? That happens. I mean, that's part of the sport, isn't it? Why are they going to end that?
Kirby is
racing
now
cars too, don't they?
And work his way into the freestyle portion of this aerobatic routine, going a bit off script to play with every inch of our aerobatic box.
Part of the fucking sport. Unless it flew off into the audience, now it's something different.
Down close to the ground as he is.
This is the one where it stalls out.
Maybe. Continuing to tear it up, it's Kirby Chambliss.
Do you think this helps sell Red Bulls?
You are seeing a titan in our air show business. Kirby, the 2022 recipient of the Art Show Memorial Showmanship Award, and the 2024 Bill Barber Award for Showmanship, two of the highest honors given within our air show community. Slowing it down from the right. Cameras at the ready as he sets up for his signature maneuver. Once again, striking out of nowhere, it's the Cobra.
Kai. Sweep the leg. I can hear the music
saying hello
playing
to some
there,
of our
though.
international visitors over there in the revetment area.
I don't know what they're hearing.
Kirby Chambliss of the Red Bull Edge 540. He wants to thank Piper Aircraft, Tempest, Precision Air Motive, Parker Aerospace, MGL Avionics, Concord Batteries, Goodyear Aviation, MT Propeller, AC Air Technology, Skydive Arizona, Aircraft Spruce and Specialty, and High Performance Aircraft. He also wants to thank his friends at Red Bull, showcasing that Red Bull gives you wings. Ladies and gentlemen, for the 2025 Aviation Nation Air Show here at Nellis Air Force Base, let's put our hands together for the members of the Red Bull Air Force and that spectacular demonstration.
They did get crowds. They did get crowds. They didn't. Was that what happened? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess people can just watch it from home.
Kirby Chambliss out there playing with the trees like they're Red Bull Air Race pylons. This guy is absolutely incredible. He's going to recover. Well, it is about that time that we turn things over. He's not done. He's just rolling on landing. That's normal. It's Kirby. This airplane's basically a dirt bike with wings. But we're about to turn things over to the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. And as we set up for the team, we do have a couple of housekeeping items we want to share with you before we turn things to them. First and foremost, as we have a couple
Somebody dicho que no quiere que hablemos español. Y le decimos, no gracias.
This person's running?
Martinez Rosas. I am an immigrant. I am undocumented, unafraid, queer, and unashamed.
Why would you go up there and say that? Why would you do that? The White House responded? Oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck. So we'll play the clip again.
My name is Grace Martinez Rosas. I am an immigrant. I am undocumented, unafraid, queer, and unashamed.
So the White House responded to this and they said, "Hi, Gressa, we have an app for that. We suggest you check out the new CBP Home app to self-deport." Man, if she is not supposed to be here, they need to deport her. Yeah, speed running to deportation. Like, they definitely should do that because that's what the people that voted for them want them to do. Yeah, they have to go back. Yeah, especially, yes. You can't have people going around bragging about this shit. Of course not.
Exactly. Yo, that's why they had to send that one Venezuelan dude back that was bragging on TikTok about it. You saw he got sent back recently. Like they need to find her and show that they sent her back, actually. To show if you come here and brag on national TV, we're going to find you. Brag on TikTok, you have a lot of followers and you're making a mockery of our system. Yeah, we're going to find you. That needs to happen. I agree. Thank you, Asmund. No, that happened. What is this? Trump terrorists?
One gamer with a strong message saying, "We're forged by endless boss battles against impossible odds. We do not give up. We do not stop. We are the terminators of the culture wars." Now, while that reaction might sound extreme, it reflects just how deeply gamers feel about their hobby. Newly announced tariffs from the Trump administration have prompted Nintendo to pause U.S. pre-orders for its next-gen console, the Switch 2. And online, that announcement ignited a mix of disappointment, confusion, and strong political opinions. Wednesday, Nintendo announced the specs for the new Switch 2, including a June 5th launch date and a price tag of $449.99. Fans were excited for new features like a bigger screen, faster device, mouse controls, and built-in chat. Also included in the price, a Mario Kart World bundle. An upgraded Zelda release will become available only on the Switch 2, and classic GameCube favorites for Nintendo Online subscribers. That excitement was short-lived, however, after it was revealed new games like Mario Kart World will cost up to $90. And now, that price may be going even higher. A 34% tariff on goods from China and a 46% duty on products from Vietnam has disrupted Nintendo's production pipeline. Both countries are major manufacturing hubs for the company, though Nintendo hasn't specified where exactly the Switch 2 will be made.
Dude, are PS5 prices about to go up? Because I've been holding on to these things for a while. Can I finally offload them and get my money back at least? That'd be cool. I don't care if prices on shit goes up for a little while.
A spokesperson for Nintendo tells CNBC pre-orders for Nintendo Switch 2 in the U.S. will not start April 9th, 2025 in order to assess the potential impact of tariffs and evolving market conditions. In the meantime, online, the reaction has been loud, unfiltered, and emotional in comment sections. Gamers shared everything from satire to scathing political takes, many expressing a sense of loss and others a deep frustration with who they blame.
Man, motherfucker, is this going to create Democrat voters? Like, imagine being like 15 years old right now and this happening to you, and your parents being like, blame it on Trump voters. And you like don't know shit about politics. And you're like, Trump voters, really? Trump voters caused this? Freaking my games? And then that creates them to be a Democrat for the next election. Right, perfectly for when they turn 18 3 years from now. Where hopefully by then this will have all turned around, because like you said, it should be short-lived.
Delay. One Reddit user who supports Trump said he believes if he had the chance to speak with the president, he might be able to persuade him to reconsider tariffs on video games. Pre-sale orders were slated to begin April 9th. Nintendo has not given a new date for the U.S., but pre-orders in other regions are still moving forward as planned. With Straight Arrow News, I'm Kennedy Felton.
The Democrats actually helped make this happen somehow. Because they thought about that, it helping to create Democrat voters.
European Union countries will look to present a united front against U.S. President Donald Trump's tariffs, likely approving retaliatory tariffs on up to $28 billion of U.S. imports. The move, expected in the coming days, would tax a range of U.S. goods, from dental floss to diamonds. By doing so, the EU would join China and Canada in imposing retaliatory tariffs.
Dude, check this out. When I went to Europe, I saw hardly anything that was American ever. Hardly ever, dude. At least in Vienna or Eastern Europe, like that. So, I mean, are we really that heavily represented in Western Europe? I don't think so, dude. Because when I see people post pictures of the American section of food in their grocery store in Western Europe, it's usually pretty small. Assuming that much American goods.
potentially escalating a global trade war.
I think we're consuming much more European goods than they are American goods. So them putting tariffs on stuff that's coming into their country from here, I don't know.
Could make goods more expensive for billions of consumers and push economies around the world into recession. The 27-nation bloc faces 25% import tariffs on steel, aluminum, and cars, and as of last week, reciprocal tariffs of 20% for almost all other goods. Trump's tariffs cover some 70% of the EU's exports to the U.S., which last year were worth a total of $585 billion. U.S. duties on copper, pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, and timber from the EU are likely still to come. The European Commission, which coordinates EU trade policy, will on Monday propose a list of U.S. products to hit with extra duties in response to Trump's steel and aluminum tariffs. But among EU members, there are differing opinions on how to respond. France has said the EU should work on a package going well beyond tariffs, with President Emmanuel Macron suggesting European companies suspend investments in the U.S. until, quote, things are clarified. Ireland, almost a third of whose exports go to the U.S., has called for a considered and measured response. And Italy, the EU's third largest exporter to the U.S., has questioned whether the EU should hit back at all. The initial EU counter tariffs will be put to a vote on Wednesday.
Okay, then. Well, all right. Let's get to voting. Final countdown.
Imagine ordering a custom pendant, only to find out later it wasn't what you paid for. That's exactly what happened when this woman brought me her elk tooth pendant, disappointed with how it turned out. She initially thought it was solid gold, but after a closer look, I had to break the bad news. Most of it was actually sterling silver. And that wasn't the only issue. The previous jeweler skipped key finishing steps, leaving behind rough welds right on the front of the piece. My job? To rebuild this pendant the right way. First I had to remove the elk tooth, but when I started deconstructing the pendant, I found out the jeweler glued it in place. Instead of securing it properly, they just used adhesive, meaning I had to soak it in a chemical solution to release it. Once the tooth was free, I 3D scanned it to get its exact dimensions. This allowed me to create a wax prototype to check the fit before casting the new pendant in solid 14-karat gold. Unlike the previous design, this tooth isn't held in with glue. It's secured with the walls of this custom bezel. And to finish it off, I laser welded a yellow gold antler onto the bezel, not just as a unique detail, but also to reinforce the setting and keep the tooth secure. So what do you think? Will she like this version better than her original? Imagine ordering a custom pendant, only to find out later it wasn't what you paid for. That's exactly what happened when this...
You found out the tooth was actually a piece of plastic. Belt buckle out of his ivory elk teeth. I guess that protest didn't happen today.
More breaking news to get to. Jay North, the actor who starred as a child on the sitcom Dennis the Menace, has died.
His death was first reported by Janine Russell, who played his friend Margaret on the show.
This is Dennis.
Can I speak to Joey for a minute? Heck no. Ron doesn't care if I use the phone too much. He doesn't even know about it.
North rose to fame as the mischievous character Dennis in the 1960s TV show, which was based on a comic strip. Old photos of him alongside famous faces Dean Martin, Tony Curtis, and former Dodgers pitcher Sandy Koufax. North transitioned to voice acting after the show's 4-year run. He died at his home surrounded by family after a battle with cancer. Jay North was 73.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by
Mm-hmm. Not on Wikipedia yet. Years of battling cancer, they know, right? Collateral cancer. What? No. Yeah. Yeah. Collateral cancer. I wonder if he never got a colonoscopy. No. You know more about his butthole. You know? Don't you want to know? I want to know when the last time he got checked was. And, like, look, I thought it was every 10 years now once you turn 50. So he should have just gotten checked 3 years prior. That shouldn't have been enough time for it to grow that aggressively. Or, like, when did they find it? They said that he's been battling it for a while. I have seen every one of that. Oh, really? Literally, you've seen every single one of them? How do you know? One day I binge watched all of the Tales of the Crypt, but it took more than a day. And I've also binge watched all of the what are those called? Twilight Zones. All of them that were on Netflix. Yo. Dang.
Today you're going to watch me melt down some of my discontinued dandelion crayons. Before you freak out, this is the plan. For those of you all that don't know, dandelion crayons were retired back in 2017 and they were my favorite growing up, so I've been collecting them ever since. While also collecting any broken ones that I came across. Because this old thimble shelf up here that I used to keep trinkets in, it has 9 slots in it. And there are 9 letters in the word dandelion. So I thought it would look cool to melt down the dandelions and put them in letter mode so we can spell out dandelion in this shelf. There's liquid gold right there. Very cheesy.
I wonder why they discontinued it,
Now
though.
that was satisfying. For anyone asking, yes, it absolutely reeks of crayons in here now, and it's absolutely amazing. Now I just gotta cut off all the excess wax. Oh my gosh. And then they'll be done. All right, and here they are.
Oh,
They're
they
all
look pretty
done. And
good.
yes, you can actually use them as crayons. And there it is. I think I'm into it. So now even the broken crayons have a place of honor in the dandelion crayon collection. Today you're gonna watch me melt down some of my discontinued dandelion crayons. Before
Epic. That's what she always paints her nails that color. Or that's what color panties are. That's what the men really want to know. A little too much into it, but now she's done. She promises that she doesn't need any more. Coming home, she spent a life savings on like some hidden stash that was supposedly in China. Just China came across her story, got a hold of her, and was like, "Hey, psst, we got something we came across." Brand new, mint condition. Second child dies of measles in Texas. RFK Jr. attends funeral. Oh shit. Interesting. Huh. Isn't it? Dr. Oz offers big ideas tackling some of America's biggest health challenges. What does that mean? Oh.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:50 on the East Coast and 5:50 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news on this Sunday. I do want to take you out to a developing story that we're following out of Florida. Take a look at this booking photo just coming in. A Florida man arrested after he allegedly made posts on social media in which he threatened to kill President Donald Trump. Records show Glenn DeSico, seen right there, is being charged with making written threats to kill. The Jupiter Police Department in Florida saying the investigation began when they were alerted to a Facebook post where a written threat was made directed at Trump. Detectives reviewed the suspect's social media activity and confirmed he had made the threat. On Friday, police said they arrested him following an investigation into statements made on social media that targeted the president. Officials said they then interviewed the suspect and he was taken into custody without incident. Again, that is his booking photo right there. The Jupiter Police Department working in coordination with the United States Secret Service throughout that investigation, and they actually posted this. This is the spokesperson for the Secret Service who said, "Thank you, Jupiter, Florida Police Department, for your swift response and partnership. Threats against the President of the United States or any Secret Service protectee are taken very seriously. Our success often starts with tips from the public, so please continue to report suspicious activity to police." Now, at this point, no other information has been released about exactly how they were able to track this guy down, what led them to see this post, but we're going to follow all of this and make sure to bring you updates as we get them. If there is any sort of news conference called, as always, you can watch it right here on Live Now from Fox in full. We do have to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour here. I'll leave you with the shot of New York, or excuse me, the Washington, D.C. That is the Capitol building there in the distance. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Fun. It's warm here today, 29.9 Celsius. Stretch. I had some orange poop in the backyard this morning. What the hell? I just got reminded of it because there was an orange here. Got in here. I have to buy a different vacuum cleaner. All the hair that's about to get shedded up in here. That one, I've already replaced the battery in it once and it didn't last very long. It wasn't working properly. Another vacuum. The nutmeg. Yup. Is it a nutmeg? What is this? It's a pudding drink? Why is it so pudding-like? I just want to know why it's so pudding-like. You put the ice on top of pudding. Dewy and sweet cocoa with ice. Okay, what's that? Cream it for you, baby. Oh, big ass dolphin. Orange syrup chocolate or what? A lot of sugar right there. Wow. I think that would be way less sugar if that was actually. That looks like icing, dude. If that were like actually ice cream, maybe. It's straight icing. You know it's gotta be cheap made shit because they got buckets of it. I think it's probably only like a cent or something. Have a bucket, sugar on me. Island, get a little sexy. Don't have to get naked. You gotta eat one of these chocolate things. not going to be in the club. That's the thing. The new Wilson
This is the most viral basketball on the internet, and I had the chance to be one of the first people to play with it. So I flew to Chicago and met up with the team responsible, showed me all the...
But it starts off as a powder, and then just like when you melt anything, it's going to become a little stiffer. You can change whether it's a more of a matte and rough feel versus a glossy, smooth feel.
Yeah. But now it was time for the moment of truth. How does this thing bounce? And the answer is, well, just like a normal ball. It didn't feel any lighter or less bouncy than the standard Wilson ball used in the NBA today. So maybe sometime in the not so distant future, we'll see the NBA use a ball that doesn't need to be inflated. In fact, the answer is, well, but now it was time for the moment of truth. How does this thing bounce? And the answer is, well, just like a normal ball. It didn't...
Comments are fucking saying the same thing. Whatever. Stupid. And somebody was outside jamming some Mexicano.
I'm at the protest right now in New York City, anti-Trump, anti-fascist protest, and I have one question. Where the fuck is Gen Z?
Working. They're working.
These people are cheering. They're talking like it's just the 60s. It's like the 60s, and they're having conversations. And
oh God, now it all makes sense. It's all a nostalgia trip for boomers to fight against computers. And it's oh no, that's what it all is. They're cosplaying. This is their version of going back and playing classic WoW.
And walking slowly, there's no fight here. There's no youth here. It's all 30-somethings and their children. And then seniors. And God bless everybody who showed up today, but I'm really fucking disappointed in the youth turnout. Where is the youth turnout?
They're working. They're working, and also I think a lot of young people don't have as much investment in the stock market, so the tariffs don't seem to be as much of a tangible evil to them because they don't get to observe the negative effects. So big surprise that a bunch of old people that have capital are mad about their capital gains going down. Who could have ever guessed that? And also a lot of young people are moving away from this too, because they see this and they're like, well, this is my future, and I don't want to sign it away to like some illegal immigrant. I don't want to sign it away to Israel. You know, like how many times have you guys seen the picture of like somebody saying, I'm not signing up for the draft to go fight for Israel? A lot of people think that. You know who's been popping off a lot on TikTok? Nick. You know the Nick I'm talking about, not NMP.
Your future that is going to be impacted by the actions of the Trump administration.
Yeah.
And it's really this easy to show up in numbers and show your government that they're outnumbered. That is a...
Well, shouldn't you have showed the government that they're outnumbered whenever you voted? Because I feel like that's a great mentality to have. But there was a day for that. It was like November 5th. Like we already had that day.
That is the point of a protest.
Yeah.
To show that your government, that they are outnumbered. And if Trump leads you to believe that protesting does nothing, then this is what we get. We get a crowd of 30-something.
Well, the reason why protesting does nothing is because it's the extreme minority of people. And these people don't realize it, but like all of these values that they have are complete luxury beliefs. These are people who are misinformed by mainstream media, who have mental disorders, who have been, radicalized on the internet. And it's not a big surprise that they're really not doing very well. That's it. They protest so much, we don't give a fuck anymore. Yeah, it's again, champagne socialists. Yeah, that's exactly it. And again, if you look at a lot of these protests, it's all the same demographics. I can't afford to take off work and go protest. Protesting is for the rich and or subsidized. Yep. Catering to virtue and receiving stupidity and the elderly. Interesting. Stupid and old people. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Old people want to go do a good thing because they're like, oh shit, maybe this heaven thing is real. I better stop fucking around. I'm gonna try and be a good guy. Someone said, remember the 5th of November? Well, apparently these people forgot because they didn't vote.
And their children and seniors.
Please elaborate on what you mean by luxury beliefs. So what I mean by luxury belief is that it's a belief that a person holds that they don't actually have to, it's a check they write, but they don't have to cash. So what I mean is that, like, for example, a person who lives in a northern state that is 95% ethnically white in that area is going to say that, you know, illegal, unfettered immigration is great and they like diversity a lot. Well, if you like diversity so much, then why is your area that you're in not diverse? And so the problem is that these are people who have values that they don't actually live up to. And that's really what the issue is. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? And so, like, for example, for these people, they think that, well, it's great because you have like more people making tacos or something like what I love about it is that it's always this like, it's like it has the same type of energy as like the awkward white person that like a black guy gets in the car and then like their mom puts on rap music and they're like, oh, this one's for you. Like that's the mentality that they have, right? Or they're driving down, there's like a homeless person and they're like, oh my God, I've got to lock my car and make sure they don't get in my car, right? And so this is the energy that these people have.
Man,
and it's like, no, every Mexican that comes over here doesn't just come over and make taco. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, it's such a weird fucking stereotype to have. It's the same as like, you know, in Concord, they have like the black character whose passive is to run fast. Like, what the hell is wrong with you, man? Like, and these are the people that are trying to constantly go and talk down to other people. And so this is the issue, and that's what a luxury belief is. It's something that is informed by virtue, and it's not a value that these people have to be held accountable to. And so they don't have to see the negative results of whatever worldview they have, and that's why they can afford to have that view. You see, like that's... You see that that's the point. They don't live up to it. Yeah, exactly. Everyone thinks that in the US or just you. I mean, that's what a luxury belief is. If I'm explaining luxury beliefs, that's what I mean. Having values that you don't subscribe to. Yeah.
And barely any teenagers. This is what we get. We get a crowd of 30-somethings and their children and seniors. And barely any teenagers ever. Like,
yeah,
oh my God, I can't even. Like, where are you going if you're not going to the protest right now?
Literally anywhere else.
What's more important?
Fortnite. See, these people think like, and this is the problem, right? Is that this is how you know that the people that are doing this are in a lot of cases like upper middle class. Is that they can't even conceptualize the idea that somebody has prior engagements or obligations on the weekends because they've lived a life of privilege for so long that they don't even understand that many people don't have the privilege to go out and protest. They don't, like many people, this is another really big thing, is that they have like elderly parents or grandparents or some sort of other person that they're a caretaker for. And so they have to invest time into that. They have to maybe help with a family business as well. They have maybe, let's say, like there are kids that they have to help take care of on the weekends because, you know, they can't afford childcare. Basically, we have a spectrum here. And the closer you are to being poor, the closer your life is to playing co-op. And the closer you are to being rich, the closer you are to playing Honkai Star Rail with autoplay while you're being a whale. So you have to run, and you have to use your thighs and calves at the same time. Here we go. What? Do you understand? Like, think about how hard it is just to run. Like you can't even do anything. You can't move. Everything takes some. Oh, there it is. Okay, another one. All right. Oh God. Jesus. Student loans. Oh, what's that? Wait, a minimum balance for my bank account. Wait, what? Oh, I have a. Wait, what the hell is this? An overdraft fee? What's an overdraft fee? What's this here? Oh God. Damn. So I have to pay money for my bank account to put my money in the bank account? What the hell is this? Oh, no, I can't buy in bulk because I don't have enough money to invest into that. I can't afford a Costco membership. Oh, God, jeez. Okay, no, I can't afford to buy a good car that's, jeez, I'm late to work again.
UWOP. Me, I can fucking run it. I can do it. A runner.
My feet are strong.
Repeatedly tap Q. Oh. WO for half a second. Wait till the front foot touches the ground. WO if you
Hey everybody, this is Stab Guy from the Hidden Blade. The main screen. It says Q and W control the thighs and O and P control the calves. Now some people have said these controls are simple, but these same folks can't answer basic questions such as whether the Q key moves the left leg or the right leg, and whether it moves the leg forward or backward. I contend that the answer is all of the above for all of the controls. Each one moves one leg forward while moving the other one backward. Q moves the left thigh backward and the right thigh forward. W does just the opposite. O bends the left knee while extending the right knee, and P is the other way around. By the way, Q and W also move the upper arms, but I think that's just for show. The arms don't really assist with balance like they do in real life. It doesn't make sense to press Q and W together. That's like hitting the brakes and the accelerator at the same time. So if you try it, it's the same as just pressing Q. And likewise, if you press O and P at the same time, the O button always wins. Now I'm going to simplify the controls even further. You really only need to know two controls in QWOP, left stride and right stride. To do a stride, press the buttons as shown simultaneously and hold them down. This feels natural because it's both your index fingers and then both your middle fingers, back and forth like that. Now when I say right stride, I'm referring to the power phase of the stride. That's where the right foot hits the ground and propels you forward. During the left stride, the right leg is in its recovery phase and comes forward with the knee bent. They say you have to walk before you can run. Well, in QWOP, I guess you have to march before you can sprint. This first technique is really good for beginners to learn how to stay on their feet. It starts with a right stride. So at the starting line, press W and O together and hold them down until it looks like this. Then switch to left stride. Proceed like this so you're always holding down one stride or the other. Your attention should be focused on the leading leg. To decide when it's time to switch strides, you can either watch for the leading thigh to be parallel with the ground, or you can switch just before the leading foot hits the ground. Whatever works for you.
How the fuck he does that? What is it again?
Together and hold. They say you have to walk before you can run. Well, in QWOP, I guess you have to march before you can sprint. This first technique is really good for beginners to learn how to stay on their feet. It starts with a right stride. So at the starting line, press W and O together and hold them down until it looks like this. Then switch to left stride. Proceed like this so you're always holding down one stride or the other. Your attention should be focused. Proceed and hold them down until it looks like this. Then switch to left stride. Proceed like this so you're always holding down one stride or the other.
like that. Keeps switching the scene is because of the buttons I'm pressing. I'm not allowed to play this game because it keeps switching the fucking how I play it. I press the button. Where's Outlaw at when you need him? He gave us a little something this morning. That was just a teaser, you know. All that beautiful humming. Listen to the outlaw on my way. You listen to. Okay, so that speaker was at one of them rallies yesterday. One that said that she was illegal. International student visas canceled. Breaking news. Singing in bed, man. Showing that there was an empty place there in that big ass bed, too, for any available ladies there that would like to be extra biblical, have some righteous loving. It's okayed by God. He has a connection, so he knows the one is the one, and the one is going to be the one that says hello. Satine. 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 Gotta say it right. Awesome. One of the best, top 10. You're looking for. That shit off, man. Or something.
The following footage of killer Richard.
Peaceful. New album? No, I don't think so.
All right, check this out. Humpback whales making an appearance off our coast. This happened a few days ago off the coast of Dana Point, and you can see not one but two whales. Dana Wharf Whale Watching sent us the video. Making this even sweeter, the captain tells us, students from Concordia Elementary in San Clemente were on board for a field trip, and some students got to see the whales for the first time. That is so cool.
I mean, that's a, what do they call it when those core memories made?
Bucket list moment? I guess as a kid, it's a little bit, but you're right, core memory.
Yeah, that's
and you know, sometimes you go on, it's not guaranteed that you're going to see a whale. Like, that's the thing. So to go, amazing.
I've been meaning to do one of those whale watching excursions for years and never have done it.
I'm surprised.
Have
You've
you done
never
one?
done it.
Never.
I've done
We've
one.
talked about it, I think, since I was a kid and have never actually gotten around to it.
Okay, this is
You've been
the
talking
year.
about it since you were a kid?
Yeah.
This is the year.
Now, this is the year.
You
Make it happen.
You book it, you go.
And I forget the season to do it. It's basically
I don't even
now. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Our
Apparently
friends
it's now.
at Dana Wharf, yeah.
Apparently
it's now.
They'll clue us in.
We should ask. Yeah, we should email them.
Jake knows. REP.
They should go together, man. Make a thing out of it. Have some tater tots afterwards. I just call them tots. Apparently Trump's ratings are going down.
When I win the election, we will immediately begin a brand new Trump economic boom. Vote Trump and your incomes will soar, your net worth will skyrocket. Groceries, cars, everything. We're going to get the prices down.
President Trump made a lot of promises on the campaign trail, but he didn't talk to voters or warn them that their 401ks would take a nosedive and that tariffs would make almost everything more expensive. CNN's chief data analyst Harry Enton is joining us now. Hello, Harry. You're going to run the numbers for us. I am very curious to see what you found out about all of this. So let's start first with how unique the drop in the market is under Trump, because I have heard from some Republicans that say this is pretty normal stuff.
Yeah, if this is pretty normal stuff, I'd like to know what not normal stuff is. If this is a boom, I'd like to know what a bust is. I mean, my goodness gracious.
Not normal is it going up forever and not correcting. That's not normal, actually. When I saw, look, I want to show this real fast. It's right here. Not that. Yeah, I voted it. Oh, I did not vote it. Oh, fuck. I think it was in well, that sucks. Yeah, it was. So this guy says that he tracked his savings, and this is what happened since January. Okay. It never corrected. I mean, it never really corrected off going up so much. It's almost doubling. Never corrected. Kind of a little dip there, but pretty much going up almost. So this was kind of flat. It started going up again. So 4 years of it being inflated, probably by the administration somehow. How are they doing that? How are they making it going up? Yeah, I think so too. What are you doing? It's not time. Get out of here. No, yeah, I know what you're doing here. Clockwork. Hiding it right now, man. Man, I was just thinking about this today. How, like, the reason why I've been with so many different women, because when I was messing with online dating, and I was messing with it a lot, there weren't any bots or any trannies. They were all real women on there, and that was it. And what made me just think about it was this right here. I just used the Tinder Boost, so we had to pay for that extra. Ended up getting matched with 4 different versions of the same bot. Crazy. Like, you can't even online date anymore, you know, that's ruined now. I was thinking about that earlier today before even seeing this. I've seen that. But they ruined online dating with these bots. Can't even get the paid version and get away from them. Simon! Water bottle that. Oh. How come I don't ever hear you getting hurt? Ended up turning her into a mean cat. He's attacking all the time. Oh, there was other stuff I wanted to show here. Did upvote. Sniper rifle.
Where's the police? Wow. Go call 911. You are blocking the traffic. Get out of here. Deplatform fascists. Deplatform fascists. Deplatform fascists. Deplatform fascists. Deplatform fascists.
Protests gone wrong.
Did he just slap a woman?
That was wrong. That was really fucked up, and that's going to be dealt with. And this person's going to be okay, and we're all here.
But why did he slap her though? And look at this. I thought this was great. Occasionally, females will grow manes as a result of hormonal imbalance. I watched this already.
We'll talk about it. I mean, talk about the S&P 500. It's dropped 15% under Donald Trump's presidency. The S&P 500 has been collecting data essentially since 1957. It's been an index. I went back and I looked for drops of 15% with a president who was inheriting a bull market. There's only one dude on your screen. It's Donald John Trump. He is the only one to see a drop of 15% this soon into his presidency in the S&P 500 after inheriting a bull market. In fact, there's only one other president who has seen a drop of 15% this early on in his presidency, and that was George W. Bush back in 2001. But of course, he was in fact inheriting the dot-com bubble bust. And so this is truly unique, where you come in with a bull market and then boom, right through the floor, Donald Trump, the S&P 500 dropping already 15%, Jessica.
And so there's the market, but then there's the chance of broader economic problems. And that chance is right. That possibility is rising, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. A chance of a recession, something none of us want to see. And what's the chance of a recession? I mean, J.P. Morgan, look at this, now up to 60%. It was 40% in early March. How about Goldman Sachs? It was 20% in early March. We're now up to 35%. Basically, at this point, you average all these different companies together who put forecasts out on the chance of a recession. It's about 50-50, way up from where we were at the beginning of this year. Poly market, where you can trade, was, I think, a 30% chance at the beginning of the year. Now it's 60%. No bueno. What stays in the stock market, what happens in the stock market may not stay in the stock market, Jessica.
And Americans do seem to be having an issue with how Trump is handling the economy right now.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these numbers, you wouldn't be surprised to see Donald Trump's net approval rating. Compare it now to where it was at this point in the first term. In the first term, he was above water at plus 5 points. Where is he now? He's way underwater. He is swimming with the fishes. Look at this. He is the worst ever for a president at this point in a term, on record at minus 12 points. I just never thought I would see the day, because as we were hinting at the beginning, Trump promised an economic boom. Voters bought into it, but so far they ain't liking what they're seeing.
Jimmy Carter's probably the best example of a president getting taken down by the economy recently. How long did it take 39th president to go into negative territory on the economy?
Yeah, always when you think of economic bust, you think of Jimmy Carter, the recession that occurred under him, right? How long did it take him to get a negative net approval rating on the economy? It took him 11 months. It took him all the way until December 77, January of 78. Donald Trump already has a net negative approval rating only 2 months. 2 months into this term, he is the fastest on record to go negative. And comparing to Carter, I mean, you don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that 2 is a lower number than 11. Carter took a while. Trump, right on in. The voters have turned right against him.
I also want to talk about the protests that we saw across the country yesterday. Those protests were protesting the Trump administration. They generated a lot of interest online. What did you find?
Yeah, so, you know, when we entered the Trump presidency the second time around, there really wasn't that resistance, right? Not what we saw in January of 2017. Well, now we're starting to see what we saw in January of 2017. Look at this, Jessica. This is Google searches for protests. Get this, up 1,200% versus a year ago. It was the highest level on Saturday. And I went back into the record books. You know I like to do that, Jessica Dean.
Okay,
and what did we see? We see that the number of folks who are searching for protests, interested in going out on those protests, is finally matching what we saw in January of 2017, if not exceeding it. If the Democratic resistance seemed to be nowhere at the start of this Trump presidency, with approval ratings for Democrats down at their lowest level ever, all of a sudden Donald Trump has supercharged it, and the protests and the resistance is on.
All right. Harry Anton walking us through the numbers as he always does. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, he's not coming to LA after all.
65. Southbound 33, 8629 White Rock
come
Drive, 8629 White Rock, cross of River Ranch. For a seizure.
Crazy thing to come to.
Costco items affected by the tariffs part 2.
About 2 weeks ago, President Trump
Really?
announced 25% tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada, but agreed to delay them for 1 month. Now there are about 2 weeks left before they could start to kick in. If so, let's see what items will be affected. The first one are avocados. And yes, it depends on where they're sourced. These are from Mexico, so they will be affected. 6 of them for $9.99, so after tariffs, $12.49. $2 per avocado, that's pandemic prices. The second one are any kind of tequilas. This is a higher value brand called Don Julio. Currently $139.99, but after tariffs $175. The next one is French's mustard. Now it does say made in the United States, but the mustard seeds used for production come from Canada. Currently $6.89, but after tariffs it'll be $8.61. And
Dude, that
last but
mustard
not
has artificial flavoring in it.
least the toilet paper. Actually, that's going to be any kind of paper product. That's because most of the wood pulp used to make these products come from Canada. Currently $20.99, but after tariffs $26.24.
Costco items affected by the tariffs part 2.
About 2 weeks ago, President Trump announced 25% tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada, but agreed to delay them for 1 month. Now there are about 2 weeks left before they could start to kick in. If so, let's see what items will be affected.
Oh no, natural flavors, natural flavors. So, but still, why they gotta flavor it? It's mustard. What are they? What are they flavoring it with? More mustard? What else could they be flavoring it with? A mustard flavored bug?
Costco inflation part 1. Now this is a receipt from 1997 posted by a Redditor. Let's see how much it cost back then compared to now. Quick disclaimer, the manufacturer, size, and quantity of an item can change with time. There's no way for me to know what it was back then, so we'll just assume they're the same. Let's start with the mac and cheese kit. Back then $7.89, but now $14.84. Next, the cheesecake. Back then $10.99, but now $19.99. Next, we got the chimichangas. Back then $8.99, but now $17.99. That's twice the price. Next we got butter. Back then $5.49, but now $13.49. That's 2.5-fold increase. Of course we gotta talk about the hot dogs. Back then $5.89, but now $16.49, a near 3-fold increase. And here's a doozy, ribeye steaks. Back then $13.60, but now $55.61, a 4-fold increase. Costco inflation part 1. Now this is a receipt from 1997 posted by a
when they look at the fact that we have $1 billion trade deficit, when you look at the trade deficit that we have with certain countries, way over $1 billion per country. But with China, it's $1 trillion. And we have to solve our trade deficit with China. We have $1 trillion trade deficit with China. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year we lose with China. And unless we solve that problem, I'm not going to make a deal. Now, I'm willing to deal with China, but they have to solve their surplus. We have a tremendous deficit problem with China. They have a surplus of at least $1 trillion a year. I think it's like $1.1 trillion. And I want that solved. And no other president's taken it on. I had to take it on the last time, and then we had a rigged election. No other president's taken it on. And so China is, you know, they say the market's spoken. The market, China is right now taking a big hit because everyone knows we're right. They have to pay tariffs because otherwise we have a surplus, that they have a surplus with us that is not sustainable.
Mr. President.
And we're talking about $1 trillion, you know that, right? We're not going to lose $1 trillion for the privilege of buying pencils from China.
On the idea of crashing the markets on purpose, there's been some speculation, partly because of the video that was posted on Truth Social, that there was some sort of deliberate effort on your part to have the market sell off. Can you talk about that?
No, that's not so. But I do want to solve the deficit problem that we have with China, with the European Union and other nations. And they're going to have to do that. And if they want to talk about that, I'm open to talking. But otherwise, why would I want to talk? And as you know, because of the tariffs, we have $7 trillion already committed to be invested in the United States, building auto plants, building chip companies, and all sorts of companies are coming into our country at levels that we've never seen before. Biden had
automobile. Planes, trains, and automobile. Andy. One. Stevie, baby. Yeah, baby. Whoa. Weird. Don't want that. They were John Candy and with Steve. And with Steve. Steve Lookner.
Man, am I pissed off. I'm in Costco, and I'll tell you, all of these products are illegal in Europe. Yeah, literally, go down the row. They're illegal in Europe. You know why? Because look at this, and I'm not just picking on Skittles. See all this? See the red 40, the blue, the yellow, all of these colors. It's in every one of these products in this whole aisle. In Europe, they're illegal. You know what they do? This is the same product. This is Skittles. And you notice they have E162 from natural beets. E63 is from berries. All of these colorings are from natural fruits.
I want, baby. I don't want it to be. I want my chocolate to be a little fruity. I can't be the only one. You're my only Let the gas out. Release. Oh. Are you hungry? Food? Okay. Stop. Now I just need Simon to get hungry so I can give him his medicine. But I've been doing that around 7 now. Ooh, what's this eagle doing? Did one of them die or something? Oh. Acting weird, man. Eagle cam. Hey there, Misty. You all done? Everything outside? Okay. He's like, more. You see, I'm done and I'm still hungry. Oh, yeah, let's get to it. Oh, wow. Down the hatch goes. I wonder if the organic one also has organic natural flavor. What about the stone ground Dijon? Natural smoke flavor. Natural flavor mustard. All fridges mustard. That's why I didn't buy it. Costco.
It's not that you can't use they for one person. You use they for one person all the time. Someone left their wallet here. I hope they come back to get it, right? It's that you can't look at me and see my humanity yet. AKA bigotry, right? You don't believe us. You can't look at us and see the they in the eyes. So I want to give you a little practice so you can get over it. Look at me. Do you see that I am a they, them? Deep down to the core of who I am.
Yeah, because you're something else that's not normal.
Are you ready to respect us?
Definitely a they, them.
No.
You,
No, man. No, man. I
Either
believe
he
you
or
get your ass
she,
kicked saying something like that, man.
Now that first clip we just saw is
they, them. I
another
can get behind that
example
movement.
of Jeffrey telling everyone
definitely they,
that if you
thems.
don't
All of
share
them are
his
just they,
exact same
thems.
worldview and play along with his delusions, you are a bigot. Anyway, welcome back. Thank you guys so much for joining me. So I have a fairly quick and very crazy weekend Clown World update for you guys today, and as usual, we have no time to waste, so let's get into it. Now, if you place your attention on the screen for a moment. Now, I'm not quite for sure exactly who this fella is or what he identifies as, but I would like to say, sir, your pronouns are sticking out.
Okay, that's not creepy.
Now, I don't know if you guys all heard, but there are protests going on today all around the country. I think in all 50 states, these people are protesting Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Now, keep in mind, these protests are not organic and they are very well funded. So we're going to keep it moving with a couple of clips from the protest in D.C. Roll it.
Our course, so we are very big on the chanting, and y'all have all the energy today. So, no Trump. No KKK, no fascist USA! No Trump! No KKK, no fascist USA! No Trump! No KKK, no fascist USA! No Trump! No KKK, no fascist USA! Hell yes! I want you guys to do a little chant. There are organizers that have never organized in their life right now in the streets. When I say 50-50, I want you to say one. 50-50! 50-50! 50-50! My name is Sarah Parker. I am the executive director of
50-51.
Voices of
What does that
Florida
mean? You're
and a
crazy?
50-51 national organizer. But most importantly, I'm a mother.
51?
Let me be clear. 50-51 is not just a movement. It is a declaration of independence. We have no leaders, and we are beholden only to our values and to the people across this land who dare to dream, hope, and to believe in a better tomorrow, a better world, and a better America.
Look at those angry eyes and giant teeth.
Fucking hell.
I feel like we're living.
Dude, this is so weird. They're the first thing that comes up, by the way. Google's really pushing them. All I had to type in was 50-51, and they're the first thing. The 50-51 movement. 50501. 50 states, 50 protests, 1 movement. But when you go down, it says people also ask, what does 50-51 mean? It says it's 5150. 5150. So I got it backwards. It's still weird. It's confusing. It sounds like they're crazy. Proud of it.
In a giant South Park episode. Anyway, next up, so this individual who is a biological man that identifies as a trans woman and calls himself a lesbian, but that's neither here nor there. He has a message for Republicans. Roll it.
Stop.
Republicans should watch out going after cat people because, honey, we claw back.
You fucking crazy, man. You sound insane. Do you realize that? You should be medicated.
So this pink-haired fellow, who is a biological man that identifies as a trans woman, decided to show up at the Trump-Elon protest in Massachusetts. Now, this will give you a basic idea of the kind of individuals these protests are attracting. Roll it.
Hey friends, I just passed the Dunkin' Donuts, which is the most vague possible location I could possibly give you in Massachusetts. But besides being near a Dunkin' Donuts, which places me somewhere in Massachusetts, I mentioned I'm at the Hands Off Boston March, and it is the slowest march I have ever been in, and I could not be more happy about that, because that means that the streets between the park and City Hall are entirely filled with people who are here because they're very angry about what's going on, about Trump and fascism trying to take this wonderful country with all these wonderful people, and there are great chants going on. Immigrants welcome here. Trans people are welcome here. Trans kids are welcome here. This is fucking Massachusetts, kid. Get your fucking hands off of it. All right, I'll say hi some more later if I can manage to post this. Bye.
I'm an American. You're a sick asshole.
All right, next up we have this lovely lady who doesn't seem to understand that the American people are overwhelmingly fed up with this woke nonsense. I mean, didn't the last election kind of prove that? Roll it.
If you thought we were woke before, you done went and woke the beast. Welcome to Woke 2.0. All my woke warriors, give me a blue heart and share. Let's spread the love.
Enough with the woke shit.
Now, as we've seen time and time again in these videos, these Democrat and liberal types aren't really handling Trump's second term as president very well. For example, roll it.
Tomorrow, don't give up. Not yet. Be hopeful. Be happy. There's still tomorrow. Don't give up. Never give up. No, no, no. Never give up. No, no, no. Let me love you. Let me love you. Never give up. No, no, no. Never give up. No, no, no. Let me love you. I love you.
You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard. Truthfully.
Next up, we have this fantastic clip from Brandon Straka doing a man on the street interview at one of these protests. Now, Brandon approaches this white liberal woman who is holding a sign that says, "Trust Black Women." Now, Brandon asks her, Does that also include black women that voted for Donald Trump? Roll it.
What does this sign mean to you?
You know, black women are probably the least respected in America. Their voices aren't heard. Their issues aren't paid attention to. Many white women look beyond their own personal interests and they leave black women out of the conversation. And I think America needs to change about that.
What are we not trusting them to do right now?
How to care for our country, how to care for each other, how to stand up and fight for things that aren't right.
Millions of black women voted for Trump. Should we trust them?
What's the matter, Kate? Got your tongue?
Hey guys, real quick, before we go any further, I want to give a huge shout out to the sponsors of today's video. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to let this loop on the screen. Now, I have to leave this muted because there is a copyrighted song playing in the background, and no, it's not the Lady in Red. Anyway, today's video is being brought to us by Stunning Stephen Wyatt, and our second sponsor would like to remain anonymous, but you know who you are. So Stunning Stephen and Anonymous, thank you both so much for sponsoring today's video. I really appreciate the support. And I want to give a big shout out to today's honorable mention, Wendy Gavozdich, for leaving a super thanks on the last video. So Wendy, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So once again, today's video sponsors are Stunning Stephen Wyatt and Anonymous, with the honorable mention going to Wendy Gavozdich. Now, if you'd like to sponsor the next video and help support the channel, there is a PayPal link in the description box below, and I will say your full name as a sponsor of said video unless stated otherwise by you. All right, I think we've all seen enough of this fella for one day. Get this off the screen, please. Oof.
What a freak.
All right, next up we have multi-millionaire singer and actress Cynthia Erivo at the GLAAD Awards saying that her life is hard because people won't use her preferred pronouns, they, them. Roll it.
It isn't easy. None of it is. Waking up and choosing to be yourself, proclaiming a space belongs to you when you don't feel welcomed, teaching people on a daily basis how to address you, and dealing with the frustration of reteaching people a word that has been in the human vocabulary since the dawn of time. They, them. Words used to describe pedantically two or more people, poetically a person who is simply more.
What's more?
It isn't easy to ask people to treat you with dignity, since you should just have it because it's a given. It isn't easy to learn to grow who you are if the world around you is knocking at your door, telling you to stay inside.
All right, next up we have this young lady who says, I'm not big, but I'm also not skinny. So what am I? Roll it.
Okay, so I'm not big, obviously, but I'm also not skinny. So what am I? What am I?
Not big.
I need to know.
Damn, that's a big bitch.
Right, next up we have this young lady who is going to explain the term culturally queer. Never heard of it. Roll it.
And straight, and does being LGBTQ+ mean that you're automatically culturally queer? What does that even mean? Some people, particularly children of same-sex parents, call themselves culturally queer because they feel immersed in queer culture, traditions, celebrations, media, and language. My child, for instance, will be culturally queer, no matter what sexuality or gender he is, because he has two mums. But a few months ago, Darren Criss of Flea fame, although he does other stuff, declared he is culturally queer. He has learned from, been inspired by queer people, but is he? Listen, I'm not the queer police, but I'm still going to have an opinion. No one can determine your sense of identity but you. If you are cis and straight and you feel like the queer experience describes better how you live your gender or how you relate to people, or if you mostly move in circles where queer experiences are the norm in real life, you are probably culturally queer. Maddie Morphosis, straight drag queen, pretty safely culturally queer. Watching RuPaul's Drag Race does not make you culturally queer.
Oh my God, who the hell
cares? Talking about.
All right, guys, we are going to be wrapping it up with yet another clip of DEI Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett going on this crazy rant about Elon Musk at this congressional hearing. Now, I keep playing these clips of Jasmine Crockett because I am so shocked that she is actually a United States representative in Congress. Anyway, things are clearly getting very crazy out there, guys, so please take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Till next time, I love you guys. Peace. Roll it.
I don't like Elon Musk. I'm going to say it 50,000 times. I don't like him. I don't like that he going out there and he firing people. I think that he's a crook because somehow the rest of us can't sit around and get whatever federal contracts we want. The rest of us can't sit around and get law enforcement and get them somehow ordained as federal law enforcement to protect him. The rest of us can't get our dealerships protected by the federal government. That is somebody that is operating above the law.
Yeah, but he's the
For
only
whatever reason, just because he has a
American
lot of
made.
money, more money than everybody else. And yes,
Why he's
I am
protected.
happy to see that on my birthday, which is what I said, there were peaceful protests around this world against him.
I'm telling you, I'm going to drop the N-bomb if I have to.
2, 10, 12, 15. Whoops, stepping on
Oh,
them.
Dom just walked past. Where
That's
to
black.
where?
Anyway.
Where'd he go? Right across the street. He got medication this morning for fleas. Oh, hopefully he's doing alright. I was hoping he would sit and eat so I could see if his butt was all caked in diarrhea again. Alright, he must know he's got food over there waiting on him. Why else would he go straight over there like that? But that food's not that old. Mm-hmm.
Be careful at the beach. You'll normally see them around cliff sides, mixed in with other rocks. If you see these rocks and you're not careful, you could end up walking right past one of these. See the riveted pattern? There's
all over. Mm. Yeah. Like she was about to attack him while he was laying there. Continuing the cycle. Vengeance. Hey man, what the hell these cats are doing? They're not only the third plate. Hey. Pepe and girlfriend are. Any now. Oh. Yeah, camera.
He shot the police. Someone shot the police officer. Shot him in the leg, yeah. Holy You want to call it? I'm working at 315. I have an officer down on the tire on the car. I can't reach any of the units there.
On March 2nd, 2024, at approximately 12:21 p.m., the Miami Police Department received a report of an armed suspect walking eastbound on the Venetian Causeway. This 2.5-mile bridge connects Miami to Miami Beach. In response to the report, officers from both precincts quickly approached the bridge from opposite ends. Unbeknownst to them, their simultaneous arrival will lead to an impending disaster. The following report is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before. On a sunny afternoon in the bustling seaside community, Officer Shanakwa Stringer responds to a 911 call and quickly identifies a suspicious individual who may be armed with a small handgun. The man will later be identified as Cristobal Garcia. According to the official narrative released by the state attorney's office, witnesses directly behind Officer Stringer observed Cristobal reaching into his right pocket and pulling out an unidentified object. Officer Stringer has only seconds to react as she decisively springs into action. However, she's unaware that a crisis is quickly approaching. Officer Stringer advances toward the suspect alone, holding her firearm in her right hand pointed in the direction of Cristobal Garcia. When Cristobal didn't comply with her commands, Officer Stringer grabbed Cristobal Garcia with her left hand while continuing to hold her firearm in her right hand, while Officer Fabio Bolanos approached from the opposite end of the causeway.
1125, on arrival.
Officer Stringer's firearm was resting on Cristobal Garcias's upper back and pointed in the direction of arriving Officer Bolanos. A muffled gunshot echoes along the causeway as a bullet from Officer Stringer's weapon strikes Officer Bolanos, who struggles frantically to regain control of the dangerous situation.
Why'd you do that?
1142. Start rescue.
It's a fucking...
I got an officer.
Nobody's doing that to you. Oh, you up in his leg. You hurt yourself. He's bleeding a lot.
Stop.
Don't worry.
Stop.
I'm in my pocket. I'm a cop.
Stop.
I'm an old cop.
Put your hand behind.
Don't go ahead. Go. Hey, the blood's dripping on me, please.
Put your hand behind your back. Now. Put your hand behind your back.
Well, hurry up, because I need a tourniquet.
I know. Hold on.
Cristobal Garcia's claim of being a former police officer could not be verified. However, while he struggles with police officers, witnesses parked directly behind Officer Stringer's patrol vehicle captured the events on their cell phones.
He's bleeding.
How do you see him bleeding?
I think I see him bleeding.
He shot the police. Someone shot the police officer.
Shot him in the leg, yeah.
Holy shit.
As both officers urgently struggle to subdue Cristobal, it's clear that Officer Bolanos requires immediate medical attention. With each passing second, disaster inches closer as his blood slowly spreads along the sidewalk.
Oh, I'm not forcing the
1125, I've been shot in the left calf.
I didn't do
rescue on a 3.
Man, I'm sorry.
Let it go.
I didn't do
Let
nothing.
it go.
Hey, put a tourniquet on my leg. Put a tourniquet on my leg. I got you, man. I got you. Hey, grab him. Put the tourniquet. Let's go. Let's go.
More assistance arrives as Officer Stringer drags Cristobal away from Officer Bolanos. However, as the situation rapidly escalates, they're about to encounter an unexpected complication.
Guys, good. Yeah, we got everybody coming. West Revolve to Venetian. Hey, you need another tourniquet? What do you need?
I got you.
Get the road open for rescue. Work on the road so we can get rescue in and out.
Because of the heavy traffic on the Venetian Causeway, which has narrow 2-lane bridges and a toll plaza, it will be a monumental task to quickly get emergency services in and out of the area.
Yeah, they
As officers work to apply tourniquets to Officer Bolanos in a desperate attempt to save him, Officer Stringer takes a step back, overwhelmed by the emotional impact of the situation. Even if they succeed in saving Officer Bolanos' life, the consequences of shooting a fellow police officer could be severe.
It's the black chick.
Despite the logistical issue of getting an ambulance
What's
to the
her appropriation
scene,
on the
one of
blonde hair, by
officers
the
is about
way?
to propose a simple solution that could potentially save Officer Bolanos' life.
So, what do you want? Right here?
We got one on them already. Clear the road! Hey, put him in the car. Let's go. Ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Now, not only do they need a dude officer there to apprehend somebody, now they're actually shooting the dude that's there to help them apprehend somebody. What's happening? There we go.
Somebody around from the other side. You go for it?
Since he's already lost a significant amount of blood, the officer's swift improvisation will undoubtedly give Officer Bolanos a better chance of survival. However, due to the urgent demand for a cell phone, it's evident that he has a different concern on his mind.
Hey, can I borrow your phone so I can call my wife? Tell her I'm gonna be all right. Yeah. Hello? Hello? Hey. I'm okay, okay? I got shot in the leg. I'm okay though. They're taking me to Ryder trauma right now, but I'm okay, okay? It's just the leg. All right? Just see if you can get somebody to help you with the kids, because I'm sure they'll be calling you, okay? I just wanted to call you myself. I'm okay, it's fine. All right? That's a second. I'll tell you afterwards. Okay? I'm okay though, all right, babe? I love you. Ryder. Okay, bye. Yeah, someone has to take the kids. All right,
The driver is racing Officer Bolanos to the Ryder Trauma Center, but the distance from the incident to the hospital is just over 3 miles, which can take up to 12 minutes. Time is clearly a critical factor, but every bump in the road causes excruciating pain.
All right, what's your name, bro? Fabio, man. Uncle? Fabio. Fabio, you're good, bro. Yeah, bro, it's just God damn it. You're good, man, you're good. You'll be all right. That hurts. You're good, man, you're good.
Even though the officer makes the usual 12-minute drive in under 6 minutes, they're about to face yet another unexpected obstacle.
Hey, bro, yeah, we're all right? Let's go. Wait, rip it open. Open up. Go! Go! Let's go! Let's go!
How do they not know what door to go to?
Thanks to the quick thinking and improvisation of the police officers, the medical staff at the Ryder Trauma Center was able to stabilize Officer Bolanos. However, as police reports and eyewitness footage emerge,
I guess they never had to do that. The ambulance usually brings them.
Cristobal Garcia did not have a firearm of any kind on his person. The item reported to possibly be a small revolver or firearm was in fact a metallic lighter. The Florida State Attorney's Office issued a statement regarding the shooting incident in a report released on January 14, 2025. An assistant state attorney, detectives, and an internal affairs sergeant conducted an investigation, concluding that the evidence available was insufficient to support any criminal charges against Officer Shanakwa Stringer for the potentially deadly accidental discharge. We reached out to the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office, who confirmed that Cristobal Garcia wasn't charged with any crimes in connection with this incident. He was later determined to be a reported missing person out of Collier County, Florida, though we're not able to confirm whether he was reunited with family after this incident.
Damn. And where in the world is Penelope?
The Trump administration is revoking visas for some international students at colleges and universities across the country. One of those possibly affected is a Duke University freshman from South Sudan and a star of this season's March Madness tournament. Some students have been targeted over pro-Palestinian activism, but for others, it's unclear. Here's ABC's Melissa Adon.
Fuck you.
Tonight, international students at colleges and universities around the country reeling. The federal government revoking a number of visas with little to no warning. Schools in Massachusetts, Ohio, Kentucky, Minnesota, Colorado,
Outta
among
here.
those nationwide announcing
for
yanked
it.
visas. And in California, schools including Stanford, Berkeley, and UCLA saying some of their students are also affected.
It's very jarring, this scene. I feel like it's very, very scary. My parents were international students from Jamaica when they went to college, so I feel like it's very close to me.
Does that concern you for your classmates?
Yeah, I think it's very, very concerning.
Secretary of State Marco
Sudan,
Rubio
isn't it?
also announcing yesterday, I am
Muslim
taking
there?
actions to revoke all visas held by South Sudanese passport holders effective immediately, alleging South Sudan hasn't been taking back their own citizens in a timely manner.
Wow.
The measure possibly affecting Duke University basketball player Kaman Malach, a freshman from South Sudan and a star of this season's March Madness tournament. The terminated visas a part of what appears to be mass cancellations by the federal government. These incidents coming as the Trump administration alleges violations by some students holding visas or green cards. Some students even detained, including a Tufts Fulbright scholar. Federal agents claiming her visa was revoked and the DOJ accusing her of supporting Hamas after co-authoring a pro-Palestinian op-ed for her student newspaper. And Mahmoud Khalil also detained after his green card was revoked. The Columbia University graduate, a prominent pro-Palestinian protester on campus. Attorneys for both have said their detentions are unlawful and are calling for their release.
Well, they're still locked up.
Lindsay,
Sweet.
this follows that executive order from President Trump in January where he revoked student visas for students who participated in pro-Palestinian protests, including some of those protests we saw right here in UCLA last spring. Lindsay,
Melissa, thank you.
Homes. They shouldn't delay it any longer than they have to. Get that dude back to Palestine, or he can fight the good fight.
California cops are pissed about the Tesla police cruisers they're being forced to drive these days. They're saying Teslas just aren't built for police work. Dodge ended production of the Charger and they haven't made a new one yet. All police departments are being forced to switch off the brand. Many have elected to go electric, especially in California. Some choosing to go Tesla with the Model Y or the Model 3. However, across the board, tons of police departments, mainly in California, have a ton of complaints about these electric cars. Most are saying cramped interiors, tech that's too hard to navigate, and
No way, they're probably getting like one
make the car
for
more
the
of a hassle than an.
They're probably getting like one for the force just to like take to shows and shit and try to recruit people to be police officers. No way they're running around with those, a ton of them. Stupid. Fake news. Doo-doo. And Ford produce a car
Show
fully
me
made.
Stellantis, please. There is news. The automaker's planning to offer employee discounts to the general public. The deal will apply to most new models, including the Jeep Wrangler and the Ram light-duty pickup truck. It runs from April 4th to April the 30th. The stock, though, is down 7.5%. Now, show me Ford Motor Company. The automakers have been having trouble lately. That stock is down a couple of bucks at $9.27. Down 2.8%. Andrew Frick is the president of Ford Blue and Model E, and he joins me now. Andrew, can Ford produce a car 100% made in the United States?
Well, hello, Stuart. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. You know, Ford is America's #1 auto manufacturer, and we assemble more U.S. vehicles and we employ more U.S. hourly auto workers than any other OEM. And we want to do more, not less, here in the U.S. 80% of what we sell in the U.S. is assembled right here in the United States. And it would be helpful to have certain parts here in the U.S., and the White House gets that. So, yeah.
How long would it take for you to be able to make all the parts in the United States?
Well, like I said, we already assemble 80% of our vehicles right here in the U.S., including the F-150, which is actually rolling down the assembly line right behind me here at Dearborn Truck. So relatively speaking, we're in a good position, but we're in a complex industry relying on a lot of different suppliers, and we need to ensure that we have the right supply chain ecosystem in place here in the U.S. to do so. And we're working with the administration to get clarity on parts to grow jobs here in the U.S. for us to be able to do that.
Yeah, at the
You
moment,
didn't
I think
actually
you've got a
answer the
30-day
question.
window
Gotcha.
where you don't pay any tariff on parts coming in from Canada. I think you've got a 30-day window there, so time's running a little short. Tell me more about the employee discount you're offering on most of your vehicles, because Stellantis just matched it.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, we were really proud to lead that. You know, we're a very proud American automaker. We've been around for 122 years, and we are always going to be there for our customers, especially in times of uncertainty. And our From America, for America campaign is intended to be there for our customers, which is why we are offering employee pricing. Customers will pay what we pay as an employee. We have great inventory on the ground. We are not repricing that inventory. So our customers, if they come in now to a Ford or Lincoln dealer anywhere across the country, will have a great offer for them to come in and buy a vehicle. We have a great selection of
promise you're not going to make any money off of me at all.
For them to choose from.
You're only going to lose
So
money
we're really
on me.
excited about the campaign.
Promise.
The dealers are excited about it as well.
Okay, you face an uphill struggle, but you're doing
Very
something
nice of
about it. Andrew Frick, thanks very much for joining us this morning.
Yes.
Much appreciated, sir. Good luck.
You guys managed to
Thank you
keep the
so
lights
much.
on around here. You're going to charge me less than you even paid for it. That's hey. Really hoping something would come eat the rest of that. Running out of time. Running out of time fast. Like. Sometimes she gets here at the very last minute. Geraldo Rivera.
Veteran journalist and News Nation correspondent at large, Geraldo Rivera. Geraldo, always great to see you. Hi there. And we are monitoring our futures through the night. Indices down 3 or 4% here. We know Japan's Nikkei is down 8%. Geraldo, do you think we're headed for a recession?
Oh, no.
Well, I don't know about that, Natasha, but I tell you, my fear is that President Trump is whistling past the graveyard of a lot of people's 401ks. I worry that the cure that he is proposing, these tariffs, might be worse than the disease. Everybody, my generation remembers the song "Eve of Destruction," and I have that awful feeling, cold sweats, that we're on the eve of destruction. That tomorrow is going to be a very grim day, and a lot of innocent people, many of them seniors, will be losing a lot of money. I don't understand. He mentioned China as a particularly egregious perpetrator of unfair trade. Why not go against China? Why take on the whole world? Taking on the whole world, it just, I tell you, it comes down to the cure being worse than the disease. Let's fix what ails us, but do it in a way that doesn't seem so improvisational, so herky-jerky. He's playing golf for 4 days in a row, and everybody else is sweating out, the future of their family's finances. I think that this is a very, very big deal, Natasha, and I worry that the worst is going to happen.
Yeah, tonight we hear President Trump saying sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something. With markets tumbling, how much medicine can Americans stomach?
Markets are all about confidence. People have to believe that their money is safe, A, and B, that the business they've invested in is going to be allowed to grow and to prosper. So there are dividends, or you could sell it if your share prices go up. But it's all about confidence. It's all about, you have to believe. You have to believe in Wall Street. You got to believe in the people selling the bonds or the stocks or whatever it is that you're buying or trading. If you don't have confidence, then you're not going to invest in businesses. What happens if you don't invest in businesses? Then you have to lay off workers. Then you have you have stagflation. You have unemployment. The tariffs, as far as I know. I'm willing to stand corrected. As far as I know, tariffs have never solved anything. Let's be more business-like. I feel this about almost everything he's done since he became the 47th president. The federal workers. Yes, there's a problem. We get it. But let's see a very measured, prudent, learned solution to the problem. You've got to fix it
let me ask
in
you,
a business-like way.
The other side of it, right? The Trump administration saying, hey, 50 countries are coming to the table. Trump tonight saying they're dying for a deal. Geraldo, ultimately, are we watching Trump reshape the world economy in real time, and do we need to just let him?
I guess do we have any alternative than
do we have a choice?
Why do we Why do we have to do it all tomorrow? Wednesday? Why does it have to be this urgent? This is an endemic problem, a problem that we've had for a long, long time. And it's gotten worse, and he's absolutely right. Countries have taken advantage of the United States. No doubt. They have dumped their products on us. They've put trade barriers so we can't sell our products to them. He's absolutely right about it. But then you take them on one at a time or some logical grouping. That chart that he showed, with their tariffs, what they're charging us, and what we intend to charge them. It wasn't in any kind of order. It wasn't even alphabetical. It wasn't by the most egregious, perpetrators. It just did seem to me herky-jerky. It seemed to me that it was written on the back of an envelope. Someone said, "Hey, gang, let's make a band." And let's take on these tariffs. I think that God bless them. I hope it works. But my fear is that tomorrow is going to be a very grim day for small investors like myself and the people that own businesses and
older Americans who don't
really
have the time to rebound over decades. Geraldo Rivera, always appreciate the insight, the perspective. Thank you.
My pleasure, Tasha. Anytime.
And we do want to mention my full in-depth interview with Geraldo Rivera is posted right now on News Nation's YouTube page. We talk about his relationship with President Trump, why he left Fox News, and even Geraldo's personal encounter with a UFO. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
What was she eating? Oh, the cup's not up here. Oh. Might have been smelling the bag. He was what? I was smelling that bag. Bag. Guess Penelope's not coming today. Okay, babe. Like both of them. Same day. All day. Colombia guerrilla faction signed historic accord to disarm. Interesting.
More than a year and a half after her brutal murder, her loved ones believe they are one step closer to justice. The trial for the man accused of killing her began this last week. And while the prosecution described the crime as a, quote, mother's worst nightmare, Rachel's mother sat in that courtroom holding back tears. Disturbing details also coming to light this week. Prosecutors saying that volunteers followed a 150-foot trail of blood to find her body. Morin's alleged killer, Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez, began his suspected crime spree in his native country of El Salvador, where he's accused of murdering a woman in December of 2022. In early 2023, he crossed the U.S. southern border 3 times, but was expelled each time by Border Patrol. He finally succeeded on his 4th attempt. After that, he traveled to Los Angeles, where he's linked to the assault of a woman and another.
This is why there should be corporal punishment for repeat offenders. We should cane them, paddle them, cause pain. That's not injury that's going to be lasting, but pain. And the more times they do it, the more pain they get. Why can't we do that? No, we can't hurt them. Fuck, man. Spank these motherfuckers. Oh, you again. Oh, you know you get 10 smacks this time. Oh, me, so me, you know what I mean? They would fucking be thinking about, oh man, next time it's gonna be 20 smacks. I don't know, man, if that's gonna be worth it. Shit, but they don't get any smacks. Like, hey, see you next time. Be more careful next time, okay? We don't want to see you.
9-year-old girl before making his way to Maryland and allegedly taking Rachel Morin's life. Earlier this year, Rachel's mother came on News Nation Prime and disclosed a haunting parallel between her and her daughter.
I would never have imagined being where I am today. When I was 14, I was kidnapped by a criminally insane man. He came into my house, took me. We walked for 60 miles over a 3-day period. Didn't eat, didn't sleep, was raped at night, we were heading towards the Canadian border when a police officer drove by on this back road and saw me. They weren't expecting to find me alive. So when I got the story, or not the story, but the information that Rachel was missing and that they had found her body, it really tore me apart because a part of me could understand.
Damn it, I've heard this part already before. I thought they were going to tell us something new.
Some of what she suffered, because I had suffered the same thing.
I forgot that this was this one, but I remember
the attorney and
now,
spokesperson for
as soon
Rachel
as she
Morin's
started talking.
family. Randolph, appreciate you making the time again, and let's get into this. The trial now underway. How is the Morin family doing, particularly her mother, who I understand had a very rough day on Friday during the opening statements?
Yeah, Natasha, she really did have a rough day because she heard a lot of new information that she had never heard before, but she thankfully had the support of her daughter and one of her sons there, and she expects to have another son there this week. So I think the tight family, the strong family is certainly supporting her, and they're supporting each other throughout this trial.
What are some of the details that came out this week that we were not aware of before?
Well, certainly, I mean, finding out about this 150-foot trail of blood, we never knew about that. We really, to be honest with you, Natasha, didn't know much at all because the state's attorney played this so close to the vest, which they did on purpose, and that's what ultimately gave them that quick voir dire, that quick jury selection that they thought was going to take a long time. Ultimately took about a day and a half. So learning about that, we learned about iPods and or earbuds and her watch and her phone and how they had to, or they reconstructed that. And we're going to learn this week exactly what information and data that's going to give us.
I understand the prosecution told jurors that Morin's alleged killer had searched Rachel's name online. He had actually watched YouTube videos about her death. Do you think this type of digital evidence, in addition to the DNA evidence that you were discussing with us last time, will help convince a jury of guilt here?
Certainly, that's just one more piece of the puzzle. You know, they've got the DNA that obviously matches at the crime scene. We learned that there was certainly, from the rape, there was DNA left at the crime scene. But now we've got him searching her name, looking for her photos. So that's just one more piece that connects him. Why would he be selecting or searching these things on Google if he really had no contact or no connection with her?
I want to talk about what the defense is shaping up to do here. It seems already they're looking to cast reasonable doubt and suggesting that because Morin's phone was smashed and destroyed, that her murder was a, quote, crime of passion, implying Morin's boyfriend could have been involved. What do you make of this strategy? What does the family make of this?
Well, I think that the defense really doesn't have much to work with, so they're trying to grasp at any straw they have, and that was just one of the three prongs. One of which was the, you know, what motive did this suspect have? What connection did he have with her? And the third being is that there was no DNA left behind from the boyfriend who she'd been with earlier that day. So this seems to be that attempt to say that there was some other suitor, some other jilted lover that was out there, but it seems to be falling flat. Even in the first day of questioning, they really couldn't connect the dots with the witnesses that took the stand.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.
Tariff everywhere, tariff. Tariff. She sounded like. Suspect in body armor opens fire on police.
Sometimes people like us to have opposite perspectives on things that aren't informed by some sort of foreign power.
Stay in the cars.
Only fair they both have body armor. If it's,
Traffic
if it's a 1v1,
6 shots fired.
at least both have level 1 or level 2.
Limb Turner.
And at least both equal armor. Level 2, level 1, level 3, level 1, level 2, level 3. OG status, baby. Auto fire cheating, motherfucker. We have
Traffic 6-6. It's going to be Trout River Rebought. Trout River Rebought. I'm hit in my foot. Bravo Mike.
Oh, damn.
He's got a rifle on gun. I'm retreating back.
Damn, he hit him.
Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get fucking back, you dumb shit!
That's necessary.
Where is he? It's a Bravo Mike long gun. I'm holding this corner. He's going to be northwest.
Hey, what the fuck? Oh shit, Kenny.
Traffic 6-6. His vehicle stopped behind mine. Or in front of mine. He's possibly shot. He's possibly going to be heading away from the intersection of Rebalt and Trout, down Rebalt. Hey! It's going to be over there.
You want me to stay with you or what?
Stay with me. We'll start this corner right here. He's going to be in this area.
Sometimes people like us to have opposite perspectives on things that aren't informed by some sort of foreign power.
Stay in the cars. Traffic 6-6, shots fired. Traffic 6-6, shots fired. Trout River, Limb Turner.
Oh. We got him right there.
Traffic 6-6. It's going to be Trout River Rebought. Trout River Rebought. I'm hit in my foot. Bravo Mike. He's got a rifle on gun. I'm retreating back. Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get fucking back, you dumb shit! Where is he?
They get his seatbelt off, Paul.
It's a Bravo Mike long gun. I'm holding this corner. He's going to be northwest. Traffic 6-6. His vehicle stopped behind mine. Or in front of mine.
Damn it.
He's possibly shot. He's possibly going to be heading away from the intersection of Rebalt and Trout, down Rebalt. gonna be over there.
You want me to stay with you or what?
Stay with me. We'll start this corner right here. He's gonna be in this area.
Out of the car? Yeah. Let me move this.
The gun is in the passenger seat. I think Kevin is breathing enough.
Women showed up first.
He's moving. He's moving.
Is it unlocked?
Women showed up and they're like, what do we do? I don't know if the dude shows up, we'll ask him. Normally 2-piece glue would be enough to get the guy, especially since he's been shot at.
Move out of the way.
Hey, shit, my last rescue, we have a single gun shot. So, officer left foot.
I'll get that back. My car's right here.
We have no outstanding suspects, correct? It was labeled. Let me get one unit on Flint Turner and Trout River to shut the traffic down. And the first down.
Vest off. Okay. Let's try to take that vest off of him.
He died. The best did not save him. Simon, get the fuck away from my... Holy shit, weirdo. I can't leave these fuckers unattended ever. I don't know, dude. He's rub his fucking slobber all over him. He's got a mission. Every day he wakes up thinking about it. Already got him once. I just took him off my feet for a second because I just wanted to like relax for a second. It didn't take him long. He gets up and starts going over to him. Fucking thyroidism shit, man. It's got him just wired out of it. Way too wired. Ask tomorrow. Increase it back. No kitties. Your foot is a long way from your heart. Yeah. But when you're having heart issues, oftentimes you can tell by looking at your feet. My feet are bigger than they should be. Doo, doo. I really wish something would eat that, but it's not going to happen. I got to throw it away because it's been out there in the hot ass weather for long. And, right. Walk past. Yeah. Maybe it's just because it was hot today. Hotter than normal. Maybe I can move on being the cat cam Peter guy. Pull over. Why do you keep breaking the law, dude? Leaving shit everywhere. Not taking your vitamins. Getting speeding tickets. Hey, good boy. Well, hopefully it was a good day for Dom. I don't know. I don't know how that worked out for him. But he shouldn't have fleas for a month. If he did get really bad diarrhea and stomach upset today. I don't know if that happened, but it happened twice in a row. Hopefully it was just because he had tapeworms at the time.
With global stock markets in turmoil, President Trump spoke about his plan to impose reciprocal tariffs on dozens of U.S. trading partners this week, including China.
It's unsustainable for us to allow China to have surpluses of $1 trillion. We will be taking in over $1 trillion over the next short period of time with the tariffs that I've already instituted. They're already in place. Now, what's going to happen with the market, I can't tell you, but I can tell you our country has gotten a lot stronger.
The sweeping tariffs on goods from countries around the world set off the worst two-day Wall Street sell-off in 5 years. Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell last week helped introduce new bipartisan legislation to reassert Congress's authority over trade policy.
Consumer groups are announcing, and retailers, the fact that they want Congress to take this action up.
On Sunday, President Trump left his Trump National Golf Club in Jupiter, Florida, after taking part in the tournament. This week at the White House, President Trump is meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They are set to discuss new U.S. tariffs on Israel, as well as security issues between the ally nations. Cristian Benavides, CBS News, Miami.
Dude, I fucking look away for a second. He's laying on top of him. What is that shit? I'm gonna look it up right now. They smell like me. It's because they're brand new and they don't smell like him. Yeah, territorial marking. That's what it is. Because the first thing it says scent and comfort. That's not it. Yeah, cast mark of territory with single hands, roving against some land and shoes. Or sanitary claiming you and belong. Knock it off. He doesn't need to do that. Hey, Simon. Now he's taking it out on her. That didn't let him mark my shoes. No, you're not going to do that. No, you lay here. Stop beating her up because you're mad at me. I couldn't get him to stay. The butthole lately. Mm-hmm. Food's still there. Japanese street food. Rare sweets that inflate on their own. Forever to inflate, come on now. Oh, it's a pastry. Puts it on heat. Got cake. She's dipping the bottom of it in oil. Why would she dip the bottom in oil? Weird. Don't offer that bad. Five U.S. UCSD students' visas revoked. Another deported. Here's a 1979 Air Force commercial. It was better than what they gave us today. One of the game shows on. Winner.
All over the world, 24 hours a day, dedicated young men and women are working together in the Air Force. It's a way of life, a great way of life. Find out how you can be a part of it. For the location of your nearest Air Force recruiter, call toll-free 800-523-5000.
Air Force, a great way of life, a great way of life, Air Force.
Back then they would use like big bands to make stuff. It's kind of gay though. Here's a 1986 Navy one. For 7 years later, though. Oh, Top Gun must have already come out by this point. This is very Top Gun-y.
To reach for something bigger, to master a more challenging world, to feel the confidence and pride of knowing who you are, what you can do. Show the world your U.S. Navy. Live the adventure. Call 1-800-327-NAVY.
That was alright. Alright, here's another Air Force. So we'll give him another chance. I don't know what year it is, though. What? Well, they can't use this song, can they? Can't be real. This fake. No way. People said they remember it.
I can see all obstacles in my way.
800-447.
Yeah, they actually had this commercial. That's pretty good. If people say they remember it. I remember this commercial. Sure was great. Back when the Air Force wasn't a joke. Before they started calling us Chair Force. Someone asked, what year was this ad first aired? And then someone answered, I want to say 72 or 73 during the Vietnam conflict. I remember this commercial and another one where the Air Force also used the song. What I remember about this was it started out animated and morphed into live action. I can't believe that one was for the Air Force Reserve. Oh, I believe that was for the Air Force Reserve. I would have been 10 or so. I've never been able to track down that commercial though. Other people remember that other commercial too. Oh yeah, 10 more minutes. 11:55. Ten minutes. Aye, turns out.
Let's make the fanciest instant coffee with a recipe that doesn't require any fancy gear. I will be using some specialty instant coffee, but that's just an upgrade if you're feeling extra fancy. We'll add together a tablespoon of instant coffee and a half a tablespoon of brown sugar. Most people use regular sugar for their instant coffee, but how lame is that? Add a splash of water just to get everything saturated, and then we're gonna whip it up. If you don't have a milk frother, you can add these ingredients to a water bottle or a sealed mason jar and just shake it really fast. Next, it's time to add some ice of fancy shape if that's available to you, and then our milk. I'm using oat milk here, but you can also use normal milk, whatever feels fancier to you. We'll fill it all the way to the top, and look at how beautiful that is. Inspirational. Let's go. Hot tip, or I guess cold tip, it's a really frothy drink, so it takes a while for the ice cubes to cool everything down. Give it a little stir, mix those ice cubes in till it's nice and chilled. Now you can drink this while telling yourself it's an $8 drink from a coffee shop. With how it tastes, you might just believe it. Let's make the fanciest instant coffee with a recipe that doesn't require any fancy.
You know what I messed up when I did mine? I did something like this, but I tried adding the froth to the hot water. It didn't want to mix in, and I was in there forever trying to get that shit to mix in. It just sat on top of the water because it had all the air in it. That's the trick. You got to put it in first. It has to mix in.
Have you ever wondered what would happen if you didn't score your sourdough bread? Well, you're in luck because today we're going to find out. We're going to be open baking both of these loaves, and one will be scored and one will not be scored. To prep these for baking, I brushed off excess flour with my pastry brush, scored this big loaf, and I sprayed both the tops of these loaves with water. After that, I put these straight into the oven, and to open bake, I use this cooking steel. If you want to start open baking or baking multiple loaves at a time, this cooking steel is really, really great. I will leave a code for you guys, and I have it linked in my bio. Halfway through open baking, I remove my steam and I rotate my loaf since I have a gas oven. And here is how it turned out. It kind of looks like a potato, but can I be honest with you guys? Even though it's not as pretty as usual, sometimes I actually prefer unscored loaves. I just really love and prefer the size of the slices. And check out this crumb. This one is so beautiful. Have you ever wondered what would happen if you didn't score your sourdough bread? Well, you're in luck because today we're going to find out. We're going to be open.
Better do right by me, boy. You gave you a 10. Don't give me for it, huh? Gonna give me some nice one.